Chapter 227. Zhang Xiaohua was even more baffled. He didn't know why his mother was like this. Moreover, he also had a very strange feeling in his heart. It was just that he couldn't tell what was strange about it. Guosufei hugged her youngest son with one hand and her second son's hand with the other tightly. She walked towards the village as if she was afraid that the two would suddenly disappear. At this time, it was dinner time in the village. There was no one at the entrance of the village. After entering the village, the number of people gradually increased. However, at this time, it was already dusk. If it wasn't for Zhang Xiaohu's two tall horses that were very eye-catching, perhaps no one would have noticed the return of the two villagers. Guozhuang House was a slightly remote and isolated small village. Although there was a road not far from the entrance of the village, after all, the villagers were too poor. Tall horses were very rare. Usually, the extravagant way of traveling was a donkey cart. Even when Zhang Xiaolong married, he only had a horse that wasn't very strong. However, on that day, that horse was actually able to pull 4 people back. Thinking about it now, it was extremely rare. Zhang Xiaohu was leading 2 large horses with one hand. The villagers usually dealt with livestock when plowing the fields, so naturally, they could tell that the 2 horses were majestic. Immediately, many people gathered around to watch. From time to time, there were children from the village who came over to play, running in front of and behind the horses. Fortunately, the date red horse was trained by the ethereal sect. It was also a good horse that was sent to flatter. No matter what, it was still a horse that had seen a lot of big scenes. Not only did it fight and kill, it had also seen a lot of blood. It was not disturbed by these children from the village. It only leisurely shook its head and casually swung its tail, as if it was playing with the children. When the children saw that the horse was as docile as the cattle at home, they felt more at ease and approached it. Many of the bolder ones had already touched its smooth mane. The older and sharper ones had already recognized the 2 brothers Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua. In the dim light, they saw that the 2 were neatly dressed, which was far from what the villagers would wear. They were immediately surprised and thought about it in their hearts. They knew that the 2 were doing well outside. The villagers were simple and honest. Even if Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua's clothes were shabby, they might not laugh at them. But with such bright clothes, they were envious and not jealous. Many people came forward to greet them and invited them to eat at home. Guosufei knew that they were being polite and did not want to see it happen. She was happy and let her 2 sons return the greetings one by one to express their gratitude. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had been outside all this time. They were very happy to suddenly see so many real faces. Moreover, the 2 of them had been outside for 2 years, so their temperament and outlook had become extraordinary. At this time, they were very polite and courteous when dealing with people. Guosufei heard this and felt sweet in her heart. While they were walking, they heard a call in front of them, Xiaohu? Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu looked up and saw that it was their father, Zhang Kai, who was hurriedly walking over from a distance. Zhang Xiaohua cheerfully called out, "Daddy." Soon after, he broke free from his mother's hand and ran forward. It was a different scene when father and son met. Zhang Kai held his son's hand and looked at it over and over again. He kept saying, "Good, good." Zhang Xiaohua leaned against Zhang Kai's side and felt very warm. However, that strange, or perhaps somewhat abnormal feeling appeared again. But at this time, how could he have the leisure to think about other things? He only held his father's big hand and was unwilling to let go. When Zhang Xiaohu walked in front of him, he saluted Zhang Kai and said, "Father. I'm back." When Zhang Kai saw that Zhang Xiaohu had come over, he was very happy and wanted to pull back his hand with a smile. Zhang Xiaohu's salute made Zhang Kai not know how to respond for a moment. When Guosufei saw this, she smiled and said, "This child, you've already returned home, yet you're still saluting your own father. It's strange that you regard him as an outsider." Zhang Xiaohu laughed embarrassedly and scratched the back of his head with his hand. Guosufei smiled and said to Zhang Kai, "Child's father, look at our Xiaohu. After going out, he's learned a lot about etiquette. He's even more refined than the scholars in the city. At this time, Zhang Kai's awkwardness also disappeared. He only smiled and said, "Good, good." Then, he also held Zhang Xiaohu's hand and was unwilling to let go. When Guosufei saw this, she said, "All right, let's not talk in the village. It's not too late to talk at home." Zhang Kai then came to his senses and said, "Yes, let's talk at home first. Your brother and sister-in-law are waiting for dinner at home." Then, he turned to Guosufei and said, "You're still talking about me. I saw that you hadn't returned for a long time, so I came looking for you. If you had returned earlier, would I have needed to come out and look for you?" Thus, the husband and wife each took a son and happily walked home, leaving behind the envious gazes of the villagers. From afar, Zhang Xiaohua saw the home of her dreams in the dusk. However, there were some changes to the home now. The walls were no longer short, and it seemed that one could see the central room at a glance. The door also seemed to no longer be a fence door. When she pushed the door and entered, she was greeted with a burst of fragrance of flowers and trees. At a glance, the whole courtyard seemed to be a lot bigger. The whole courtyard was renovated into several small squares, and there were all kinds of plants inside. It was just that the night was dim, so she couldn't see clearly. When he took a closer look, there weren't many changes between the central room and his grandmother's hut. The only difference was that the stove had been renovated and was no longer exposed to the sun. At this moment, a figure came out of the kitchen and shouted, "Father, is Mother back? The dishes have been heated up again." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and shouted, "Sister-in-law, we're back. How are you and big brother?" The person who came out of the kitchen was Lu Qian. When she heard Zhang Xiaohua shout, she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised and shouted, "Xiaohua, why are you back so late?" "Oh, Xiaohu is also back. Quick, come in. No wonder Mother has been whispering about you two these 2 days. It turns out that your hearts are connected." Then, she shouted towards the central room, "Xiaolong, come out quickly. Xiaohu and Xiaohua are back." Zhang Xiaolong also ran out of the central room and looked at his 2 younger brothers in surprise. Zhang Xiaohua jumped in front of her big brother and intimately pulled on his sleeve. Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to salute this time. He walked in front of Zhang Xiaolong and shouted, "Big brother." Zhang Xiaolong looked at Zhang Xiaohu, who was taller than him, and said with a smile, "Xiaohu, not bad, you've grown taller." Then, he reached out and patted Zhang Xiaohu's head. Zhang Xiaohu chuckled. He seemed shy, but his heart was warm. He felt a kinship that was even warmer than saluting and greeting. Lu Qian invited the family into the house and put down the dishes in her hand and said, "Xiaohu and Xiaohua are back. This dinner isn't enough. I'll go to the village to buy some cooked food, but I'm afraid there's no food left at this time." Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, there's no need. We brought some food with us. Let's make do with it tonight." However, Guosufei didn't agree and said, "We just got home. How can we let you eat dry food? I'll go take a look. Qianqian, go prepare some vegetables." With that, she was about to leave. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua both jumped up and wanted to go with their mother. However, Guosufei didn't let them and only said, "It's a tiring journey. Let's sit at home more." The 2 couldn't stand it and had to sit down. After Guosufei and Lu Qian went to get busy, Zhang Kai said, "Let your mother and sister-in-law go. You guys sit down and rest for a while. It's been 5 to 6 days since you came back from Pingyang City. You guys must be tired." Zhang Xiaolong also felt it. He took out a few teacups from the table and poured some tea. He smiled and said, "Drink some tea first. You must be thirsty after walking for so long. Moisten your throats. We'll eat later." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said to Zhang Kai, "Father, Pingyang City isn't far from our Guozhuang house. It's only 2 to 3 days' journey. We rode horses back and arrived in 2 days. When we went there, we took a carriage. It seems like it took 3 days." Zhang Xiaolong said, "Oh right, Xiaohu, the horses you tied to the tree in the yard, do you have to feed them at night? What do they eat?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Big brother, you don't have to worry about that. Ordinary fodder will do. I'll go after dinner." Zhang Xiaolong said, "It's better for me to prepare early. Don't let these two big horses starve. They look very precious." Seeing that Zhang Xiaolong was about to go out, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him and said, "Big brother, it's okay. We just fed them fodder at noon. Even if they are hungry now, it's not a big deal. The three of us brothers haven't seen each other for 2 years. Let's talk first. It won't be too late to feed them at night." Zhang Xiaolong paused for a moment, but still walked out and said, "These 2 horses are borrowed from the escort agency, right? They are worth a lot of money. Don't let them starve. It won't be easy for us to explain when we go back. I'll be back soon. It's just some fodder. It'll be ready in a while." Zhang Xiaohu drank a mouthful of tea and also stood up and said, "Big brother, I'll go with you." Zhang Kai didn't stop them. He smiled as he watched the 2 of them go out. He said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, quickly drink some water. You've been running for 2 days. You're thirsty." Zhang Xiaohua looked at her father under the oil lamp and said, "It's okay, father. I'm not tired. Riding a horse is fun." As she said that, she also picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful. In fact, she hadn't drunk a cup of water since noon. Just now at the tea shed in front of Lu Town, she found a coachman and forgot that she was thirsty. Now that she was home, her mouth was really dry. However, when the cup of tea entered her mouth, Zhang Xiaohua was so shocked that she almost stood up. The tea was sweet as it entered his mouth, making him salivate. It flowed down his throat and into his stomach, making him feel warm and comfortable. However, as soon as this feeling passed, a wisp of yuan qi emerged from his chest and flowed along his meridians. Without Zhang Xiaohua's refinement, it flowed into his dantian and merged with his zhen qi. There was primordial qi of heaven and earth in this tea. How could Zhang Xiaohua not be shocked? She felt that she wanted to get the teapot again. Zhang Kai saw her and thought that she was thirsty. He quickly poured the tea for her and said with heartache, "Xiaohua, look at how thirsty you are. Drink some more. Don't worry, you'll choke." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father, I know. I'm not a child." Looking at Zhang Kai's kind eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was warm. She was about to drink the tea to verify her discovery. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through her mind. She knew why she had a different feeling when she saw her father and mother. Chapter 228. That's right, it would be strange if they had the same feeling. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, his mother's hair should be gray and wrinkled. His father's hair should be even whiter and his back should be bent due to exhaustion. His hands, which used to support him since he was young, should be unusually rough. His elder brother's hair should also be gray at an early age. His face was full of bitterness and hatred. His elder sister-in-law should have died early and looked like a village woman. However, what about now? Just now when she threw herself into her mother's arms, her hair seemed to be abnormally black and her skin was very good. Although there were crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, there weren't many. Her father's hand that held her hand just now seemed to be more delicate than when she left home. She didn't feel that it was rough at all. Moreover, when her father walked back, his back was straight. Her elder brother and sister-in-law didn't see it clearly, but it wasn't like what she imagined. Why was everything different from what she imagined? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Kai's black hair under the oil lamp and his face that didn't change much from 2 years ago when she left. She asked, "Father, why is your hair so black? I remember that when I left, your hair was gray." Zhang Kai couldn't help touching his hair and smiled, "Who knows? Last year, my hair slowly turned black and gray. This year, it was completely black. When the villagers asked me, I didn't know what to say. I could only say that it was dyed with herbs by the town's doctor. That's right, your mother also had the same, and Mr. Lu behind the house. According to Mr. Lu, it should be because of the well water on the south slope. However, I don't think so. How can the well water be so magical? Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved and asked, Father, about the spring water, you didn't tell the villagers, right? Zhang Kai shook his head and said, Mr. Lu and your sister-in-law repeatedly told me not to tell them. How can I tell them? Even if it's not because of the well water, I can't tell them because the South Slope village is so good. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said solemnly, Father, this matter can't be told to others. Maybe the villagers don't have bad intentions, but there are too many bad people outside the village. If someone hears the news, our family will suffer. Zhang Kai smiled and said, I know. Xiaohua, quickly drink water. Don't be thirsty. Zhang Xiaohua then remembered that she still had to verify her discovery. Sure enough, this time, the tea had the same reaction. The heaven and earth yuan qi really existed. Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. His spring water was indeed extraordinary. It was just as Mr. Lu had said. His family's abnormalities were due to the spring water. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to explain these things to her family. After drinking a few more cups of tea, Zhang Xiaohua's thirst was quenched. Her qi also increased slightly. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think, drinking tea can also cultivate. It's really interesting. Do I have to drink tea every day in the future? Just as she was thinking, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaolong came back. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She poured a cup of tea for Zhang Xiaohu and said, Second brother, you're also thirsty. Quickly drink some water. After that, she carefully observed Zhang Xiaohu's movements. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohu was the same as before. He drank it in one gulp and didn't have any abnormalities. Then, he raised the empty cup and said, Good tea, it's really delicious. Another cup. Not long after, Guosufei also came back. Lu Qian cooked 2 more vegetarian dishes. The family then started to eat. Zhang Xiaolong asked, Qianqian, do we need to call father over? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, but she immediately woke up. Isn't that Mr. Lu? Sure enough, Lu Qian smiled and said, At this time, he must have eaten already. No need to call him. After a while, call him over to drink tea. He must be very happy to see Xiaohu and Xiaohua. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at her brother and sister-in-law under the light. Sure enough, there was no change as she thought before. Her sister-in-law was still beautiful. Even that kind of temperament was restrained. There was no shadow of a rural woman. Her brother was also dignified. Compared to before, there was a kind of elegance. If one didn't know the inside story, it was completely impossible to tell that he was a farmer in the countryside. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. How could the spring water give people knowledge? His big brother's temperament was just like Li Jinfeng's. This meal, Zhang Xiaohua ate happily. The taste of the food in Zhang Xiaohua's mouth may not be as delicious as the food in Huanxi Manor, but this kind of warmth and feeling was a world of difference. It made Zhang Xiaohua eat several bowls of rice and was reluctant to put it down. Lu Qian only ate a small mouthful of rice. She didn't dare to eat more. Zhang Xiaohua ate like this. Tonight's meal was not enough. After the meal, Guosufei and Lu Qian cleaned up. Everyone was about to sit down when they heard someone shouting outside, Brother Zhang, is today's tea ready? Lu Qian happily said, Father, you are here. I was about to call you over. Xiaohu and Xiaohua are back. The person who pushed the door and came in was Mr. Lu. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua quickly got up and went to the courtyard to greet him. Mr. Lu was overjoyed and said, No need for formalities, no need for formalities. When did the two of you come back? Why didn't you send a message beforehand? I heard that the escort agency often has a business of welcoming and delivering guests. It shouldn't be difficult to send a message. Zhang Xiaohu smiled wryly and said, Mr. Lu, I am no longer in the escort agency. Moreover, there are too many things to do. I really don't have the time. Moreover, we didn't think of sending a message to the family first. Hee hee. Mr. Lu stroked his beard and laughed. Young people are so careless. Zhang Xiaolong said, Father, let's talk inside. The tea is already brewed. Xiao Hu and Xiao Hua just came back and just finished eating. Zhang Kai invited Mr. Lu into the house. Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at him from the side. Mr. Lu indeed had a head full of black hair and looked hale and hearty. He seemed to be younger than 2 years ago. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was about to speak, Mr. Lu waved his hand and said, Xiaohu, don't say anything yet. Let's wait for your mother to come over first. Last time, young Master Li from Lu Town came over for the new year, but he didn't explain it clearly. The whole family wants to know about your experiences outside, especially your mother. During this period of time, she would go to the entrance of the village every night to take a look. Who would have thought that she would really be able to see you guys today? Zhang Xiaolong said, You guys talk first. I will go help mother and the others. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say much. She was very depressed. This could quench her thirst and cultivate at the same time. Why not? However, the consequences of drinking too much water were also serious. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Guo Sufei and Zhang Xiaolong to finish tidying up. They closed the courtyard door and went to the central room. Under the bright oil lamp and the eager gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xiaohu recounted how the two of them left Guo village 2 years ago, went to Lu Town, and then to Pingyang City. He also recounted how the two of them went to the escort agency to practice martial arts. He stayed in the escort agency while Zhang Xiaohua went to Huanxi Manor. Later on, he became an armed escort and went out to escort escorts. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohu skimmed over the hardships involved. However, Guo Sufei could only wipe away her tears as she listened. How could she not understand the hardships involved when a son traveled thousands of miles and was worried about his mother? After that, Zhang Xiaohu hesitated for a moment. He then told them about how he went to the seaside town as an escort, how he met Zhang Xiaohua by chance, how they came back together, and how the escort leader made things difficult for him. In fact, he didn't want to talk about this. However, if he didn't talk about this, he wouldn't be able to explain how he was accepted into the Misty School. He said that the escort leader made things difficult for him just to divert his family's attention. Sure enough, everyone was curious about how they met Zhang Xiaohua. They were immediately angered by the escort leader's rudeness. After that, Zhang Xiaohu talked about how Qiu Tong returned the money, how she made the Lotus Escort Agency lose face, how he was accepted into the Misty School, and how he had a noble status and so on. This turn of events left everyone dumbstruck. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong still didn't believe it. They asked, Your master is Wenhai, the hero who saved us in Lu Town? Zhang Xiaohu said with certainty, It is him. Zhang Kai said, He doesn't seem to be that much older than you. Mr. Lu smiled and said, Brother Zhang, you don't understand. In the martial arts world, the most important thing is that the one who has reached the top is the master. I've read some miscellaneous books before. In the martial arts world, it's nothing new to have someone younger than you as a master. Zhang Kai finally understood. At this time, Mr. Lu continued, Ever since I found out that the two of you had gone to Pingyang City and were even making a living at the Lotus Escort Agency, I had specially asked my close friends to find out more. Only then did I find out that the Lotus Escort Agency was actually many times more powerful than the evil tiger gang in Lu Town. Moreover, they have always had a good reputation. Although this escort agency's business is somewhat dangerous, you don't know martial arts, so you don't have to worry about your life. However, from what you have said today, you have actually entered the Misty School and become the direct disciple of the sect's leader. This is undoubtedly your great fortune. However, this Misty School is not ordinary. That Lotus Escort Agency is merely a branch of the Misty School and already has such a reputation. The status and reputation of the Misty School in the martial arts world is not something that we can imagine. Just like what Brother Zhang said before, just a token from Hero Wen was able to make the evil tiger gang retreat. His status must be extraordinary. To put it bluntly, Xiaohu, how did you manage to climb up his thigh? Hit the nail on the head. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled bitterly. This, Mr. Lu is extremely right. The Misty School does not even know who I am. For me to be able to enter the Misty School as a disciple, it is entirely because of Xiaohua's face. Ah! Everyone was shocked. They all looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Lu Qian even almost screamed out loud. She covered her mouth with her hand and stared with wide eyes at the young man who used to be so weak in her eyes. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and drank a mouthful of tea. She enjoyed the pleasant feeling of the vital qi entering her body and smiled as she said, "The matter, it is like this." Chapter 229. Subsequently, under everyone's expectant gaze, Zhang Xiaohua recounted how she left the Lotus Escort Agency, followed Xiu Tong into Huanxi Mountain Village, and gained the favor of the village master. Then, she recounted every detail of her life in Huanxi Mountain Village. Zhang Xiaohua did not mention Zhang Xiaohua's injuries and recuperation at the escort agency. Li Jinfeng also did not mention this when he told them, so Zhang Xiaohua naturally skipped over it. However, she still recounted with great interest how Li Jinfeng taught her how to read and write. Mr. Lu was very surprised and could not help but interrupt, "What? Xiaohua, you said that young Master Li Shua Wen Jiazi enlightened you?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaohua replied very seriously, "Young Master Li said that the children of the wealthy families in Pingyang City were enlightened by that thick book. My brain is not very good and I am a slow learner. It took me a long time to master it." Mr. Lu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He took a sip of tea and explained the basic contents of the book as well as the true use of Shua Wen Jiazi. Then, he concluded, "Xiaohua, I have to say that you are a genius. You actually memorized this ancient book used for explanation." Zhang Xiaohua only realized at this moment that Li Jinfeng was so funny. He actually used such a book to enlighten her. This was really unprecedented. However, on second thought, she was very grateful to Li Jinfeng. It was also because of Li Jinfeng's targeted enlightenment that she was able to master language and words in such a short time and understand fist techniques. If he had used something like the 3-character classic or the 1,000-character classic, she reckoned that she would not be able to understand any fist techniques, much less those books on medicinal herbs. Then, Zhang Xiaohua told them about how she started to read after she learned how to read and helped the mountain village solve the problem of planting medicinal herbs. Then, she talked about her long journey. The truth of her long journey naturally could not be told to her family. No matter the reason or the danger she encountered, they were all secrets in her heart. Even Zhang Xiaohu did not know much about it now. However, Zhang Xiaohu being able to enter the Misty School had a lot to do with her long journey. Zhang Xiaohua could only use the spring and autumn annals to roughly describe the part where she killed the old man in black to save O Yen. She directly said that in order to save O Yen, she sacrificed herself in front of O Yen. As for the details, she did not know the reason. The reason was that it was because it was already midnight and she had fallen asleep. At that time, it was because she had killed the old man in black to save O Yen. Guosufei did not care about the details. She cried and hugged Zhang once again, and said, "Xiaohua Xiaohua, ah, why are you so? Why are you? How, Zhang, why are you so many SAs? S's, Li, SSSS, you, how? No matter how good the Manor Lord is to you, it is not worth it for you to exchange your life for it." Even though she knew that her son was sitting in front of her, Guosufei's heart still jumped. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, actually, at that time, when I saw Manor Lord O, I thought of how good he was to me. It was as if he was my sister-in-law. If my sister-in-law encountered such danger, how could I just stand by and watch?" Guosufei was speechless and said, "How can you be so honest?" Lu Qian said, "Mother, you don't have to blame him. If Xiaohua did not treat him like this, how could he treat him like this?" Guosufei did not think too much about it. She just hugged her son with heartache. Waiting for her mother's mood to calm down a bit, Zhang Xiaohua told her about how he met his second brother. He did not dare to say anything about how he was drifting in the river and recuperating on the way, for fear of making his mother sad again. When he met Zhang Xiaohu, he had already told her about what happened. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to say too much. Since Zhang Xiaohua risked his life to save the Misty School's leader's younger sister, then it was natural for Zhang Xiaohu to enter the Misty School. However, when it came to Zhang Xiaohua being able to give such a precious opportunity to his second brother, everyone felt gratified. When they went out to make a living, many people would forget righteousness at the sight of profit. Even family affection was weak. For Zhang Xiaohua to be so kind to his second brother, his heart was pure and kind. Later, Zhang Xiaohua talked about some interesting things in Huanxi Mountain Villa. As for the road of martial arts, he did not say a word. Except for Zhang Xiaohu, everyone was not surprised. They only thought that Zhang Xiaohua was just a servant in Huanxi Mountain Villa and did not practice a lot of martial arts. Guo Sufei only looked at her son lovingly. How could she put Zhang Xiaohua's amazing qigong in her heart? Her heart only floated away with her son's words, accompanying the long-lost time and space. Zhang Xiaohua talked about interesting things like this. It was already very late. Unknowingly, a few hours had passed. Everyone was still immersed in the two's encounters in the past few years. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not talk about his participation in the martial arts exhibition, he described some of the details of the martial arts exhibition and the competition in detail. After all, this kind of thing was not something that people like Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei could come into contact with. Even Mr. Lu could not. Zhang Xiaohua was also excited. Sitting in his mother's arms, he talked happily and forgot the time. When midnight came, he was still talking non-stop. However, as everyone listened, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped. His body tilted and fell into Guo Sufei's arms. Guo Sufei was shocked and hurriedly called out to him. Everyone else also immediately stood up. Only Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, father, mother, big brother, big sister-in-law, it's okay. He's always like this. I think it's already midnight. Didn't Xiaohua just say that he will definitely fall asleep at midnight? Isn't saving their manor lord like this? Moreover, when I came back from the south with him, he was also like this. Only then did everyone relax." Guo Sufei leaned over to listen to Zhang Xiaohua's snoring. Only then did she truly relax. Zhang Xiaolong said, "Mother, let me carry Xiaohua to the small house." Lu Qian hurriedly said at this time, that, "Xiaolong, wait a moment. I haven't tidied up the small house yet." Xiaohua and Xiaohu came back in a hurry and were busy cooking. "I'll go now." After saying this, Lu Qian hurriedly left. Zhang Xiaolong's words caused Guo Sufei's tears to flow again. She said, "No, Xiaolong. You don't know, Xiaohua, he's pitifully light now. I can easily carry him." Ah! Everyone was very surprised. How was this possible? No matter what, Zhang Xiaohua was still a teenager. No matter how strong Guo Sufei was, it shouldn't be possible. Guo Sufei only thought that her youngest son suffered outside and became very thin. However, Zhang Xiaohu knew that his younger brother had always been greedy. The Huanxi manor would not mistreat the servants. How could his younger brother become thin? But his mother said that Zhang Xiaohua's body was extremely light. He immediately thought of the day of the martial arts exhibition when the team leader threw Zhang Xiaohua over his head. Thinking of Zhang Xiaohua's Big Dipper magical fist, Zhang Xiaohu became thoughtful and quickly explained to Guo Sufei, "Mother, although Xiaohua doesn't live with me, he's not too far away from me. I've also seen the food in their manor. It's not like what you think. It's many times better than what we usually eat. Moreover, Xiaohua only takes care of a few fields of medicinal herbs. It's much smaller than our family's farmland. It's definitely not the reason for suffering. Maybe it's because of his light weight." Cultivation of martial arts? Everyone was surprised again, you're saying that Xiaohua also cultivates martial arts? You can practice martial arts because you're in the escort agency and entered the Misty School. Xiaohua also didn't have a master. How can he practice martial arts? Zhang Xiaohu's face was filled with a bitter smile. He secretly said in his heart, not only can he practice martial arts, he's even better than me. His mouth said, this, I'm not sure. It's better to ask him tomorrow. At this time, Lu Qian also came back and said that the small house had been cleaned up. Guosufei carried her son and wanted to go over. How could Zhang Xiaolong let his mother carry him? Mr. Lu also said, in this dark, it's better to let the young people work. Only then did Guosufei let go of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaolong reached out and took him. Just like what his mother said, Zhang Xiaohua's body was very light. It was as if he was a child who played on his shoulders when he was young. After Zhang Xiaohua was put to bed, everyone returned to the central room. Zhang Xiaohu took out a pile of scattered silver and some small banknotes from his chest and said, Father, Mother, this is what we brothers have earned in the past 2 years in Pingyang City. You can keep it. It's also a small token of our appreciation. Zhang Kai looked and said, you should keep some for yourselves. It's inevitable that you'll need it when you're outside. It's not like the countryside where you can provide for yourself. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, it's okay, Father. I'm in the Misty School and Xiaohua is in the Huanxi Manor. We don't need any silver. You don't have to worry about us. Guosufei shook her head and said, it's better to keep some. You should buy some clothes for yourselves. Don't be looked down upon by others. Zhang Xiaohu said, there's no need. The Misty School distributes clothes and so does the Huanxi Manor. If we buy our own clothes, we'll be different from others. My clothes are also from the escort agency. I don't wear the sex clothes. You should keep the silver. It's not easy to earn money in the countryside. Zhang Kai nodded. Zhang Xiaolong motioned Lu Qian to come forward and take the money. After a quick count, Lu Qian couldn't help but cry out, "Io, there's a banknote worth 100 taels." Zhang Xiaohu said, this is a token of appreciation from the Huanxi Manor's manor lord to Zhang Xiaohua. Only then did everyone come to a realization. In the village, they would usually only see copper coins. There were very few pieces of silver. The largest denomination that Zhang Kai's family had ever seen was a 50-tael silver note that was still hidden at the bottom of the cabinet. When Lu Qian saw such a large amount of money, she was naturally shocked. In fact, this 100 taels of silver was only a few taels of silver. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua's salary. The amount of silver that Zhang Xiaohua extorted from the bandits and ruffians was many times more than their salary, not to mention this 100 taels of silver. But how could Zhang Xiaohu tell this to his family? Those who came out to mingle had to pay. Who didn't pay? At this time, Zhang Xiaohu really approved of his younger brother's behavior. Chapter 230. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and saw the unfamiliar but comfortable house. Only then did she remember that she was sleeping in her grandmother's house. Zhang Xiaohua turned over and got up. It was still early. Zhang Xiaohu also slept late last night and had not woken up yet. Zhang Xiaohua went out of the house alone. The courtyard was quiet. The rising sun had just sent its first ray of warmth to this ordinary small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua stayed in the courtyard for a moment, then went out and went straight to the back of the house. Her grandmother's grave was very clean. The small grave mound was very clean and there was not even a blade of grass growing. At a glance, one could tell that someone often tidied it. Zhang Xiaohua saw it from afar and felt a dull pain in her heart. Walking to the grave, Zhang Xiaohua knelt on the ground in a daze. After a long time, a voice came from behind, "Xiaohua, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've grown up. You're also very good at dealing with people. If your grandmother's spirit is in the underworld, she would be happy." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly looked back and said, "Father, there are many things that I don't know if I'm doing right or wrong. However, as long as I feel that I can live up to my conscience, I will do it. Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, but it's better not to let myself regret it. Looking at his son's mature face, Zhang Kai said with relief, "Father is just a farmer in the countryside. I won't say anything unnecessary. As long as you think it's right, do it and don't regret it." "I know, Father," Zhang Xiaohua said, "I'm good at everything outside, but I miss home and grandmother." Zhang Kai said with a smile, "Your elder brother often comes to tidy up your grandmother's grave. Every time, he said that if there is any oversight, Xiaohua will not let him go. Everyone is like you. We all miss her. By the way, Father, you and elder brother have worked so much these 2 years. It's been hard on you." "It's nothing. We're used to it. We're not used to not working for a day." "Well, don't say so much. Go back and prepare the meal." After dinner, Zhang Xiaohua put down her bowl and chopsticks and said, "I'll go get some water." Lu Qian said, "There's no need. Xiaohua, your brother has been carrying water for the past 2 years. You should sit down and rest first." "No, you don't need to rest. Sister-in-law, I slept all night and have already recovered. I'd better do my old job." After saying that, he rushed out to get the bucket. Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian couldn't resist him, so they had to let him go. Zhang Xiaohua went out of the gate and walked towards the back slope. Many people in the village knew that Zhang Xiaohua and his brother had returned home in glory. Along the way, many villagers greeted him. Zhang Xiaohua responded with a smile. When they left the village, they saw fewer and fewer people. The land at the back slope was not good. There were not many people who cultivated the land. Even if they cultivated the wasteland, it was still some distance away from Zhang Xiaohua's land. It was still early, so no one came out. Zhang Xiaohua leisurely walked to the front of his land. Now that it was autumn, the crops were about to be harvested. Seeing that the wasteland he cultivated was full of fruits, Zhang Xiaohua was full of joy. After looking at his land, Zhang Xiaohua went down the slope and came to the back of the well. This time, he came to draw water, not only to draw water, but more importantly, to see what the mystery of the well water was, that it contained the qi of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua put the bucket on the ground and looked around to see that there was no one around. Then he sat cross-legged and calmed his heart. According to the method of Carefree Heart Sutra, he released his perception. Once this perception was released, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. This kind of surprise was not inferior to that day in Zhang Qingyue's small courtyard. The qi of heaven and earth around the well was frighteningly rich. It was not inferior to the Misty School's pharmacy hall. Moreover, the qi of heaven and earth around the well was not like what Zhang Xiaohua had perceived before. It came from the top to the top, diffusing between heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that there must be something strange in the well, or there must be something rich in qi of heaven and earth that could emit qi of heaven and earth. Perhaps it was a primordial stone? However, according to Carefree Heart Sutra, primordial stones all contain qi of heaven and earth. How could they emit qi of heaven and earth? However, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was still shallow and he could not control his perception too far. How could he discover the secret in the well? In addition, since last night's qi deviation, Zhang Xiaohua had not had time to investigate his qi. At this time, he also used the method of Carefree Heart Sutra, and found that the qi in his meridians was normal. There was no change. If there was any difference, it would be that Zhang Xiaohua felt that his qi was a little lively today, flashing slightly. The slope was such a good place to practice, so naturally, Zhang Xiaohua would not let it go. He unconsciously drew qi into his body, wanting to practice a little. However, as soon as he released his perception, just as he drew the qi of heaven and earth to his side, he suddenly felt a strong attraction above his right hand, leading his perception to deviate in that direction. Zhang Xiaohua's perception could not be released too far. It seemed that there was something there, but he could not reach it. Zhang Xiaohua immediately gave up on drawing qi. He opened his eyes, stood up, and looked at the direction. It seemed to be the field that he had just walked down. What could be there? Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. Every stone and soil in that field was opened by him. He knew it as clearly as his own palm. What was strange about it? However, he still threw down the bucket and returned to the field on the slope. He looked around, but there was nothing eye-catching. The field was full of crops. Could it be that it was buried in the crops? Zhang Xiaohua looked around and walked to the big stone lying on the side of the field. He sat cross-legged on it and released his perception. However, the qi of heaven and earth above the field was normal, not more than that at the mouth of the well. After his perception went around the field, he found nothing. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua repeated the same trick and prepared to draw qi into his body. However, just as he opened all the pores on his body to draw the qi of heaven and earth above the field, suddenly, a strong qi of heaven and earth swarmed into his body through the pores of his lower body. This kind of qi of heaven and earth was simple and mellow. It did not shrink after entering the pores. It directly mixed with the genuine qi in the meridians. It turned around in the meridians and returned to the middle dantian without being refined much. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that the big stone he was sitting on, was it the legendary primordial stone? However, weren't primordial stones as big as a broad bean or as big as a thumb? How could the primordial stone he was sitting on be bigger than a crouching cow? Was this really a primordial stone? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua no longer used the usual method of drawing qi into his body. Instead, he used the method of absorbing primordial stones recorded in the Carefree Heart Sutra. However, he changed the meridians of the Wuxia Xianxia meridians from his hands into the meridians of his legs and buttocks. Weren't they both drawing qi into the meridians? What was the difference? The absorption of the primordial stone was indeed very different from the absorption of the qi of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua had just used the method to absorb the primordial stone when the boundless primordial qi under him seemed to want to push Zhang Xiaohua up to the sky. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to sit on top of a fountain and let the primordial qi wash into his body. His body was like a small boat in turbulent waves and he almost could not stabilize his body. Zhang Xiaohua had never thought that he would encounter such a strange phenomenon in such a situation. He could only calm his heart and concentrate on absorbing the primordial qi that entered his body. He guided it into his meridians and deduced how it flowed through his meridians. The true energy in his meridians gradually grew from the thickness of a cotton thread to that of a finger, and then continued to expand. This time, the speed at which the true energy rotated seemed to be much faster than before. As long as the true energy flickered, it would immediately flow a considerable distance. Zhang Xiaohua drew qi into his body with all his might and refined it with all his might. Unknowingly, he had entered a mysterious realm. It was as if the entire world did not exist and he was the only one in the world. His own qi drawing, his own refining, and his own thoughts were the core of the entire world. After an unknown amount of time, the qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually reached a peak. His meridians could no longer hold this qi. Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts seemed to have been stripped away. He was very rational and controlling everything. With a turn of his mind, he advanced to the second level of the cultivation method according to the method shown in the Carefree Heart Sutra. Abundant qi filled his meridians. Suddenly, according to his thoughts, it rushed towards a certain place in his meridians. That place seemed to have a layer of membrane. No matter how abundant the qi was, it could not easily break through. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua continued to draw primordial qi from the primordial stones while controlling his qi to attack it. Once, twice, he did not know how many times he had attacked it. Zhang Xiaohua's mind gradually became tired, but the qi in his meridians had also reached a limit. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have understood something. He used all his strength to guide this qi and rushed towards that place without caring about anything else. A "kacha" sound was heard. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was struck by lightning. That membrane was actually broken through. The abundant qi seemed to have found a place to vent. Like a flood, Zhang Xiaohua's Carefree Heart Sutra had officially entered the second level of cultivation. Just as Zhang Xiaohua heard the sound of thunder in his heart, his entire body and mind suddenly entered a new realm, and a brand new feeling filled his entire senses. Zhang Xiaohua did not have the time to sort out these feelings, and silently activated the second layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra, using all his strength to mobilize the vital energy in his meridians, and in this new environment, he continuously refined it. This refining was not just a new meridians, but also the vital energy. When the vital energy was in the first layer, there was no room for it to be refined, and in this new meridians, more than half of it was refined. The second layer meridians connected with the first layer meridians at the place where Zhang Xiaohua attacked, forming a brand new meridians, and the originally abundant vital energy returned to its previous level after being refined. However, as the vital energy from the vital stones outside his body continued to be absorbed, the vital energy gradually expanded from the thickness of a cotton thread to the thickness of a finger, and the circulating speed was still very fast, and in a flash, it covered a certain distance. Chapter 231. Not knowing how much time had passed, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the yuan qi of heaven and earth in her body had stabilized. That extremely pure and abundant yuan qi entered her meridians and converged into the zhen qi in her meridians. After a cycle of refinement, it was stored in her middle dantian. Zhang Xiaohua carefully discovered that the zhen qi in her middle dantian was much richer than before. The quantity was about the same as before, but the quality was a lot worse. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua habitually released her perception. This release was not a big deal, but it still gave Zhang Xiaohua a fright. That perception was like an eye, able to see everything around her. It was not like before when she could only sense the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She thought of the records in the Carefree Heart Sutra. Wasn't this the divine sense mentioned in the Heart Sutra? This was a remarkable ability that could be achieved when the Heart Sutra was cultivated to the 6th level or above. How could she know it now? Zhang Xiaohua very interestingly tried out the remarkable ability she had just learned. This divine sense was like Zhang Xiaohua had grown an extra pair of eyes. She could see up and down, left and right, front and back. Moreover, this divine sense was not just like a pair of eyes, it was more like Zhang Xiaohua had grown an extra antenna. That divine sense wrapped around the crops in the field. Zhang Xiaohua could really feel the heaviness of the crops. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to use her divine sense to break off the fruits on the crops. Unfortunately, after trying, she could not do so. Presumably, it was because she had just learned it and was not yet mature. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had just been cultivated and could not cover far. It could only cover an area of about 5 feet. However, this small distance already made Zhang Xiaohua very happy. It was like she had gotten a new toy. She played with it endlessly until she was tired. Then she felt it withdraw like the ebbing tide. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense approached her, she realized that she was not sitting on the huge primordial stone alone. Her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, was also standing beside her anxiously. Her surroundings were not as bare as when she first arrived. There was already a rough thatched hut built around her. Now she was sitting cross-legged in this small thatched hut. Zhang Xiaohua was astonished. He opened his eyes and was about to stand up when he suddenly discovered that the world in his eyes was somewhat different from the past. It was as if a veil had been lifted. Looking outside through the gaps in the straw hut, the entire world was clearly layered. Even the straw beside him could see the spirit within. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but understand. His Heart Sutra had entered the second layer. This was the benefit brought about by the advancement of his cultivation method. Thinking up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel a trace of anticipation in his heart. If there were such changes after just cultivating the first level of the cultivation technique, what kind of changes would it be if he cultivated all 18 levels of the cultivation technique? Moreover, another question that had been in her heart for a long time floated up. The cultivation method and results of the Carefree Heart Sutra were clearly different from what Tianshu had taught her. Was her inner strength cultivation method really an inner strength cultivation method? But if this Carefree Heart Sutra was not an inner strength cultivation method, then what kind of martial arts was it? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked out of the little straw hut. Zhang Xiaohu, who was standing at the side, was so anxious that he did not dare to walk. Just as he was worrying, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. Lifting his head, he saw Zhang Xiaohua coming out of the straw hut. His face immediately looked relieved. Quickly walking over, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe and asked, "Xiaohua, are you all right?" Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and said, "What could happen to me?" "Second brother, are you all right?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Of course I'm fine." "What could happen to me?" Zhang Xiaohua turned around and pointed at the straw hut and said, "If you're fine, why did you build a straw hut?" "I'm just going to sit here for a while." "Is there a need for this?" "Just sit here for a while?" Zhang Xiaohu acted as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's nose and said, "Xiaohua, Xiaohua, do you know that you've already sat here for 9 days and 9 nights? 9 days and 9 nights. Zhang Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. She repeatedly asked, "Second brother, how is this possible? How is this possible? I feel like it's only been a while." Zhang Xiaohu's face was filled with envy as he said, "You're being suspected. It's just 9 days and 9 nights. How could you have such an achievement by practicing the spirit of the bull? I heard from my master that some internal experts would practice in seclusion for several days. You've only just started, so how could you practice in seclusion for such a long time?" Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and still chose to remain silent. It wasn't that she didn't trust her second brother, but Zhang Xiaohu was still a disciple of the Misty School. If she told him the truth, it would inevitably put him in a difficult position. Since that was the case, a white lie was the best solution. Zhang Xiaohu saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak and thought that he was still immersed in the progress of his internal strength. He asked again, "Xiaohua, what level is your internal strength at now?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "How would I know? I don't have a master to guide me. I'm just practicing blindly, so I'm not very clear." Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly said, "It's okay, Xiaohua. When we return to the Misty School, I'll help you ask my master. He'll definitely tell me." Zhang Xiaohua heard and quickly said, "Second brother, please don't. I'd rather practice on my own. If I have any questions, I'll ask you. If I don't ask, don't look for Hero 1, okay?" Zhang Xiaohu saw this and could only nod. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly changed the topic and asked, "Second brother, what's the matter with this straw shed?" Speaking of the straw shed, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "You're still talking about it. That day, didn't you rush to fetch water? We waited for a long time but you didn't come back. Big brother came to look for you and saw you through the bucket beside the well. He thought you fell into the well and was scared to death. He didn't have time to report it and took something to fish for you in the well. Naturally, he didn't get anything out of the well. So Big Brother ran back like a madman and didn't dare to tell Mother and secretly pulled me out. So Big Brother made a rope and tied one end to his body and the other end to mine. You know, Big Brother has always been better at swimming than me. He rushed down the well and I couldn't do anything about it. But he stayed at the bottom of the well for a long time and still didn't find any trace of you. At this time, Mother, Father and sister-in-law also felt that something was wrong and rushed over. You don't know how Mother cried at that time and Father didn't know how to comfort her. Fortunately, sister-in-law was smart and felt that you wouldn't fall into the well so easily. So we looked around. Big Brother found you on the edge of the field, but you were sitting there motionlessly and seemed to still be breathing. Seeing your smiling face, Big Brother didn't dare to touch you and called me over. I saw you meditating in the medicine hall's guest room during the martial arts exhibition, so I told them that you were cultivating your internal strength and that it was a critical moment and couldn't be disturbed. So I persuaded them to go back. Mother and Father naturally didn't want to go back, so I could only say that if they disturbed you, your life would be in danger. So they went back. Big Brother and I kept watch from afar, but soon it was night time and you still hadn't woken up. Mother was afraid that you would freeze, and she was also afraid that the villagers would come and disturb your cultivation. We couldn't explain it to them, so we built you a straw hut. This straw hut was hard to build. Big brother and I built it from afar, then we quietly carried it over and covered you. It was just like covering a bird in the snow when we were young. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she thought of the danger of qi deviation when she had just returned to the Guozhuang house. She couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, there was an expert like her second brother. If there wasn't, she might have suffered qi deviation again. She didn't know if she would be lucky enough to escape safely this time. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua said with an apologetic face, "Second brother, it's all my fault for being greedy for cultivation. I've brought you a lot of trouble." Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "What trouble?" "It's just that big brother and I have been watching over you for a day and a night. It's just like watching melons in the past. It's no big deal. However, you should hurry back home. You don't know how worried mother and father are. No matter what I say, they don't believe me. Only when they see that you're fine can they be at ease." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Okay, let's go back together." The two brothers returned to the village together. The familiar villagers asked from time to time, "Xiaohua, where have you been these days? I heard that you came back, but why didn't I see your shadow?" Zhang Xiaohu answered first, "Xiaohua went to Lu town. There are still some things to do." When the villagers saw that Zhang Xiaohua actually had something to do in Lu town, their eyes immediately filled with awe and no longer asked any more questions. When the two of them returned to the Zhang family's small courtyard, the whole family sat in the central room with worried faces. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu come back, their faces all changed and they were very happy. Zhang Xiaohu said first, "Look, Xiaohua is back. She didn't lose a single hair. I was right, she was just practicing internal strength. You don't have to worry." Zhang Xiaohua looked at her mother's extremely worried eyes and said, "Mother, it's really just practicing. It's just that I accidentally used too much time. Look, I'm really fine." Before Guosufei could say anything, tears flowed out first. She wiped her tears and said, "It's not that I don't want you to practice martial arts diligently, but the next time you want to practice martial arts, tell me in advance so that I won't worry, okay?" Zhang Xiaohua said with heartache, "Mother, I know. It won't happen again. The next time I practice martial arts, I will definitely tell you in advance." Zhang Kai also bit his pipe and couldn't help but say, "It's good that you're fine. Next time, you must be careful. Tell me in advance so that I won't worry about others." Zhang Xiaohua said carefully, "I know, father. I will." Mr. Lu was also at the side. He sighed and didn't say anything. Lu Qian asked, "Xiaohua, you've been sitting for 9 days and 9 nights. Are you hungry?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's stomach made a rumbling sound. Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said, "Sister-in-law, now that you mention it, I'm really hungry." Lu Qian smiled and said, "Then hurry into the house. Drink some water first. I'll bring you food right away." Chapter 232. The food had been prepared a long time ago. Guosufei watched as her youngest son sat still and did not wake up. She was helpless and could only worry by the side. She was afraid that her son would wake up and be hungry, so she made fresh food every day. When her son woke up, he would be able to eat delicious food. However, Zhang Xiaohua had not woken up these days, so Zhang Xiaohu took advantage of the pork belly. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the piping hot food in front of him and couldn't help but feel hungry. However, when he really started eating, he didn't eat much before he wasn't hungry anymore. He only ate a few pieces of his favorite pork belly. However, he ate a few more mouthfuls of some fresh vegetables. Seeing her son put down his chopsticks after eating a few mouthfuls, Guosufei quickly asked, "Xiaohua, is it not delicious? Mother will make more for you. Tell me, what do you want to eat?" Looking at his mother's flustered appearance, Zhang Xiaohua quickly stopped her and said, "Mother, I'm really not hungry. Although my stomach is growling, I'm not hungry after eating a few mouthfuls." "Really? Guosufei certainly didn't believe it and wanted to go out in a panic. Zhang Xiaohua had to pull his mother and sit down to eat the vegetables. Seeing her son wolfing down the food, Guosufei calmed down. After finishing the meal, Zhang Xiaohua drank 2 mouthfuls of water and calmed down. Looking at everyone's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak, but Guosufei said, "Xiaohua, don't say anything. We know you are practicing martial arts. You must be tired after practicing for so long. Go to sleep first." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Mother, I'm really not tired. I don't need to sleep. We can practice internal strength instead of sleeping." How could Guosufei believe it? Even if Zhang Xiaohu patted his chest and guaranteed it, it didn't stop Guosufei's love. Zhang Xiaohua was forcibly dragged to the east wing by Guosufei, which was where Zhang Kai and his wife lived. Guosufei pressed her on the Kong bed and made her rest. Zhang Xiaohua originally didn't want to close her eyes, but seeing her mother sitting by the Kong bed, looking at her with heartache, she had no choice but to close her eyes. How could Zhang Xiaohua fall asleep at this moment? Out of boredom, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the divine sense that he had just learned. With a thought, his divine sense spread out like a big net. The entire Zhang family's small courtyard was within the range of Zhang Xiaohua's control. It was as if he was standing high on the roof and could see all the movements in the small courtyard. He saw his mother lovingly looking at him. He also saw that in the central room, his father and Mr. Liu were drinking tea and talking about something. His eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law were also asking his second brother something. His second brother was talking and laughing, and from time to time, he would talk to his father. The horse that he rode back was tied to a big tree in the courtyard, eating fodder with relish. In the pigsty and chicken coop behind the house, the livestock and poultry were all living peacefully. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the central room again, he was surprised to find that he could actually feel the vitality in the tea. Thinking of this, he swept his divine sense into the kitchen again. Sure enough, the faint vitality in the water jar was the spring water from the well. This discovery made Zhang Xiaohua very happy. In the future, he didn't need to sit cross-legged and use the Carefree Heart Sutra to sense vitality. He could use his divine sense anytime and anywhere. After playing for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't lie down anymore. She opened her eyes and sat up. Guosufei rebuked, "Xiaohua, why did you only sleep for a while? How can this be? Lie down for a while." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Mother, I suddenly thought of something. I can't sleep anymore. Let's go out. I'll tell father." Guosufei saw that Zhang Xiaohua insisted on not sleeping. She guessed that there really was something, so she didn't force him and led her son back to the central room. After entering the central room, Zhang Xiaohua took out her money pouch from her bosom and poured out some scattered silver. She also took out some small banknotes from her bosom and gave them to her father with a smile. She said, "Father, this is some silver I got from Huanxi Mountain Villa. Please take it." Zhang Kai took a look and smiled, "No need. Little Blossom, your second brother already gave me your money a few days ago. You can keep these for yourself. When you go out, you spend a lot of money. You and your second brother have places where you need money. I've already accepted your second brother's money. You two brothers can use these for yourselves." Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak. She turned her head and asked Zhang Xiaohu, "Second brother, the small package I put on the Kong, you didn't touch it, right?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "I never touch your things. It should still be on your Kong. I've been worried about you these past few days, so I didn't pay attention to it." "What, is there something valuable inside?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't speak. She went out to get it. When Zhang Xiaohua came back, she put the small package on the table and untied the knot, revealing the things inside. Everyone was stunned. Other than a pile of banknotes, there was nothing else in that small package. When everyone came back to their senses, Zhang Kai's face was as cold as ice. He asked, "Xiaohua, what's going on? You couldn't have." Before he finished speaking, she cut off Guosufei and said, "Child's father, what are you thinking? Is our family's Xiaohua that kind of person?" Then, with some surprise and some joy, she asked, "Xiaohua, what's going on? Tell Niangqin properly." Zhang Xiaohua looked at her mother's trusting eyes and said, "Father, mother, these are all from the Misty School and Huanqi Manor. Don't worry, they came from a clean source." Zhang Xiaohu had seen the plot of Zhang Xiaohua extorting the mountain bandits. He didn't dare to believe it and asked tentatively, "Why didn't I know about these banknotes?" Zhang Xiaohua said in a bad mood, "Second brother, if you have the ability, you can win against that Yuan Xing boss. O will definitely reward you like this." Zhang Xiaohu shrank his head and said, "Hee, I knew you didn't work in vain in the arena." Arena? Everyone was puzzled again. Zhang Xiaolong curiously asked, "What's going on?" "Xiaohu, Xiaohua, why didn't you mention it a few days ago?" Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, "I didn't say. I didn't want you to worry. In fact, it's nothing. It's just a friendly match between two gangs. Hurry up and say it. Say it completely." Guosufei said angrily. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua could only recount the events of the martial arts exhibition from beginning to end. He even recounted the events of Chang'e and the others in full detail. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care, but when she heard Chang'e's name, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly felt her heart burning. Her face was a little red and her expression was very unnatural. Everyone listened attentively. Only Lu Qian was very sensitive and felt Zhang Xiaohu's strangeness. It had to be said that a woman's sixth sense was very powerful. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's story, Guosufei's heart was scared and her face was a little pale. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly said, "Oh right, I forgot to say. The people I fought with were all children around 10 years old. You guys can rest assured." Hearing this, everyone's hearts settled back into their stomachs. That's right, Zhang Xiaohua was already 14 years old. If he fought with him, wouldn't it be obvious that he was bullying him? They had directly forgotten that Zhang Xiaohua had just started learning martial arts. It was just that age was a problem. Guosufei probed, "Just because you defeated 2 younger monks, the Misty School's gang leader rewarded you with so much money?" Then, she turned around and asked Zhang Xiaohu, "What about you? Why didn't you win?" Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, "Mother, that monk is older than me." Guosufei suddenly said, "Oh, so it's like that." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "It's not like that. Mother, the Misty School rewarded me with 1,000 taels of silver. They are all 10 taels of silver for one. There are also 2,000 taels of silver from the Huanqi Manor. They are 5 taels of silver for one. In fact, 1,000 taels of silver is enough to reward me." According to the manor head, the key was that when I saved her last time, she felt that the 100 taels of silver I took was too little. She felt guilty, so she gave me an extra 1,000 taels of silver. 3,000 taels. Everyone was dizzy, including Mr. Lu. This was an incomparably huge sum. The shock that the Zhang family received from Zhang Xiaohua last time had not yet passed. This time, Zhang Xiaohua brought back another 3,000 taels. This truly shocked the Zhang family to the core. After a long time, Zhang Kai finally came to his senses. This huge amount of money really belonged to his family. He indicated to Guosufei to put away the silver, but Guosufei hesitated for a moment. Then, she trembled and tightly held the small package in her hands. She walked back to the east room and came out after a long time. At this time, Guosufei's expression had already returned to normal. She even held a few silver notes in her hand. She walked in front of Lu Qian and handed it to her, saying, Qian, you have been married into our Zhang family for so many years. It has really been hard on you. This is 200 taels of silver. Take it and buy some accessories." When Lu Qian heard this, her face flushed red. She hurriedly declined, "Mother, look at what you are saying. I came to our Guozhuang house not for money. You are treating me like an outsider. Zhang Kai also nodded and said, Qian, take it. Originally, these silver taels of silver should be kept by you. But Xiaolong's 2 younger brothers are not married yet. This silver taels of silver have to be kept. So, I let your mother keep it first. You can use it as pocket money. Lu Qian looked at Zhang Xiaolong and then kept the silver notes. When she heard this, Guosufei's face revealed a trace of gloominess. She asked with some worry, Xiaohu, you are practicing martial arts in Pingyang City. When will you be able to return to the Guozhuang house? A few days ago, there were a few ladies who proposed marriage to me. You are not young anymore. You should consider it. Mother is also anxious to hold a grandson. Zhang Xiaohu's face darkened. He said angrily, Mother, I am still young. Let's talk about these things in the future. Moreover, where did they go back then? They saw that I came back first and wanted to join in the fun. I am not going to do it. When Lu Qian heard Guosufei's words, she also lowered her head deeply. She held the silver notes tightly in her hand and did not say a word. Zhang Kai sighed and smoked again. Mr. Lu also had an awkward expression. He picked up the teacup and drank continuously. Zhang Xiaolong looked at Lu Qian lovingly. For a moment, the whole house was silent. Even if a needle fell to the ground, it would make a sound. Chapter 233. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the atmosphere in the room was very dignified. Naturally, he knew what had happened at home, but this kind of thing was not something he could control. Suddenly, his heart moved. He released his divine sense and scanned Lu Qian's body. Since his divine sense could pass through objects, he didn't know if he could feel inside his sister-in-law's body. The result was that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to explain. Lu Qian's whole body exuded an extremely faint aura of vitality, and in her body, there was a small dot that contained a slightly strong aura of vitality. Zhang Xiaohua scanned everyone in the room one by one with his divine sense. He found that except for Zhang Xiaohu, everyone's body exuded a faint aura of vitality. Zhang Xiaohua gradually understood that this vitality must be from the spring water that the family drank every day. The vitality in the spring water was introduced into the family's body, which caused their spirit and body to not age. The small dot of vitality in his sister-in-law's body must be his future little nephew. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua coughed and said, Mother, you don't have to be too anxious. Second brother is in the Misty School and is a direct disciple. He has a lot of things that are not up to him to decide. You should go back to the family as soon as possible. Moreover, isn't there big brother and sister-in-law here? Guosufei listened and looked at Lu Qian. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua continued to say, Is it because sister-in-law's health is not good? She used to study at home, but now she is always working in the fields in the Guozhuang house. How can she be tired? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Zhang Xiaolong said, Your sister-in-law's health is very good. She used to work a lot and let the doctors in the medical hall see her. They all said that she was fine, and her period hasn't come for half a year. It's no wonder that mother is worried. Hearing this, Lu Qian's face became even redder. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand the meaning of period. Seeing his sister-in-law so embarrassed, he knew that it was a woman's matter. Naturally, he wouldn't ask more. However, he smiled and comforted her, Well, sister-in-law, if you don't worry, let me take a look. The internal strength I practice has the part of checking the meridians of the human body. I also have some small achievements in this internal strength practice, so I can see some clues. What do you think? When he said this, most of the people in the hall believed him. Anyone who saw Zhang Xiaohua's closed-door practice for 9 days and 9 nights knew that he was very powerful. However, Zhang Xiaohu was not convinced. Martial arts were martial arts, and medical skills were medical skills. They were completely different. Even if the internal strength was profound, it could only check the meridians. He had never heard that the meridians had anything to do with pregnancy. Zhang Xiaohu opened his mouth and was about to say something. But when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's confident look, he didn't dare to say anything. His little brother had always been mysterious. Even if he practiced a messy boxing skill, he could get the appreciation of Master O. Maybe he really had some confidence. Besides, it was also a good choice to say a few nice words to fool the old lady. Lu Qian was also full of expectation and asked, of course, Xiaohua, what do you want me to do? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, just give me your hand. It's just like taking the pulse. When Lu Qian heard this, she quickly walked to the table and put her hand in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua immediately stretched out 2 fingers and pretended to put it on Lu Qian's wrist. He released his divine sense again. In fact, he had already seen it just now. This time, he just wanted to confirm it. When his divine sense penetrated into the small point full of vitality, Zhang Xiaohua could actually feel the vitality inside. It was a kind of vitality that soared to the sky. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was even more nervous about his guess. He closed his eyes like a doctor. After a while, when he felt that it was about time, he let go of her hand. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, he said, congratulations, sister-in-law. Lu Qian didn't speak. Zhang Xiaolong asked, Xiaohua, is it true? Why do I feel that you are not reliable? Guo Sufei scolded, Xiaolong, don't talk. Let's see what Xiaohua has to say. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that his mother supported him, he couldn't help but stick out his chest and said, it's like this. Big brother and sister-in-law, our well water is very delicious, isn't it? But it's definitely not just delicious. It's a treasure. I won't say the specific details. Big brother, don't you see that father and mother haven't aged much in these few years? Even Mr. Lu has a strong character. Sister-in-law has been drinking this well water, so it has a little impact on sister-in-law. This impact is a very good impact. I have checked sister-in-law's body according to the secret method of my internal strength. Not only there is no problem, but I also want to solemnly announce that sister-in-law is really pregnant. Really? Guo Sufei was stunned. It can't be. Zhang Xiaolong didn't believe it. Zhang Xiaohu even curled his lips and said in his heart, if it's about meridians, I can still believe it. But directly going to the main topic, I don't believe it no matter what. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her family members had different expressions. She clapped her hands and said, I guarantee with my personality that what I said is absolutely true. It's just that this little thing is still very small now. It is trying its best to absorb the good things in the spring water. Maybe when it absorbs enough, it will grow up. At that time, you will see it. Then, do I still dare to drink the well water? Lu Qian was a little skeptical and asked. Of course you have to drink, and you have to drink more. If not, I don't know when my little nephew or niece will come out. Zhang Xiaohua said firmly. So it's like this. Lu Qian was a little hesitant. She couldn't always drink water. Zhang Xiaohua saw her sister-in-law's look, and she seemed to understand her meaning. The vitality in the spring water was too thin. If the fetus really needed this vitality, it was really hard to say how much water it could drink. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. Isn't there an incredible vitality stone in the field on the south slope? Can't I just knock a piece from it and bring it to my sister-in-law? However, the vitality of the vitality stone was restrained, and there wasn't much vitality emitted. She didn't know if it would work. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua asked everyone to wait for a while, and she went out to the south slope. In the crops on the south slope, the vitality stone was still there, and no one paid attention to it. Zhang Xiaohua walked around the vitality stone for a long time, and she also took the stone and smashed it for a long time, but it seemed that no vitality stone was chipped off. In desperation, Zhang Xiaohua thought of her small sword. She took out the small sword from her arms and stabbed it at the corner of the vitality stone. A warm current flowed into the small sword from her left arm. The usually invincible small sword also suffered a setback this time, so Zhang Xiaohua persevered and stabbed dozens of times at the same point of the vitality stone. Returning to the central room, everyone was waiting impatiently. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw his money pouch on the table. He reached out for it and casually swept his divine sense over the money pouch. This inadvertent sweep stunned Zhang Xiaohua. The money pouch was emitting a faint circle of yuan qi. Could it be that this money pouch was a treasure? However, now was not the time to check. Since the purse didn't work, Zhang Xiaohua had to ask, "Sister-in-law, do you have any purse or silk bag?" Lu Qian was puzzled and said, "Yes." Then she took out a small silk bag from the west room. Zhang Xiaohua took it and put the vitality stone in it. Then she said to Lu Qian, "Sister-in-law, you wear this silk bag close to your body. It may be useful for children." Lu Qian carefully took it and walked into the west room. She hid it close to her body and then came back. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness swept. Sure enough, the vitality stone in the silk bag actually established a connection with the small dot in Lu Qian's body. A trace of vitality entered the small dot through Lu Qian's body. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to take her pulse and said, "Sister-in-law, it's like this. It's really useful for the fetus. Don't leave this silk bag in the future." Lu Qian nodded solemnly. Zhang Xiaohua initially had the mood of watching the fun. But seeing Zhang Xiaohua become more and more serious, he was confused. This younger brother of his really has such a magical ability? After Zhang Xiaohua finished instructing Lu Qian, she picked up her purse from the table and put it into her arms. His hand touched another object in his bosom. He thought for a moment and took it out. He said to Zhang Xiaolong, "Big brother, I don't have anything good to give to my nephew. This fist manual is mine. Let's give it to him as his first gift in this world." Finished speaking, she handed the Big Dipper magical fist manual to Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Xiaohua, what kind of joke is this? He hasn't even taken shape yet and you're giving him something now?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed, "It's because of this that you can see my concern. This is his first gift in this world. I'm sure he'll remember me for the rest of his life." Finished speaking, she forced the fist manual into Zhang Xiaolong's hands. Guo Sufei laughed, "Xiaohua is so considerate. As a grandmother, I'm going to fall behind." Zhang Kai said, "Xiaolong, this is Xiaohua's kind intention. Just accept it. When the child grows up, let Xiaohua and Xiaohu teach him martial arts." Mr. Lu also said, "Yes, just accept it. After I enlighten him, I'll let him look at this fist manual." Only Zhang Xiaohua bared his teeth and said, "Xiaohua, you're good. A fist manual is enough to send him off. What do you want me to give him?" Zhang Xiaolong saw that everyone was saying this, so he could only hand the fist manual to Lu Qian. Lu Qian was so smart. She knew that Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't fool her. Since Zhang Xiaohua knew something that even the doctors in the medical hall didn't know, and even put something in the silk bag for her to hide, and more importantly, a woman's unreasonable seventh sense told her that this fist manual wasn't ordinary. So she took the fist manual and carefully hid it in the back room. Only then did she come out to talk to everyone. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her sister-in-law treasured it so much and was happy. She secretly thought, "This fist manual is useless in my hands. If it can be passed down, it can be considered a family heirloom of the Zhang family. Hee, if many people learn it, maybe in a few decades, there will be a Beidou school. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Chapter 234. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua was fantasizing about the inheritance of her fist technique in the future, and not to mention that Mr. Lu and Zhang Xiaolong were envious of martial arts. They kept asking Zhang Xiaohu endlessly. Let's talk about Guo Sufei. She liked Lu Qian very much as her daughter-in-law. Everything was good when she married into the family, but her belly was still not there, which made her unhappy. If it was in another family, this mother-in-law would have already said vicious words, but Guo Sufei was not such an unreasonable person. Lu Qian also did all kinds of things very well. This made Guo Sufei bury her thoughts in her heart and not let others know. Today, when she talked about Zhang Xiaohu, she inadvertently pointed it out in her words. She thought that she was still a distance away from being a grandmother, but she didn't know that Lu Qian was already pregnant. So, Guosufei had already scolded the doctor in the medical hall thousands of times in her heart. In her eyes, Lu Qian was a model daughter-in-law. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. After waiting for a cup of tea's time, Guosufei couldn't help but say, Qian, you have been sitting for a long time. Maybe you are tired. Go back to the room and lie down. Lu Qian said with a red face, Mother, I'm not tired. Xiaohua just came back. Sit for a while and talk. Guosufei said, he is a child. He only knows how to be naughty. He didn't greet us when he was practicing martial arts. Anyway, there is nothing now. He will be at home for a long time. You are different from before. You have to be careful. Rest more and pay more attention to your meals. By the way, what do you want to eat? Tell Mother, I will cook for you. Lu Qian said shyly, Mother, there is really no need. I haven't felt anything yet. Maybe Xiaohua saw wrongly. It is not necessarily. Guosufei said, Xiaohua has never lied since he was a child. I believe what he said. You should go to the inner room to rest. When Zhang Xiaohua heard her mother praising her, she couldn't help but blush. She didn't expect that she still had such an honest image in her mother's heart. However, this seemed to have nothing to do with being honest. Moreover, it seemed that there were many times when he was honest in the past few years. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, Nyangqin, it's still early. Sister-in-law just got pregnant. Why let her rest so early? Isn't it good for the fetus to move around more? Guosufei said, what do you know? My experience must be passed down. By the way, Xiaohua, since you can read and write now, why don't you write? Turn this experience into words and make it into a booklet and give it to Qianqian for safekeeping. It will be passed down to the next generation just like your boxing manual. When our Zhang family becomes a big family in the future, this will be our heirloom. What do you think? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she didn't have any expression. She looked at the sky outside and said, Mother, it's going to rain outside. I'm going to collect the clothes. After saying that, he quickly walked out. When Guosufei saw Zhang Xiaohua leave, she turned to Lu Qian and said, Qianqian, what do you think of my idea? Lu Qian smiled and said, Mother, I'll listen to you and go to rest first. After saying that, she also went into the inner room. When Zhang Xiaohu saw Guosufei looking at him, he quickly said, Mother, the 2 horses outside need to be fed. I'd better go and add some fodder for them. Don't let them starve. Zhang Xiaolong also quickly said, Mother, I'll go and see Qianqian and communicate with the child. I heard that early children can hear their father's voice. The children born are very smart. Not long after, everyone in the room found an excuse and ran out. Guosufei looked at the empty central room and was not angry. She smiled and went into the eastern room. She took out a child's robe that had not yet taken shape and slowly made it. Zhang Xiaohua found an excuse to escape from the room. He turned around and went to the back of the room. He wanted to avoid his mother's nagging, but more importantly, his divine sense had found the fluctuation of energy in the money pouch. Naturally, he wanted to see if there was anything unusual inside. Of course, he couldn't look in front of people. Zhang Xiaohua found a bamboo by the side of the pond and sat down. He took out the money pouch he had seen in the cave from his bosom. He did not use his divine sense to check it. Instead, he poured out all the things inside. There was a shabby jade pendant, a small white stone, a pearl hair clip, and some other miscellaneous things. Seeing the pearl hair clip, a pretty little face appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. His face unconsciously revealed a smile, but then he was disappointed. He thought, I don't know what little Meng is doing now. Maybe I won't be able to see her in this lifetime. After pouring out the things inside the money pouch, Zhang Xiaohua turned the money pouch upside down. He didn't find anything unusual. Could it be the things inside the money pouch? Zhang Xiaohua first picked up the jade pendant and looked left and right. He didn't find anything strange about it. Then he picked up the small stone. This thing was strange, but he couldn't find any clues. Just as he was about to change to something else, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly became happy. He thought that because he released his divine sense, he found the difference in the money pouch. How could he just use his eyes to look at it? It seemed that he still couldn't adapt to the life of having divine sense. Thinking about it, he released his divine sense and wanted to sweep the small stone in his hand. Sure enough, the small stone emitted a faint yuan qi fluctuation. Zhang Xiaohua also saw the wonderful use of divine sense from the Carefree Heart Sutra. He tried to immerse his divine sense into the small stone according to the instructions of the Carefree Heart Sutra, but the stone unexpectedly didn't have any reaction. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua slightly frowned. He was about to give up. At this time, the stone suddenly emitted a faint white light. Zhang Xiaohua quickly increased the output of his divine sense. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua felt as if his eyes were bright. He could actually see a lot of handwriting from the stone. It was as if he was reading a book. Zhang Xiaohua increased the output of his divine sense. The handwriting became clearer and clearer. When he saw it clearly, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. These numerous handwriting were not the usual handwriting. It was actually the same handwriting on the waist tag of the Misty School. Fortunately, what kind of person was Zhang Xiaohua? He was the genius youth who used the Shuo Wen Jie Zi to enlighten himself. Although these ancient characters were not commonly used now, and not many people even recognized them, there were still many records in the Shuo Wen Jie Zi. It was just that everyone knew that these characters weren't used, so no one would really study them. No one would use the Shuo Wen Jie Zi to enlighten themselves and recite it from beginning to end. Therefore, even if Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to recognize them, it was impossible. Moreover, when Zhang Xiaohua was recuperating at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, other than reading the Fist Manual, young Master Li Jinfeng often gave him those old books from the academy. Among them, there were 2 books written with these ancient characters. But to be able to see the handwriting on the stone as if he was reading a book, this was the first time Zhang Xiaohua encountered. He couldn't help but be surprised. When Zhang Xiaohua concentrated on reading, he saw a row of large characters in front of him, elementary alchemy. He couldn't help but be stunned. Alchemy? What was that? Alchemy? Elementary? Zhang Xiaohua was confused. But when he continued to read, it seemed to be a general outline or preface. Looking at it, Zhang Xiaohua was even more confused. The things written in this preface, Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of before. Moreover, the words were obscure and very different from the ancient book he had read before. The words used were very different, so he simply didn't know what was written. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it for a while and gave up. However, it seemed that in this preface, he saw the 2 words medicinal herbs, which attracted Zhang Xiaohua's attention. He decided to find some time to study it carefully. Putting away the small stone, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to sweep the hair clip again, but he didn't find any fluctuations of primordial qi. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the broken jade pendant. Sweeping it with his divine sense, the jade pendant also had a very faint fluctuation of primordial qi. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised. The heaven and earth primordial qi was thin. Before he had his divine sense, he didn't find anything. Now that he had his divine sense, how could strange things appear one after another? Picking up the jade pendant, Zhang Xiaohua already had his previous experience, so he directly immersed his divine sense into it. After waiting for a long time, the jade pendant also flashed and Zhang Xiaohua saw the contents of the jade pendant. This jade pendant was different from the small stone. The records in the small stone were very complete, and not a single word was missing. But the records in this jade pendant were very incomplete. Only the first half of the picture was drawn, and the drawing was also very vague. No matter how Zhang Xiaohua looked at it, he couldn't understand what was drawn. When he looked down, there were only some words, and the words were vague and even more incomprehensible. Until the end, there was a passage of about 300 or 400 words, which was relatively complete. When he looked carefully, it was the earth escape technique. The ancient method of writing the word escape was very complicated. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a long time before he remembered it. But even if he knew how to read it and knew what was this earth escape technique? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua could also recognize the 300 or 400 words of the incantation. It seemed to be about how to operate and how to use it, but although he knew it, he didn't understand it. After looking at it for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense from it and carefully put it into his clothes. When he had time, he would study it himself. Then, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan the rest of the scattered things one by one. There were no more fluctuations of primordial qi, so he wanted to put them all into the money bag. Coincidentally, when Zhang Xiaohua casually swept his divine sense over the money bag, he found that the money bag was still emitting primordial qi fluctuations. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He remembered that he had already taken out all the things in the money bag, and seemed to have turned the money bag upside down. How could there still be primordial qi fluctuations? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua understood. Could it be that the fluctuations of the money bag itself? So Zhang Xiaohua took the money bag in his hand, and immersed his divine sense into it. At first, there was no movement, but when Zhang Xiaohua expanded his divine sense, suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a space half the size of his small house appeared in his mind. Chapter 235. It was a small space. It was flat, like a big box. However, this box was too big. It was half the size of Zhang Xiaohua's hut. It was very neat and tidy. Besides a small three-tiered shelf, there was nothing else. On the shelf, there were a lot of porcelain bottles, very neatly arranged, and under the shelf, there were a few crooked bottles. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was completely stunned, and simply did not have the mind to look at the things on the shelf. He just looked at the small money bag in his hand, and used his spiritual awareness to feel the space inside the money bag, which was almost bigger than the chicken coop in the Zhang family's small courtyard. He felt incomparably inconceivable. What the hell was going on? Was there another world hidden in this money bag? When Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his spiritual awareness, the money bag was restored to an ordinary money bag, and Zhang Xiaohua could not find any flaws, but when Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness penetrated again, he once again saw the space inside the money bag. This was repeated several times, and it never failed. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought, this money bag was used to store things, so was that space the place to store things? So, he withdrew his spiritual awareness, and put the pearl hair clip into the money bag. But when he released his spiritual awareness again, he did not see any pearl hair clip in the space. Looking again with his eyes, the pearl hair clip was still in the money bag. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but understand, this money bag seemed to have two places to put things, one could be seen with the eyes, and the other could be seen with the spiritual awareness. However, Zhang Xiaohua's problem came again. The place that could be seen with the eyes was put with the hand, but the place that could be seen with the spiritual awareness, what was the method used to put things in? Zhang Xiaohua held the pearl hair clip in his hand, and put it in the money bag, but could not put it in the space. If there was nothing in the space, Zhang Xiaohua may think that it was impossible to put things in, but there was something in the space, indicating that there must be a method to put it in, but what was this method? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely bored, and swept the shelf in the space with his spiritual awareness. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had a bright idea, since he did not know how to put things in, but if he knew how to take things out, then wouldn't it be the same? So, Zhang Xiaohua began to try to take things out, since this space could only be entered by the spiritual awareness, presumably taking things out must be related to the spiritual awareness. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua thought of when he had just woken up from seclusion, and the feeling of sweeping the field crops with his spiritual awareness, as if he had an extra hand, he could touch everything in the field. However, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be unable to use his divine sense to sense this space and use his divine sense to pick up things. Thinking of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra about the use of spiritual awareness, Zhang Xiaohua temporarily withdrew his spiritual awareness from the money bag, and first recalled the skills in the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, and then practiced outside, and then once again immersed his spiritual awareness into the money bag. This time, while Zhang Xiaohua was perceiving the money bag, he also divided a trace of his spiritual awareness, and wrapped it around a porcelain bottle on the shelf, wanting to take it out of the space. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness was just able to leave the body, and was really weak. How could he take this real object? Even if Zhang Xiaohua used all his strength, that porcelain bottle still didn't move. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be anxious, and secretly said in his heart, "Come out." Just as this thought arose in his mind, that porcelain bottle suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's other hand that wasn't holding anything. Zhang Xiaohua's hand suddenly had something appear, and he was so scared that he almost threw it away. Fortunately, his eyes were very sharp now, and he saw it clearly the moment he threw it away. Zhang Xiaohua curiously put the porcelain bottle in front of his eyes, and observed it up and down. This was a small bottle carved out of jade. It looked exquisite, and it was warm to the touch. Even a layman could see that it was extraordinary. But it was a bottle used to hold things, and presumably the things inside were even more extraordinary. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua could only guess this point, because that jade bottle was empty. Since he knew how to take things from the space, naturally he also knew how to put things from the outside into the space. Zhang Xiaohua followed suit, and used his spiritual awareness to wrap around the porcelain bottle in his hand. At the same time, he also immersed his spiritual awareness into the money bag, and thought, "Put it in." Sure enough, that jade bottle suddenly disappeared, and entered the money bag. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua burst into laughter. This thing was really fun. In the future, if he hid something in the money bag, he was afraid that no one would be able to find it. Thinking, Zhang Xiaohua took out that small stone and the broken jade pendant from his bosom, and put them into the space of the money bag. Then, subconsciously, he also took out the hair clip from the money bag, and put it together into the space. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought, if there were people who could use their spiritual awareness, wouldn't this money bag become a public thing? Anyone who could perceive this money bag, wouldn't they be able to take things from it? However, just as this idea just arose, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. If this money bag was really like that, who would put things inside? So Zhang Xiaohua put the money bag on the ground, and also wanted to try to take things from it, but his spiritual awareness could only sense the fluctuations of the yuan qi on the money bag, and couldn't immerse it. When Zhang Xiaohua took the money bag in his hand, he was able to perceive the space of the money bag. So it was like this. Since he knew that others couldn't casually take things from his money bag, Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved, and carefully counted the things in the money bag. Although his spiritual awareness couldn't move the jade bottles, but he could see the things in the jade bottles. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the jade bottles one by one, trying to find something from them, but when he almost finished looking at all the jade bottles on the shelf, he didn't find anything useful. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat disappointed, and finally, he saw a few crooked jade bottles at the bottom of the shelf. These jade bottles were different from the others. These jade bottles were sealed. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Presumably there was something inside. He took out one of the jade bottles. This jade bottle was clearly much coarser than the jade bottle from before, and the quality of the jade was also not on the same level. Presumably, the things inside wouldn't be the same as the things in the previous jade bottle. Zhang Xiaohua took the coarse jade bottle and looked around. On the top of the bottle, there were 3 carelessly written characters, Qi-generating pill. These 3 characters were also ancient characters, and seemed to be casually written. Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips and said in his heart, I reckon it's not some good stuff, even the name was written so casually. The mouth of the bottle was sealed, but now, how could it stump Zhang Xiaohua? He swept with his spiritual awareness, and sure enough, there were 3 medium-sized round things inside, which contained not weak yuan qi. If it was the Zhang Xiaohua who had never seen a yuan qi stone before, he would certainly be happy, and couldn't wait to take out these things, and swallow them whole. But now, Zhang Xiaohua's horizons were different. This insignificant yuan qi compared to a yuan qi stone was really insignificant, and it didn't arouse his interest in the slightest. Just as he was about to put the jade bottle back, he suddenly thought of the medicinal pills mentioned in the elementary alchemy book. Could it be that this qi-generating pill was the medicinal pill mentioned in the book? If it was like this, Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood. Medicinal pills were originally medicinal pills that contained yuan qi, and the book also mentioned medicinal herbs. Presumably, this qi-generating pill was extracted from medicinal herbs. No wonder the Misty School had a specialized pharmacy for growing medicinal herbs. Presumably, those medicinal herbs were specifically used for alchemy. But how come the books he borrowed from O Yen in the Huanxi Mountain Villa were all about the cultivation of medicinal herbs, and he hadn't seen any books on alchemy? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the Misty School's deacon saying that the pharmacy's books weren't lent out. Presumably, those alchemy books were all in the pharmacy. Thinking of the pharmacy's deacon's face, Zhang Xiaohua lost his interest in reading the books. Forget it, he would first finish reading the book in his hand. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua put the jade bottle back into the space. Zhang Xiaohua put the money bag into his bosom, pulled out a green foxtail grass from the ground, and bit it with his teeth. Lying on the ground, he looked up at the white clouds in the sky, leisurely floating. He felt that his heart seemed to have forgotten something, but it was at the edge of his mind, and no matter how he thought, he couldn't remember it. At this time, a large piece of white clouds piled up in the southern sky, like a crouching cow. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but daydream, how good would it be if I could lie among the white clouds in the sky? It must be much better than riding a cow. Crouching cow stone. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed, and he climbed up from the ground with a zeng sound. That huge piece of primordial stone that looked like a crouching cow. Zhang Xiaohua instantly remembered what he had forgotten. This primordial stone might be useless to others, but to Zhang Xiaohua, it was a real treasure. He had just woken up from meditation, and hadn't considered the problem of handling the primordial stone. That piece of primordial stone was incomparably huge, so he definitely couldn't move it away. But even if he could cut a few small primordial stones from above, who knew how many days it would be enough for him to absorb? He couldn't go back to the Guozhuang house every few days, right? Zhang Xiaohua was willing, but Huanxi Manor wouldn't do it. But if he left this primordial stone in the field, it would be exposed to the wind and rain. Zhang Xiaohua himself wouldn't do it. If by any chance it was carried away by others and used to tie cattle and sheep, wouldn't he regret it? Now, this small money bag actually had such a large space, it was simply a large warehouse that he could carry around with him. Didn't it just solve the problem of how to carry the huge primordial stone? But, he didn't know whether such a large and heavy primordial stone could be placed in this money bag. Would it burst this money bag, or was this money bag too heavy? It didn't matter if the money bag was heavy, Zhang Xiaohua could also lift it up. But if it was really heavy, how could he carry it in his arms? Chapter 236. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel excited. Although she knew that the crouching ox rock had been in the field for more than 2 years and no one had noticed it, there were many rocks around the Guozhuang house. No one would take it away in such a short time. Moreover, what use would the rock have? But it was better to be safe than sorry. What if someone took advantage of the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was not around and had evil thoughts about the worthless rock? The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more likely it was. She ran out from the back of the house and hurried out of the village. It was better for such a precious thing to fall into her purse first. Just as she ran to the front of the Zhang family's courtyard, she met the happy Zhang Xiaolong and the shy Lu Qian. Zhang Xiaolong was carrying a lot of things in his hands, but Lu Qian was walking behind him empty-handed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua running quickly, Zhang Xiaolong could not help but ask, "Xiaohua, why are you running so fast? Come and help me carry the things." Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, the things I want to get are more valuable than yours. I don't have time. She said, Big brother, I have something urgent to do. Why don't you let sister-in-law carry it? Zhang Xiaolong said angrily, your sister-in-law is pregnant. How can she carry heavy things? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she slipped and almost fell. She said, Big brother, is it necessary? It's still so small. It's still early. As she said this, she used the nail of her little finger to show it. Lu Qian blushed and said with a kind of happiness, that's right. I didn't feel it at all. Let me carry it. Zhang Xiaolong said in surprise, so small? You saw it? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she knew that she had said something wrong. She covered her mouth and said, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I just thought it was small. Then she said, forget it. I'm going. I'll be back in a while. After saying this, she ran away. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's back, Zhang Xiaolong shook his head and said, this child. Lu Qian tugged at his sleeve and asked, what happened to Xiaohua? His hair is so rough. He's already in his teens, but he still looks the same as when he was young. Xiaolong, I don't think so. I think Xiaohua is quite mysterious. Mysterious? How did you come up with this word? Think about it. Xiaohua went to Pingyang City with Xiaohu. Moreover, Xiaohu was the one who went to learn martial arts. Didn't I say that Xiaohua didn't practice martial arts? Zhang Xiaolong nodded thoughtfully. Lu Qian continued, but when I came back this time, I heard from my mother that he had just arrived at the entrance of the village. When he saw that my mother was about to fall, he immediately ran from the roadside to the entrance of the village. How far is that? How could he run there so quickly? It must be the qin gong that they were talking about. I remember that a few years ago, Hero 1 and Heroine Shui's qin gong weren't that fast. Zhang Xiaolong asked curiously, why haven't I heard about this from my mother? Lu Qian smiled and said, my mother was so happy at that time that she had forgotten about the strangeness of it. A few days ago, when Xiaohua was practicing martial arts, my mother was uneasy. When we were chatting, she mentioned this matter. I even used this to persuade her. Oh right, have you ever seen a person practicing martial arts for 9 days and 9 nights without stopping? Zhang Xiaolong smiled bitterly and said, I've never seen anyone from the Jianghu and I don't know anyone who practices martial arts. How would I know? Lu Qian smiled faintly and said, idiot, even if you don't know anyone, what about the books that you read? Zhang Xiaolong thought for a moment and said, Qian, since you asked me to read, I've also read a lot of books. There are serious books, recreational books, myths and ghosts, and anecdotes of the Jianghu. But I've never seen anything like that. Oh, that's not right. It seems that there are some myths that say that immortals who practice martial arts often go into closed-door training for months or even years. I've never seen anything like that in the anecdotes of the Jianghu. Lu Qian said, you haven't read much. Some of the biographies that talk about the Jianghu sometimes talk about closed-door training for 1 or 2 days. But I don't think I've heard of 9 days and 9 nights. For such a long time, he would be thirsty to death. But you haven't seen Xiaohua come home. My mother let him eat, but his appetite wasn't as good as usual. Don't you think that this is very strange? Suddenly, Lu Qian blushed and said, also, just now Xiaohua said that our boy is so small. Do you think that he can really see? Zhang Xiaolong wanted to wave his hand, but his hands were full of things and he couldn't move them. He could only shake his head and said, forget it. Xiaohua can't be so godly, but the more he said, the weaker his voice became. Finally, he added, oh, maybe. Immediately, he said with certainty, it's best if he can see. Let him see the child's situation every day and tell us about it. Moreover, Xiaohua is our biological brother. The more powerful he is, the happier we will be, right? Lu Qian said, yes, I really didn't expect that the little Xiaohua of the past would be so powerful now. Then, I think that when our boy grows up, we must let him practice the martial arts manual that he gave to our boy. I think he will have a bright future. Zhang Xiaolong laughed and said, why? Not letting him study and become a high-ranking official? Lu Qian said, idiot, do you know anything about both civil and martial arts? Zhang Xiaolong smiled apologetically and said, I don't know. I only know about civil and martial arts and husband and wife. Lu Qian blushed and looked around. She said, you're not serious. Let's go. Look, mother is coming out. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was not next to them. Otherwise, she would have burst out laughing. That day at the village entrance, she pulled her mother, but it was an unintentional act. In fact, Guo Sufei was exaggerating the distance. Zhang Xiaohua's Qing Gong had a breakthrough, but compared with Wen Wenhai and Shui Qing, there was still a big gap. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had run out of the village entrance. After crossing the small bridge, she looked around and saw that there was no one. Then, she immediately used Qing Gong to fly to her field. Before he even arrived, his divine sense had already swept in that direction like a waterfall. Fortunately, when his divine sense came into contact with the large amount of yuan qi contained in the primal stone, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was completely at ease. Arriving in front of the primeval stone, Zhang Xiaohua estimated the size of the primeval stone. She felt that it was more than enough to put it in the money bag. Only then did she take out the money bag. Just now, it was very difficult to take out a jade bottle from the space. Such a large and heavy primeval stone, she did not know if she could put it in. Zhang Xiaohua first immersed her divine sense into the money bag and felt the space. Then, she put her hand on the primeval stone. A wisp of divine sense wrapped around it. She used all her strength to put the primeval stone into the space. In fact, it was said that she used all her strength. How could Zhang Xiaohua know how to use divine sense to exert strength? Unsurprisingly, the primeval stone did not move at all. What was going on? Was it because the primeval stone was too big? But the space in the money bag was half the size of a house. It could definitely be put in. And it must be because the primeval stone was too heavy. But how could her divine sense move such a heavy thing? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead. She was really stupid. Just now, she used a wisp of divine sense to take the jade bottle. Now, she used another wisp of divine sense. How could it work? So, Zhang Xiaohua left a wisp of divine sense to sense the space in the money bag. The rest of her divine sense was used to deal with the primeval stone. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was still very weak. It could just completely cover the entire primeval stone. After it was covered, Zhang Xiaohua manipulated her divine sense to move the primeval stone into the space. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved again. It was so difficult for her to put the primeval stone into the space in the money bag. If she took it out from inside, it would certainly not be easy. In the future, if she wanted to absorb energy, what should she do? She couldn't always struggle to move the primeval stone. So, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense and took out the small sword from her arms. Like last time, she easily chiseled 2 small pieces of primeval stone the size of a thumb. Zhang Xiaohua somewhat helplessly looked at the 2 small pieces of primeval stone. She didn't know how many times she could absorb it. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua chiseled 2 more pieces and put them into her arms. Then, Zhang Xiaohua once again wrapped the primeval stone with her divine sense. Imitating the way she put the primeval stone into the jade bottle, she put it into the space. Zhang Xiaohua felt a tingling in her mind. The huge primeval stone in front of her disappeared without a trace. Only a big shallow hole was left in the field, indicating that there was something here. Zhang Xiaohua involuntarily clenched her teeth and took a breath of cold air. She massaged her temples with her hands and secretly said, "This unexpected wealth is really not easy to get. I have to pay the price." Sad, such a big primeval stone was taken into her purse. She had a headache. She really took advantage of it and still acted innocent. Waiting for her head to stop hurting a little, Zhang Xiaohua swept out her divine sense. That huge primeval stone was quietly lying in her purse. But that purse's space was originally clean and tidy. Suddenly putting such a big primeval stone in it and also stained with mud, it was rather out of place. But this was Zhang Xiaohua's private space. Who could see it? After finishing all this, Zhang Xiaohua hummed a little song and walked down the hill. Just as she was about to turn, she suddenly thought of the spring water at the bottom of the hill. She walked to the well and still released her divine sense. Exploring the well for a moment, she knew the reason. Her huge primeval stone was originally dug out from this well. Some of the stones in the well were inevitably stained with primeval qi. Or it could be said that these stones were also small primeval stones. The spring water seeped into the well and soaked with the primeval stones. Naturally, it was rich in primeval qi. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to fish out some primeval stones from the well. But in her divine sense, those primeval stones were really small, comparable to grains of sand. It was not easy to get them. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua knew that her family drank the water from the well. The primeval qi in the water was very good for their bodies. Why would they do such a desperate thing? Zhang Xiaohua was thinking when he suddenly felt someone coming from behind. She turned her head to look. It was her second brother Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu carried 2 buckets of water. It was obvious that he was here to fetch water. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua, he was very happy and said, "Xiaohua, why did you come here again? Just now when Big Brother came home, he said that you had an urgent matter. What is it? Could it be related to this well?" Chapter 237. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "It's like this, second brother. I just received a pigeon message from our school, saying that Sister Chang'e will come here in a while. I ran away, but she couldn't find our home, so I hurried here." Hearing that Chang'e was coming, Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly asked, "Chang'e, is she really coming?" But as soon as he said this, he saw Zhang Xiaohua trying to hold back her laughter. He knew that he had been fooled by this little devil. He laughed and said, "Forget it. Which school are you from? Beta School or Misty School? If you're from Misty School, why haven't I seen you take anyone as your teacher? If you're from Beta School, it seems that your successor is still in my eldest sister-in-law's belly." Seeing that second brother knew that she had been fooled, Zhang Xiaohua was not anxious. She said with a smile, "I just didn't want to help my eldest brother carry things, so I made it up. Look at him. He carries everything by himself. My eldest sister-in-law is empty-handed. Why does she want me to carry things for him?" Hee, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "You're wrong. Since you told mother and father this morning that my eldest sister-in-law is pregnant, she's now catching up with your status in the family. She's the first level of protection of our Zhang family. Not to mention carrying things, even drinking water has to be poured by mother herself. Even if my eldest sister-in-law wants to get up, mother will stop her. You see, didn't you say that the well water is good for the baby? Mother made another water tank and asked me to carry more water home." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Anyway, we have to leave home in a while. My eldest sister-in-law can take my place. I don't care. But her position won't last long. Mother loves the house and its crow. When the baby is born, my eldest sister-in-law will be left behind. Oh, by the way, second brother, the spring water is better fresh. If it's left for a long time, it won't have any effect. You'd better not pick it." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu put the bucket on the ground and asked, "Xiaohua, is what you told us this morning true? I always feel that you don't have such great ability. Is the bull strength really so powerful? By the way, you've been practicing in seclusion for 9 days and 9 nights. To be honest, although I'm just a beginner in martial arts, when I was in the escort agency, I've heard a lot of things in Jianghu. Why haven't I heard of this?" Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment. In fact, he didn't plan to hide it from his family. There was no harm in telling them. However, his second brother was a disciple of the Misty School. If he knew, it would be difficult. The Carefree Heart Sutra was definitely a treasure of the Misty School. If he secretly practiced it, even if Peng eventually investigated, his second brother wouldn't know about it. Perhaps he wouldn't be implicated. However, if he didn't report it, it would be a different matter. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "Second brother, everything I said is true. However, it's hard to explain the reason. Also, second brother, about me practicing for 9 days and 9 nights without sleep and rest, you should go back and tell father and mother. Don't tell anyone else. Some things are better left unsaid." Zhang Xiaohu looked at his brother who was maturing day by day. He smiled and said, "You've already given your instructions. Father, mother, and Mr. Liu have already discussed it when you were in seclusion. When you went out just now, you warned us again. Even if you beat me to death, I won't say a word." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu and didn't speak for a long time. In the end, he said, "Thank you, second brother. Actually, I have some difficulties." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and interrupted him. He said, "Xiaohua, you're my biological brother. I've watched you grow up. How could I not know what you're like? If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I won't force you." Then, he picked up the bucket from the ground and said, "Let's go. Since you don't want to carry water, let's go home. Mother made that water jar for nothing. If it doesn't work, let her pickle vegetables." When the two returned home, Guosufei saw that Zhang Xiaohu didn't come back with water and frowned. After Zhang Xiaohua explained, Guosufei smiled and said, "So it's like this. It's really good to have fresh water. In the future, let Xiaolong carry water 3 times a day. Our family's consumption will be changed to this well water." Zhang Xiaolong smiled bitterly. Zhang Xiaohua came out of closed-door training safely and Lu Qian was pregnant. The Zhang family could be considered to have 2 happy events. Naturally, it was very lively at night. Mr. Liu usually ate at the Zhang family's house. Of course, he wouldn't miss out today. The whole family was full of joy and harmony. When it came to cooking, there were some problems. In the past, Lu Qian was the main chef and Guosufei was the assistant. Since the morning when she learned that Lu Qian was pregnant, Guosufei didn't let Lu Qian do anything. Of course, cooking was not allowed. Guosufei was used to cooking in the past, but it was extremely frugal. Now, the Zhang family could be considered to have more than 3,600 taels of silver. This was unimaginable in the past. Today, although it couldn't be extravagant, it couldn't be said to be simple. Therefore, the problem arose. How could Guosufei do it alone? Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua asked for help, but they were chased out by Guosufei. How could she bear to do it when she didn't come back for 2 years? When Lu Qian saw it, she just shook her head. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua said to Guosufei, "Mother, it's better to let sister-in-law do it. In fact, the child hasn't formed yet. It won't affect anything. Moreover, isn't it good for the child to be more active? When her pregnancy becomes obvious in the future and it's really inconvenient for her to move, it won't be too late to let her rest. You're just a child. What do you know? When you're pregnant, you have to take care of yourself. Don't lose the child." Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over Lu Qian. She smiled and said to her mother, "In fact, sister-in-law's child is already half a year old. It's already stable. Mother can let sister-in-law move around." Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua paused. Then, she said, "Sister-in-law's child is different from ordinary people. We don't know when it will be formed. Mother, you have to be prepared. You can't be impatient." "Ah, I see." Guosufei felt a little unprepared. "How long will it take?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "How would I know? Maybe a year and a half. Maybe 3 to 5 years is also possible. You can't let sister-in-law not work for 3 to 5 years. This? Guosufei didn't say anything. Lu Qian took the opportunity to step forward and said, "Mother, who cares how long it will take? We'll still live as usual. I'll work as usual. It won't be too late to talk about it when the melon is ripe." Guosufei nodded hesitantly. Lu Qian smiled and hurried into the kitchen. The whole family was waiting to eat. How could they not be anxious? Although the food at home wasn't as good as at Huanxi Manor, the atmosphere was completely different. Zhang Xiaohua liked this kind of happy atmosphere very much. Although her appetite wasn't very good, she still ate a lot. After the meal, everyone drank tea and chatted. They talked about some interesting things. Zhang Xiaohu also shared his experience as a bodyguard. Although there were such opportunities a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua was still meditating in the field. How could the family be in the mood today? Perhaps it wasn't until today that everyone was completely relieved. Late at night, everyone returned to their rooms. Zhang Xiaolong went out and sent Mr. Lu back. When they returned to the room, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Second brother, do you sleep or practice at night?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Usually, I practice. I've just started practicing the art of ethereal magic. It's time for me to consolidate it, so I need to practice more. A few days ago, I saw you meditating, so I didn't dare practice." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Then let's practice together." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Okay, let's compete. Let's see who can improve faster." In fact, he had long lost confidence in his younger brother. Practicing for 9 days and 9 nights is not something an ordinary person can do. Although he didn't have the opportunity to test Zhang Xiaohua's internal force, he absolutely believed that he may not be his younger brother's opponent. Zhang Xiaohu closed the door, walked to the Kong and sat cross-legged. According to Wen Wenhai's teachings, according to the records of ethereal divine art, he practiced breathing and refined his internal force. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. He just sat cross-legged and released his divine sense to feel the energy around him. He sighed softly. How could these few strands of energy be enough for him to practice? He saw Zhang Xiaohu meditating and couldn't help but sweep his divine sense towards Zhang Xiaohu. However, he didn't feel any signs of energy. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel strange. Listening to second brother's tone, his ethereal divine art was already at the entry level. His chi was also beginning to take shape. How could there be no signs of energy? Although his divine sense was like an eye, it was still sensitive to energy. Even the fetus in Lu Qian's body was only able to sense it because it absorbed energy. If there wasn't such an opportunity, how could Zhang Xiaohua know so much? Perhaps the ethereal divine art had some mysteries that he didn't understand. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua took out 2 small stones from his bosom. He held one in each hand and closed his eyes to absorb the energy. Zhang Xiaohua originally thought that since the primordial stone was so small, the primordial qi within it must be limited, and the absorption would be very weak. However, just as he circulated his qi, he felt an extremely rich primordial qi flow out of the primordial stone in his hand and into his meridians. It was the same as sitting on the primordial stone a few days ago. Zhang Xiaohua quickly suppressed his astonishment and calmly absorbed and refined the primordial qi. However, he didn't immediately enter a meditative state. After a while, he stopped absorbing and didn't open his eyes. He just used his divine sense to sweep the stone. This sweep didn't matter. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. The energy in the stone was still abundant. It didn't weaken because of his absorption. This small stone might not be too durable. If so, this small stone would be enough for him to practice for a long time. Thinking about the huge crouching ox stone in his purse, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth almost cracked from smiling. Chapter 238. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed in the small room, it was difficult for her to calm down and absorb qi into her body. In the east room, Zhang Kai and Guosufei were also unable to sleep. Guosufei said, "Father of the child, I heard from Xiaohua that the child in Xianxian's belly will take several years to be born. What do you think about this? Several years? Zhang Kai said in surprise, how can it be so long? Other people are pregnant for 10 months. Why does it change when it comes to our family? Guo Sufei said tensely, I heard it from Xiaohua himself. Zhang Kai said disapprovingly, don't listen to his nonsense. How can a child like him know these things? Guo Sufei said angrily, if Xiaohua doesn't know, how can he know that Qianqian is pregnant? Moreover, didn't you see that he put something in the silk bag for Qianqian? If he really doesn't know, why is he acting so serious? Xiaohua has never been a child who lies. There must be a reason for what he said. Zhang Kai thought about it and said, it makes sense. Xiaolong and Qianqian have been married for almost 2 years. They should have had a child long ago. According to Xiaolong, Qianqian should have been pregnant half a year ago. If it was someone else, they would have had a big belly by now. But our Qianqian still doesn't show that she is pregnant at all. Even the doctors in the medical hall can't see it. According to the growth of the child, Xiaohua said a few years is fast. Guo Sufei hesitated and said, but, isn't this too scary? Who needs a few years to have a child? Zhang Kai was also silent. After a long while, he said, didn't I hear the storyteller say that many immortals carry a child for decades? Some even carry it for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. We've only been pregnant for a few years, so it's normal. Pfft, Guo Sufei laughed and said, that's all made up by others. Do you believe it? Whether I believe it or not is not a problem. The key is that there is no smoke without fire. Since there is such a saying, there must be a reason. Otherwise, no one would think of such a legend even if they cracked their brains. That's true. But even so, our Qianqian has been pregnant for such a long time. If others were to find out, who knows what they would say. They might even think that Guo Sufei couldn't bring herself to say the last word. Zhang Kai sighed and said, yes, it's unusual. If the villagers knew about it, they would definitely think so. By the way, you didn't tell anyone when you went out today, did you? Guo Sufei thought for a moment and said, I was busy at home today and didn't have time to go out. How could I have the chance to tell others? That's for the best. I'll tell them tomorrow morning, especially Mr. Lu. Don't tell anyone about this yet. We'll talk about it when Qianqian gives birth. Okay. Father of the child, I think so too. Xiaolong and Qianqian went out today. I don't know if they will tell anyone. They definitely won't. If Xiaolong went out alone, he might not say anything. But with Qianqian, this child has always been shy. Even if you give Xiaolong 2 times the courage, he won't dare to say anything. Well, that's good. Go to sleep. There are still things to do tomorrow. These days, I've been worried about the child. The work in the field has been delayed. Let it be delayed. The child has brought back so much money. It's enough for us to live for a lifetime. Mother of the child, you're wrong. Money is just a worldly possession. No matter how much money there is, it's still a dead object. How can it be compared to the field? It's a living thing. We can rely on it for a lifetime. I know. Old man, go to sleep. We still have to go to the field tomorrow. In the west room, Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Qian also found it difficult to sleep. Not to mention the 3,000 taels of silver that Zhang Xiaohua had given to their mother and the dozens of taels of silver that their mother had given to them, just the fact that they were pregnant and the pregnancy might be very long was enough to make them talk non-stop. Zhang Xiaohua, who was cultivating, immediately fell into a deep sleep. Endless starlight shone on his body and lingered around the entire room. If it was before, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely open all the pores on his body and draw in qi into his body. But now that Zhang Xiaohua had reached the 2nd level of the Carefree Heart Sutra, his cultivation method had also changed. The spiritual altar on top of his head opened wide, like a whale swallowing endless starlight into his body. In just 15 minutes, he had absorbed more starlight than before. If Zhang Xiaohua was awake at this moment, he would definitely be able to clearly feel the starlight being absorbed into his meridians. It was no longer as indiscernible as before. Moreover, a portion of the starlight flowed into his meridians and was refined into them. A portion of the starlight was absorbed by his jade-like white bones, and even more of it flowed into a mysterious place in his mind. On the other side of the room, Zhang Xiaohu was also sitting cross-legged. According to the internal strength cultivation method of the art of ethereal magic, he did not stop breathing. Although martial arts and the way of immortality were completely different, they both refined and used the meridians of the entire body. The meridians were ordinary. Zhang Xiaohu was now at the first level of the art of ethereal magic. From time to time, he would feel a warm current flowing into his forehead. Usually, he would only feel the qi of his internal strength and would not be able to truly draw in the warm current. But today was different. Zhang Xiaohua was cultivating in the room and had drawn in an endless amount of qi. This endless amount of qi had already filled the entire room. Although he was absorbing it like a whale, he could not use it all for himself. Zhang Xiaohu's body was also enveloped in a large amount of qi. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was thinking, he suddenly felt a cool qi seeping into his body from his forehead and flowing into his meridians. He could not help but be shocked, thinking that he had suffered from qi deviation. He opened his eyes and moved his hands and feet, but there was not the slightest bit of difference. Thinking that it was his own environment, he began to think again. But just as he entered a meditative state, the clear qi was still seeping into his body. Zhang Xiaohu did not dare to continue cultivating and got off the bed. At this time, the small room was filled with starlight, but starlight was the most mysterious and also the smallest. Even if the room was filled with starlight, it was not as brilliant as the night sky. It was just a layer of faint white light that could not be seen with the naked eye. Zhang Xiaohu got up and walked around the room for a while, but did not feel anything wrong. He only saw that Zhang Xiaohua was also sitting cross-legged, peacefully sleeping. He smiled. He originally wanted to put his little brother down and cover him with a quilt, but his hands stopped halfway. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's posture, it was the posture of someone cultivating internal energy. It was difficult to guarantee that there was no zhenqi flowing in his body. If he casually disturbed him, it would inevitably affect his little brother's cultivation. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohu returned to the Kong bed. He closed his eyes and thought for a while, then lay down on the Kong bed, preparing to sleep. Today's cultivation was different from usual, and he did not dare to cultivate again. If he took a wrong path, it would be bad. But when he lay down, tossing and turning, he was unable to fall asleep. There was always a thought in his mind. He closed his eyes and thought that there was qi coming from the sky. Of course, it was because there was no qi that he thought about it. But today, there was such an opportunity. There was actually qi coming from his forehead. Was this a blessing or a curse? Zhang Xiaohu faintly felt from the bottom of his heart that this was definitely a great opportunity. It was definitely beneficial without any disadvantages. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohu sat up on the Kong bed with a hu sound. If there was a blessing, then it was not a curse. If there was a curse, then it could not be avoided. If it was really a great opportunity, then his hesitation would cause him to miss it. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohu had a plan. He sat down cross-legged and began to use the Heart Sutra of the ethereal divine art. He continued to think. Sure enough, the threads of cold qi continued to seep from his forehead, flowing into his meridians. Some of it also flowed into a mysterious place in his mind. Zhang Xiaohu was not like Zhang Xiaohua. He did not go through a systematic internal force study. Not only did he cultivate internal force at the Lotus Escort Agency, but he also received the careful teachings of Wen Wenhai in the Misty School. Regarding the nourishment, refinement, and transportation of zhenqi, he had a lot of experience. When the threads of starlight seeped into his forehead, he tried to control the starlight and integrate it into his zhenqi. Unfortunately, the starlight was not under his control. After it flowed into his meridians, it flowed forward along the meridians. The more it flowed, the less it became. It was only because the starlight on his forehead continued to seep into his meridians that the cold stream was able to maintain its flow in his meridians and did not disappear. When the cold stream had completed a full cycle and reached the starting point, there were only a few threads left. They mixed with the cold stream that entered later and continued to flow. Zhang Xiaohu was a little anxious. He thought that his internal force control was not good enough and that the cold stream could not enter his dantian and become his Xianxia. In reality, the starlight had already integrated into the meridians of his entire body. It was refining and integrating with his meridians. It could be said that his meridians were undergoing earth-shattering changes. This change would allow him to have a higher starting point in his internal force cultivation in the future. It would be difficult for others to catch up with him. If it was really as Zhang Xiaohu thought and was only refining it into internal force, then it would be neglecting the essentials and pursuing the trifles. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu did not know about this. He just kept on urging his heart technique, wanting to retain the starlight and not let it disappear. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohu did not know how many times he had urged his heart technique. The starlight in his meridians was still only a faint wisp, just enough to flow through his entire body. At this time, suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu felt that his forehead no longer had the cold stream seeping into it. Correspondingly, the cold stream in his body only circulated one cycle before completely disappearing. Before Zhang Xiaohu could investigate the situation of his meridians and the changes in the Xianxia in his body, he heard the sound of Zhang Xiaohua on the Kong beside him getting up. Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes and saw Zhang Xiaohua tiptoeing up from the Kong. She stretched, carefully opened the door, and walked out. Zhang Xiaohu's heart moved. Could it be that the cold stream on his forehead was related to his brother? Otherwise, when his brother got up, the cold stream would disappear? Suppressing the urge to get up, Zhang Xiaohu still silently used his heart technique to check the situation of his cultivation last night. In his dantian, the pitiful amount of Xianxia did not increase at all. Checking his meridians, there was also no change. Zhang Xiaohu could not help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that his hard work last night was in vain. With a wry smile, Zhang Xiaohu also got up, opened the door, and went out. Chapter 239. Working at sunrise and resting at sunset, this was the life of a country bumpkin. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong were no exception. These days, because Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had returned home, it had affected the work at home. Now that everything at home had settled down, it was time for life to return to its original path. After eating, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong took hoes and other things and prepared to work in the fields. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua also rushed to help. Zhang Kai said with a smile, "There's nothing to do in the fields now. We're just going to take a look at the fields and hoe the weeds. The end of autumn is coming. You should rest at home. It won't be too late for you to help in a few days when the autumn harvest comes." The two of them wanted to snatch the farming tools several times, but they were stopped by Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong. Seeing that they couldn't resist their father and brother, they didn't insist and watched them go to the fields. The two of them sat in the small courtyard, quietly watching their mother and sister-in-law busy. They suddenly felt somewhat out of place and didn't know what to do now. The two of them thought of practicing martial arts at the same time. But if they practiced martial arts, why did they come home? Wouldn't it be better to practice in Misty School? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, we don't have anything to do at home. Why don't we go to the city and have a look? Although Lu Town is the closest town to our home, I haven't really explored it." Zhang Xiaohu's eyes also lit up. He said, "You're right. We can take this opportunity to visit young Master Li's family and tell them that we're safe. We can also see if they have anything to say or bring back." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "That's right. I was about to say the same thing." Li Jinfeng had visited the Guozhuang house during the New Year, and Guo Sufei had a very good impression of him. When she heard that he had taught her son how to read and read, she was even more delighted. She took out some money from her bosom and urged Zhang Xiaohua to buy more gifts for him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and accepted the money. The two led their horses out. Before they left, Guosufei specifically told them to hurry back. If they were invited to stay for dinner, they had to return to the Guozhuang house after dinner. The two of them naturally agreed. Once they were out of the village, the two of them swung their stirrups and mounted their horses. They galloped towards Lu Town. In the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Town was in sight. At this time, the sun was already high in the sky. The sun was gradually getting hotter, and there were more people on the official road. The two brothers couldn't help but slow down their horses and slowly enter Lu Town. They hadn't been to Lu Town for 2 years. The two brothers looked around and found that there weren't many changes. Even the square where the opera was held during the New Year was still the same. However, there were many hawkers and footmen hawking their wares in the square. It was very lively. In a corner of the square, there was even the sound of a gong. It must be a juggling show. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the gong, he didn't want to move. He liked to watch juggling shows since he was young. How could he not go and join in the fun when there was such a beautiful thing in front of him? Before Zhang Xiaohua could reach them, the place where the juggling was taking place was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Zhang Xiaohua was short, so of course he couldn't see them. Moreover, he was leading a horse, so he couldn't just go in. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right. There was an old tree that the two of them couldn't hug. He greeted his second brother and led the horse over. After tying up the date red horse, he looked left and right. When no one was paying attention, he used a lightness skill and immediately jumped to the top of the tree. He sat on the top of the tree and his body moved up and down with the branches. He was as steady as Mount Tai. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he sighed in his heart. The martial arts exhibition has only been going on for a few days. That's because my younger brother didn't even know how to use lightness skills. Now he can already jump to the top of the tree. I have to work hard to catch up. Zhang Xiaohu also tied up the date red horse and slowly climbed to the top of the tree. This country child had learned how to climb trees since he was young. Even if his lightness skills weren't good, it was still very easy for him to climb up a tree. At this time, the sound of the gong came from the crowd. Everyone cheered. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua quickly looked over. Sure enough, there was a little monkey with a red butt in the crowd. It was doing all kinds of ridiculous and exaggerated actions. It was making people laugh. It had been a long time since they saw a monkey show. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua watched with great interest. After the monkey finished playing, the little monkey actually took the copper gong and walked towards the crowd. One by one, it asked for copper coins. When the copper coins fell into the gong, the monkey actually made a bowing action, which made people roar with laughter. After asking for a round of money, the monkey returned the gong to its owner. It asked for food from its owner and wolfed it down. Then, it squatted to the side and scratched its ears and cheeks. The juggler picked up the gong and knocked it again. He shouted, "Everyone, if you have money, then come here. If you don't have money, then come here. I am not talented, but I have a set of fist techniques and a healing ointment passed down in my family. I don't dare to keep it to myself. Now, I will take them out for everyone to appreciate. After I finish the fist technique, I will ask everyone to take a look at the ointment passed down in my family. It is effective for bruises and bruises." Hearing the juggler's words, many people prepared to leave. When the juggler saw this, he quickly stopped and said, "Okay, I will now show my incompetence. Everyone, please take a look." This attracted a lot of attention. They all stopped and looked again. The juggler tidied his clothes and hat, tightened his belt, and made a starting position. He began to perform the fist technique in the open space. Zhang Xiaohua watched from afar on the tree. When she saw the monkey resting and starting to scratch lice, she felt regretful. She was about to jump down from the tree when she saw that he was performing the fist technique again. It was a fist technique passed down in her family. She stopped and looked at the arena. The juggler was tall and muscular. When he performed the fist technique, he was full of vigor and was extraordinary. However, while the layman enjoyed the show, the expert appreciated the skill. After watching for a while, everyone cheered. However, in the eyes of Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu, the fist technique was full of flaws. It was just that the fist technique was still very unfamiliar to them. They had never seen it before. Zhang Xiaohu only practiced the 6 fists, so it was understandable that he had not seen it before. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, had read many fist technique manuals, but she had never seen it before. From the looks of it, this fist technique was indeed a family heirloom and was rarely seen in the pugilistic world. As the man was performing, he saw that in a corner to the east, the crowd was in a mess. Zhang Xiaohua was standing high, so she naturally could see further. Furthermore, with her sharp eyes and ears, she had long seen a short fatty. He was leading a few followers and was squeezing into the crowd. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the fatty's face, she could not help but grit her teeth together, producing a creaking sound. Zhang Xiaohu was watching the family heirloom fist technique with great interest. When he heard the sound, he noticed Zhang Xiaohua's odd behavior. He asked with concern, "Xiaohua, what's wrong?" "Toothache." Zhang Xiaohua calmed her heart, pointed at the fatty and said, "Second brother, look at that short winter melon over there." "Which one is it?" When Zhang Xiaohu saw it clearly, he was so angry that he laughed and said, "I've been searching high and low for him. I was still looking for an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Now that he's here, the heavens have opened their eyes. But this guy has brought a lot of followers. Look at the middle-aged man in black clothes near him. He walks with a majestic gait and his stance is steady. He must be his bodyguard. I don't know how good his martial arts are. Let's not go for wool and come home shorn and be taught a lesson instead. This guy has always bullied men and women. Since he's here, there must be something wrong. Let's take a look first before making a decision." While they were talking, the juggler had also finished his boxing. His whole body was covered in sweat. The man took off his shirt, revealing his bulging muscles. He then picked up a package from the ground and took out a few stacks of ointment. He placed them on the gong and began to promote them to the audience. The short black fatty walked to the side of the arena and said loudly, "You, that man, bring your ointment over for me to take a look. If it's good, I'll buy it all." The man thought that it was a big deal and hurriedly walked over with a smile. The fatty said, "What are the effects of your ointment? Tell me about it." The man said, "This is a secret recipe passed down in my family. It's brewed with precious herbs. It's specially used to treat injuries, fractures, and other external injuries. It's very magical. Young master, you'll know when you bring it home and try it." The fatty said, "I want to buy it, but I'm afraid that I'll be cheated." In today's society, the morals of the world are deteriorating day by day. Each generation is worse than the previous. The last time I bought a Dalmatian, I only found out that it was a dog when I went home and took a bath. Who do you think I can find to reason with? The man smiled apologetically and said, "Young master, you must be joking. I value my reputation the most. I definitely won't lie." The fatty said, "It's best to try it on the spot. If it's really good, I'll buy it all." The man said, "I don't know if there are any patients with injuries. Please come and try it." The fatty smiled and said, "How can a sick person squeeze in? However, I do have an idea. I wonder if you want to try it?" The man smiled and said, "Naturally, I'm willing to try it. However, I have to say that if this ointment is effective, young master should buy it all." The fatty said strangely, "Do I look like someone who goes back on his words?" The man smiled apologetically and said, I don't dare. I have 50 ointment here. Each one is 5 silver coins. Please count it." After saying that, he went to take more ointment from his bag. The fatty waved his hand and said, "No need. It's too troublesome. I believe you. After saying that, he took out a stack of banknotes from his chest and said, I have 30 silver coins here. It's more than enough to buy your ointment. If your ointment is effective, I'll naturally buy it all. The man was overjoyed and said, Young master, please tell me how to test the efficacy of this ointment. However, the fatty continued to say, Don't ask me how to test it first. I still have a request. Young master, please speak. The man was puzzled. The fatty shamelessly said, My request is, what if your ointment is not effective? How will you compensate me? The acrobat man was stunned. He smiled apologetically and said, Young master, listen to me. If this ointment is ineffective, I naturally won't dare to take a single coin from you. How can I compensate you? Chapter 240. The fat man said, Why don't you compensate me? I came here to buy medicine, so I naturally have my own intentions. If you sell fake medicine, then wouldn't you be deceiving my childish heart? Leaving an indelible shadow on my path of growth? This is a problem that will affect my entire life. Do you think I won't take it seriously? Can I not compensate you for mental damage? Zhang Xiaohua watched from afar and couldn't hear clearly. Otherwise, wouldn't she have fallen from the tree? However, Zhang Xiaohua came down from the tree and slowly squeezed into the crowd. She wanted to see what the fat man was up to. When the man heard this, he couldn't help but bitterly say, Sir, please spare my life. I only have a few coins of silver on me. My entire fortune can't compare to your 30 taels of silver. How do you want me to compensate you? The fat man laughed and said, It seems like you are selling fake medicine. If your medicine is not fake, then why don't you dare to agree to my conditions? The man looked around and saw that the crowd was quite far away from them. He knew that he was in trouble and sincerely said, Sir, my medicinal plaster is real. My ancestor was a doctor from a famous sect and passed down this prescription. This little one has traveled north and south for many years and relied on this medicinal plaster. I have never seen anyone smash my stall. Sir, please rest assured. When the fat man heard this, the smile on his face became even wider and said, Since your medicinal plaster is real, why don't you dare to agree to my conditions? Since you don't dare to agree to my conditions, then your medicinal plaster is fake. The man defended himself and said, Sir, what kind of reasoning is this? The fat man laughed sinisterly and said, Naturally, it is my reasoning. If you don't agree to my conditions, then this medicinal plaster is fake and I will smash your stall. The man helplessly said, Okay, I will listen to sir. However, this little one doesn't have 30 taels of silver in my entire fortune. We need to talk about it in advance. The fat man rolled his eyes and said, This is easy. Just put your prescription on the table. You. The man was so angry that he laughed and said, So sir has such thoughts. Sir, you are smart. Originally, I wanted to play with you. It was you who reminded me. The fat man laughed and said, However, if your medicinal plaster is not effective, then what use do I have for your lousy prescription? And if your medicinal plaster is effective, how can your prescription lose to mine? The man thought about it and felt that it made sense. He became bold and his tone became louder as he said, Sir, this little one agrees. I just don't know how you will test it. When the fat man heard this, he was overjoyed. He also looked around and loudly said, Sir, you have seen and heard. This hero wants to make a bet with this young master. If his medicinal plaster is effective, I will use this 30 taels of silver and buy all of his medicinal plasters. But if his medicinal plasters is teat, then he will give me all of his medicinal plastered. I have a very good reputation in Lu Town. Now, please be a witness. If there is any dispute later, please say something. Don't say that I bullied outsiders. The onlookers did not speak, but the fat man's followers all clapped their hands and praised. The bodyguard in black looked at them with a smile and stood to the side with his hands crossed. When the medicine seller heard this, it seemed to be different from what the fat man said just now. However, he did not know how to refute it. Anyway, his medicinal plaster was very effective, so he did not argue. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already squeezed his way to the front. He frowned as he watched this farce. He was calculating in his heart. He did not know what this fatty was planning. Although this fellow looked stupid, he had been tyrannical in Lu Town for so many years. Today, he was looking for trouble with others. It was a senseless act. However, he would not give away 30 taels of silver for nothing. Sure enough, the fat man then said to the medicine seller, "Since everyone is willing to be a witness, let's start now." The man said, "Sir, please advise." The fat man smiled and said, well said, as long as we break your leg and apply the ointment, we'll see if it can reconnect your leg. Then we'll know if the ointment is effective or not." You. The man pointed at the fat man. He was so angry that his fingers trembled. He said, "This is the method you said?" The fat man spread out his hands and said innocently, "Isn't this the method you asked me to say?" "What, you don't want to admit it? Or do you think your medicinal plaster is fake and don't dare to try it?" The man's face was livid. He bit his lips tightly and did not know what to say. The fat man clapped his hands and said, "Since you don't want to try it, then this medicinal plaster must be fake. Quickly give me the prescription. I still want to tease your monkey." After saying that, the attendant, who was observing the situation, immediately walked forward and picked up the rope tied around the monkey's neck, wanting to take the monkey away. Only then did the medicine seller understand that the fatty had taken a fancy to his monkey. As the saying goes, time breeds fondness. It was the same for animals. The monkey had been with the man for a long time. The man naturally did not want to let it be taken away. However, the situation was better than the man. Facing a bully with many followers, the man faintly had the intention to retreat. Unfortunately, the fat man did not want to end things here. He stretched out his hand and squinted his eyes. He said, "And the prescription of the medicinal plaster? If you don't take it out now, when will you?" The man's medicinal plaster was the real thing. The prescription was also passed down in his family. It was the foundation of the man's family. He definitely could not give it away. Thus, the man cupped his fist and said, "Sir, this little one is new here and is very presumptuous. If you like this monkey, please take it away. It has been with this little one for many years and is very intelligent. Please treat it well. In addition, this little one drifts in the Jianghu and relies on Gao Yu to make a living. Sir, please be magnanimous and make things convenient. If we meet in the future, it will be something to remember." The fat man was idle and looked for entertainment all day long. Today's matter was originally for the monkey. However, from the man's words, he felt that the prescription had some value. He had evil thoughts and wanted to get the prescription so that he could take credit in front of his father. Thus, how could he take the man's pleas to heart? The fat man said, "You, man, why don't you ask around? My reputation in Lu Town has always been very good. Since I've said it, how can I take it back? Hurry up and take out the prescription." The man had no choice but to lower his voice and say a lot of good things. However, the fat man was determined and did not relent. Zhang Xiaohua was furious and secretly said, "I was just looking for a reason to teach you a lesson. You really know how to give me a way out." Just as she was about to step forward, she felt someone pull her back. Zhang Xiaohua looked and saw that it was her second brother. Zhang Xiaohu did not say anything and only pulled Zhang Xiaohua out of the crowd. Zhang Xiaohua did not leave and struggled with all her strength. However, when she saw her second brother staring at her, she lowered her head and walked out. Once out of the crowd, Zhang Xiaohua angrily asked, "Second brother, what are you doing? Isn't this guy the bully who bullied our family? This is a good opportunity for me to teach him a lesson and vent our anger. It's also a pleasure to help others." Zhang Xiaohu looked around and pulled Zhang Xiaohua to the tree. As he walked, he said, "Xiaohua, do you think I don't want to teach him a lesson? But look around that bully. Don't talk about those servants. They're just clay chickens and pottery dogs. That black-clothed bodyguard next to him is a troublesome character. Do you still remember that last time? Didn't my master let them go for nothing and didn't hit them hard? Then, Zhang Xiaohu continued, also, do you know why we didn't dare to spend all the banknotes in our family before? Zhang Xiaohua said, wasn't it because we were afraid that people would come to our door and cause trouble? But now that we've learned martial arts, why should we be afraid of him? Moreover, you're also a disciple of the Misty School. How can you shrink your neck like this? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, don't try to provoke me. Let me ask you, we're not afraid of you, but mother, father, big brother, and sister-in-law all live in the Guizhuang house. If they find us, how will you deal with them? This Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to do. If it's because of our impulsive actions that bring disaster to our family, then the gains won't make up for the losses. Zhang Xiaohu said earnestly. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and her pupils suddenly shrank. She coldly said, second brother, that's also fine. If they find our family in the Guizhuang house, not to mention a disaster, even if they hurt a single hair on father, mother, brother, and sister-in-law, I'll kill my way to their door and exterminate their entire family. These words were full of murderous intent. If it were said by a Jianghu hero, it wouldn't be strange. However, Zhang Xiaohua had just entered the Jianghu, so how could she have such murderous intent? Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand. However, this kind of situation that involved family, even if it were Zhang Xiaohu, he would also do the same. He just nodded to show that he understood. In fact, Zhang Xiaohu didn't know that the attack on the rainy night had already shown Zhang Xiaohua the bloody side of the Jianghu. He could decisively take out the small sword and kill the black-clothed old man. This was the embodiment of his unswerving determination. Although Zhang Xiaohua was young and hadn't truly stepped into the Jianghu, his temperament was already mature. Although human life was precious and blood was glaring, if it could be exchanged for justice and the health of his family, he would naturally do it without hesitation. Zhang Xiaohu said again, although we're not afraid of trouble, if there's a way to avoid trouble, wouldn't that be better? Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and said, second brother, you have a lot of experience. Just say it, I'll listen to you. Zhang Xiaohu took out a large handkerchief from his bosom and covered his face. He smiled and said, look, do you know who I am? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, it should be like this. These two date red horses are also very eye-catching. Second brother, you stay here and help me hold the fort. I'll go find that guy to satisfy my craving. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and said, okay, you go and try. If it doesn't work, then use Qin Gong to escape. Zhang Xiaohua was displeased and said, second brother, don't look down on me. Qin Gong is not used to escape. Chapter 241. When the medicine seller saw that his coaxing and pestering had no effect, he said, since Master Zhao insists on this prescription, please wait for a moment. I will go and get it for you. The fat man smiled and said, seeing that you are so tactful, I will not make things difficult for you. Quickly give me the prescription and I will let you live. When the man saw this, he turned around and walked to the package. After dawdling for a long time, he walked over with the package. When he got close, he put his hand into the package and said, Master Zhao, take it. Fatty Zhao smiled and stretched out his hand. Who knew that the man would take out a sharp dagger from the package and stab at his heart? Fatty Zhao was in the middle of a beautiful dream. He did not expect that danger would flash in front of his eyes. He was immediately frightened and his face turned ashen. He did not know how to dodge. He covered his head with his sleeve and shouted, Fu Gui, quickly come and save me. Who do you think Fu Gui is? It was the leader of the servants. At this moment, he was commanding his subordinates to make the monkey do somersaults. In fact, it was not that he was not doing his job. It was just that when he saw that the man was only begging for mercy, he thought that he was the same as the victims he met in the past. There was no challenge at all. Therefore, he left his master and came to have fun. At this time, he heard the fat man's cry for help. When he looked up, the man had already rushed to the front of the fat man. The dagger flashed and blood splattered. When Fu Gui saw this, his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. He complained in his heart. He could not watch over the fat man for a while, and such a thing happened. Not to mention the fat man losing his life. Even if he lost a hair, he would lose a layer of skin. Looking at the fat man's towering figure, Fu Gui complained in his heart, "Young master, you should hide first." When a person was in a critical situation, who would not have a natural reaction? When others saw the life-threatening dagger, they might have screamed and dodged far away. At the very least, they would have jumped to the side. However, Fatty only covered his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. He was like an ancient animal called an ostrich. It only buried its head in the sand, but its butt was raised high up in the air. When the man saw that the fatty didn't dodge, he was both surprised and happy. He was surprised because he originally had a backup plan. He took out the dagger to scare the fatty away so that he could find a way out and escape. No one wanted to have their hands stained with blood. He was a fugitive, but this fatty didn't dodge. Wasn't that just pushing him to his death? Once he took out the dagger, regardless of whether he could injure the fatty or not, the authorities would not let him off. He was happy because this fatty was really too much of a bully. He had no choice but to take out the dagger. The hateful fatty was right in front of him. He just had to stretch out his hand and he would be able to vent his feelings and vent the humiliation just now. Therefore, when faced with the fatty who reacted faster than others, the man's dagger hesitated for a moment. However, in that moment of hesitation, the opportunity slipped away. The fatty seemed to have been pulled by a rope, and he instantly retreated. When the man realized what was going on and wanted to chase after him, a black-robed man suddenly appeared in front of him. The fatty came out to bully people. Naturally, he didn't rely on wealth alone. He needed a bodyguard, and this person in black was one of them. Just now, when the man suddenly took out the dagger, the person in black was also caught off guard. He immediately rushed over, but the dagger was already close to the fatty's body. He might not be able to kill the fatty. Fortunately, the man hesitated for a moment. He barely managed to reach behind the fatty and reached out to grab the fatty's collar, pulling him out of danger. When the man saw the person in black blocking in front of him, he knew that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. He didn't say anything and stabbed his head. When the person in black saw this, he didn't dare to be careless. He dodged while drawing his sword from his waist and fought with the man. As the saying goes, the shorter the weapon, the more dangerous it is. The dagger was already at a disadvantage against the sword. Moreover, the black-clothed man seemed to have a wealth of fighting experience. His martial arts were obviously superior to the man's. The man's several attacks did not pose any threat to the black-clothed man. Instead, the black-clothed man's sword left shallow scars on his body. It wasn't that the person in black couldn't seize the opportunity. It was just that his duty was to protect the fatty's safety. When the fatty bullied others, he only treated it as watching the show. The man who sold the medicine was obviously a person of the pugilistic world. The person in black wanted to protect him and didn't want to hurt his life. At this moment, the frightened fatty once again commanded loudly, "Master Son, stab him to death. Stab him to death with one sword. I'll take responsibility for this matter. This bastard actually wanted to take my life just now. We're just defending ourselves. Quick, stab him to death." It was common for people of the pugilistic world to kill people. However, this was Lu Town. Under the watchful eyes of everyone and the protection of the government, if they really killed someone, there would be a lot of trouble. The person in black hesitated. The fatty said again, "Master Son, I know you're just protecting my safety. It's fine. If you help me with this matter, I'll talk to my father. Just based on his prescription, I'll be able to exchange it for 1,000 taels of silver. Moreover, I'll definitely have my father put in a good word for you in front of Hall Master Zhao. I guarantee that your future in the evil tiger gang will be boundless." These two conditions made the person in black's heart itch. Although money was tempting, a future was even more important. The current evil tiger gang's leader hadn't returned and had long been divided into two factions. He didn't have any backing in the gang and was often bullied. If he could gain Hall Master Zhao's favor with this, it would be a wonderful thing. The person in black made up his mind. He looked at the stranger in front of him and gritted his teeth. Brother, don't blame me for being merciless. Who told you to provoke someone you shouldn't provoke? Leave your head behind and give it to me as a gift. As he spoke, he tightened his sword and blocked the man's dagger. Then, he kicked the man's crotch and sent him flying. Then, he flew forward and stabbed with his sword. The tip of the sword was aimed at the man's heart. When the man saw that he couldn't dodge, he couldn't help but close his eyes and wait for the piercing pain. At this time, a loud shout resounded throughout the square, "Fu Gui, save me!" When the person in black heard this, he was shocked. How could he dare to stab down with his sword? He immediately turned around and looked behind him. In the place where the fat man had been standing, there was a young man who wasn't very tall and looked somewhat weak. He had his face covered and was standing there. A servant was being stepped on by him. The others were a bit further away and looked in horror. The young man was holding the fat man in his hand. Fatty Zhao was being held upside down by the young man by the neck. His feet had long since left the ground and he was constantly kicking. The fat man's hands were covering his eyes as he continuously shouted, "Fu Gui, save me!" A skinny young man was actually lifting a fatty who was much bigger than him with ease. This scene was very funny. Many of the onlookers were laughing so hard that they covered their mouths. The black-robed man was shocked, but he didn't dare to move forward. The fatty was caught, and as long as the other party exerted some force, the fatty's life would be taken. How could he dare to move? The fat man was still struggling and shouting. The young man frowned and lifted the fat man up with one hand. Then, he raised his other hand and slapped the fat man's face 4 times. The fat man's face immediately swelled up. The fat man let out a miserable scream and spat out a few teeth. He couldn't shout anymore. It was unknown whether it was because he had been beaten senseless or because of the pain in his mouth. The person in black frowned and said, "Brother, I am the evil tiger gang's son Yiding. I am this young master's bodyguard. I don't know why brother has come." "You might as well say it. As long as I can agree, I will take care of it." The masked young man didn't say anything. He pointed at the man behind Sun Yiding. Sun Yiding understood and his heart relaxed. Since this young man saw injustice on the road, it would be easy to deal with. As long as the fat man's life wasn't harmed, he was willing to agree to any conditions. Thinking this, he left the man's side. Seeing this, the young man nodded slightly. Then, he did something that others didn't understand. That was, he randomly touched the fat man's clothes. The fat man's clothes were all stuffed into his own clothes. Then, he glanced at Sun Yiding who was walking over and smiled. He lifted the fat man up again and pointed in another direction. Sun Yiding was baffled. However, the young man's next action immediately made him understand. The young man kicked the fat man's thigh. The fat man screamed and stopped breathing. Like a ball, he was kicked by the young man in the direction he had just pointed. Sun Yiding didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly ran towards the fat man who was flying in the air. Fortunately, the direction the young man had pointed at wasn't too far away from Sun Yiding. Moreover, the fat man was kicked high up in the air. When Sun Yiding arrived, he was just in time to catch him. Sun Yiding caught the fat man and quickly put his hand next to his nose. Seeing that he was breathing, he was relieved. Then, he gritted his teeth and turned his head, glaring fiercely at the young man. However, when he saw everything in front of him, the hatred in his heart immediately melted away like snow being poured by boiling water. The young man didn't leave in a hurry and didn't do anything. When he looked back, he smiled mysteriously. In a flash, he broke into the servants and snatched the monkey. Then, in a flash, he flew to the side of the bundle like a big bird and reached out to pick it up. Finally, he slowly walked to the man's side and threw the monkey and bundle to the man. He didn't say anything and signaled him to take it. The man didn't know what was going on. First, he carried the bundle, then he took the monkey and was about to thank his benefactor. The young man did something that surprised everyone. He took a big stride forward and grabbed the man's arm. Then, with a tap of his foot, he soared into the sky. His body paused in the air for a moment, then he changed direction and pounced towards the big tree beside the square. When his body landed on the tree, he jumped up and down again and pounced towards the houses beside the tree. Then, with a few jumps, he disappeared. From beginning to end, the man in his hand was as obedient as a baby. He was as light as a baby. This kind of orderly, without the slightest bit of chaos, and open conduct caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. For a long while, they were unable to say anything. Only in a corner far away, Jianghu had a smile on his face. He led the 2 red horses and quietly left. Chapter 242. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the deathly silent square became noisy. Everyone who came back to their senses hurriedly left with excited expressions. Nonsense, once this hero left, the square would be the world of the Zhao clan. Who would be stupid enough to stay and look for trouble? Didn't you see that the Zhao family's young master was dealt with? Maybe they were looking for someone to vent their anger on. But how could the Zhao family have the slightest spare time to care about this? A group of servants, represented by Fu Gui, immediately surrounded them and expressed their concern and loyalty. Sun Yiding put the fat man down and carefully examined him. He was both happy and worried. He was happy that the fat man's life was not in danger. The hero was merciful. He was worried that the fat man's thigh was broken. He might have to use crutches for the rest of his life. No matter what, he did not do a good job as a bodyguard. He would be punished when he returned. Sun Yiding sighed. He let Fu Gui carry the fat man and hurried back. Before he reached home, Master Zhao had already received the news and personally brought people to welcome him. Seeing his son's miserable state, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He fiercely glared at Sun Yiding and ordered the servants to put the fat man on the carriage. He also ordered people to quickly invite the evil tiger gang's hall leader Zhao and Lu Town's famous doctor. Not long after, hall leader Zhao and the doctor arrived. The doctor was led to the inner hall to treat the injury. Hall leader Zhao was invited to the central room to serve tea. Master Zhao impatiently said, "Brother Zhao, you have to help me. I'm looking for someone who is famous in Lu Town. Although my son is unbearable, I couldn't bear to slap him since he was young. You didn't see how badly he was beaten. I couldn't help but cry." Hall Master Zhao took a sip of tea and said, "Old Zhao, we're relatives, so there's no need to speak like we're strangers. You've been very close to our evil tiger gang for so many years. Even if I can't make the decision, I'll definitely ask the gang leader for instructions and give you justice. But..." At this point, he slightly frowned and stopped. When Master Zhao heard this, he immediately said, "Third brother Zhao, is it about the gift for the gang leader? Don't worry, I've already found a pair of jade bracelets. It's very exquisite. I'll let you take it out later. I definitely won't let you run for nothing." Hall Master Zhao waved his hand and said, "That's not it. Old Zhao, we've been friends for so many years. Why would I bring this up at this juncture? The gang leader wants us to search for antiques, but it's not something that can be done in a short time. What I want to say is that those who dare to go against you in Lu Town are probably not ordinary people. If it was the Misty School that Zhao Quanqing encountered a few years ago, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to do anything." Master Zhao smiled apologetically and said, I know. Third brother Zhao, we have to act according to our ability to take revenge. If we can't get what we want and instead get ourselves into trouble, why bother?" Hall Master Zhao cupped his hands and said, "Since old Zhao is so reasonable, I thank you in advance." Let me ask my subordinates about the situation first. When he called Sun Yiding to the front of the hall and told him everything, Hall Master Zhao's expression changed slightly. He tapped his fingers on the table and closed his eyes to think. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "Old Zhao, I'll take care of this matter for you." Since he's not a disciple of a famous sect and covered his face, he must be afraid of being recognized. I'll let the people in the sect investigate and see who has the guts to go against you and our evil tiger gang. After he finished speaking, he gave Sun Yiding a few instructions and gave him a look. Only then did he let Sun Yiding leave. Master Zhao was very happy when he saw Hall Master Zhao agree so easily. However, he was still a little unhappy and asked, "Third brother Zhao, this Sun guy didn't protect our son well. Shouldn't he be punished?" "Oh." Hall Master Zhao suddenly came to a realization and said, Elder Zhao, you're right. I was thinking too much just now. When we go back tonight, I'll definitely punish him. What kind of bodyguard is he? He can't even protect people well." Master Zhao was overjoyed and said, "That's good. Third brother Zhao, let's go. I've already arranged a banquet. Let's get drunk." Hall Master Zhao waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite. Old Zhao, let's go. Let's take a look at my nephew's injuries first." When the two of them arrived at the inner hall, the doctor had already finished his diagnosis and said, "Master Zhao, I've already taken a look at your son's injuries. His life is not in danger. However, many of his teeth have fallen out. It might be inconvenient for him to eat meat in the future. It's better for him to eat more porridge. As for the swelling on his face, apply some ointment and it will be better in a few days. There's also a bruise on his thigh. I have some ointment here as well. Apply some and it will go down in a few days." Master Zhao smiled and said, "Thank you, doctor. However, my son's leg seems to be fractured. How should I treat it?" The doctor stroked his white beard and said solemnly, "About this, I'm a surgeon. This fracture is a matter of internal medicine. Master Zhao, please find someone else." With a plop sound, Master Zhao fell to the ground. When everyone helped him up, Master Zhao was so angry that he trembled and said, You, get out of here." The doctor calmly cupped his hands and said, "No hurry, no hurry. The consultation fee is 3 silver coins and the ointment is 3 silver coins. A total of 6 silver coins." Master Zhao swayed and almost fell again. He waved his hand and asked the servant to give him the money. The doctor took the silver coins and walked to the door. He turned back and said, "Oh right, Master Zhao, you fell for no reason. It's also an internal medicine problem. You should find a doctor as soon as possible." After saying that, he walked away. Master Zhao was so angry that he asked, "Who found this doctor?" Fu Gui walked out trembling and said, "Master, it's this little one." Why did you find him?" The young master's usual syphilis and gonorrhea were all treated by him. Master Zhao kicked Fu Gui's face and said angrily, "Why aren't you going to find the medical saint?" Fu Gui rolled and crawled away. Hall Master Zhao saw it and walked to the bed. He first checked himself, and then said with a natural look, "Old Zhao, it seems that your nephew is lucky. That person didn't want to kill you. I've already seen it. Although the injury on your thigh is serious, that person obviously held back his strength. He didn't break the bone, but only fractured it. As long as you find a good doctor and treat it carefully, there won't be any big problems." "Really?" Master Zhao was overjoyed. He heard the servant's description and thought that his son would limp forever. When he heard the news, he was naturally happy. In fact, this was also human nature. If Hall Master Zhao had said this earlier, he would still be heartbroken. However, he was already in despair before. Now that he had received slightly better news, his mentality inevitably changed slightly. At this time, the fat man on the bed groaned and woke up leisurely. Master Zhao felt sorry for his son and hurried forward. When the fat man saw his family, he was even more distressed. He grabbed Master Zhao's hand and said, "Father, you must avenge your son." Master Zhao patted his son's hand and said, "I know. I've already invited your Uncle Zhao. He promised to avenge you." When Hall Master Zhao heard this, the flesh on the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. After a while, Fu Gui brought another doctor over. Master Zhao asked worriedly, "Can this doctor treat a broken thigh?" Fu Gui flattered, "Don't worry, master. I've already asked. Even if the third leg is broken, he can treat it." When Hall Master Zhao saw the doctor coming, he was about to leave. Master Zhao hurriedly said, "Third brother, wait a moment. I'll get that jade bracelet for you." Master Zhao was about to leave when he heard the fat man scream, "Father." Master Zhao hurried back and asked, "Son, what's wrong? Does it hurt?" The fat man groaned and said, "Well, father, your son did something wrong. Now I'm telling you. I hope you won't be angry." Master Zhao had a bad feeling and asked, "Tell me, what's the matter? If it's not big, I'll let you go." The fat man said softly, "About that, father, the pair of jade bracelets you put in the study room, your son took it out today to show off to others, but what?" Master Zhao asked anxiously. "But, when I was caught just now, it was snatched away from my arms." You unfilial son." Master Zhao reached out and was about to hit him. When the fat man saw this, he immediately moaned loudly. Master Zhao's hand stopped in the air and he couldn't bear to drop it. When Hall Master Zhao saw this, he smiled and said, "Old Zhao, it's fine. There's still a long time left. You can slowly search for it. That jade bracelet might not be able to catch the sect leader's eyes." Master Zhao smiled bitterly and said, "Third brother, that's the only way. Today, I've made third brother come here for nothing. Why don't we go to the hall and have a feast before leaving?" Hall Master Zhao smiled and said, "No need, old Zhao. I still have to rush back and get someone to vent your anger for you." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and left quickly. Master Zhao was left with a blank face. This Hall Master Zhao seemed to be a little absent-minded today. Not to mention that Master Zhao was feeling sorry for his son, Hall Master Zhao quickly walked out of the Zhao manor. Sun Yiding didn't rush back to the sect. Instead, he tactfully waited at the door. When he saw Hall Master Zhao come out, he quickly went up to him. When Hall Master Zhao saw Sun Yiding, he asked softly, "Yiding, did you do what I asked you to do?" Hearing the Hall Master call him Yiding, Sun Yiding's heart warmed. He went up and said, "No, Hall Master. You already gave me a look, how could I still do it? Moreover, I saw that young man's skills with my own eyes. How could I not know what to do?" Only then did Hall Master Zhao feel relieved. He smiled and said, "Yiding, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Just now, old Zhao wanted me to punish you. Very good. You don't have to be a bodyguard in the Zhao family anymore. When you return to the sect, I'll make arrangements for you." Sun Yiding was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Hall Master." Hall Master Zhao waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. From now on, you're one of my people. Just be careful when you do things." "That's right, although you didn't fight with him, can you tell which sect he's from?" "Although our evil tiger gang isn't a big sect and can't afford to offend a big sect, we can't just suffer in silence. We have to figure it out. Who knows, we might even have to go to their sect to seek justice." Chapter 243. Sun Yiding smiled apologetically and said, "Great Hall Master, I really couldn't tell. I only know that his Qin Gong is very exquisite. His body can change directions in the air, and his internal energy is very deep. Young Master Zhao is like a hen in his hand, and that Jianghu man is like a little chick." He didn't say anything, nor did he exchange blows with me. I'm guessing that he's a young disciple from a large sect who came out to gain experience. It's not that he's afraid of others seeing his true face, but that he doesn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble, so he covered his face. Hall Master Zhao nodded and said, "What you said is what I thought. His martial arts are so high, there's no reason for him to be afraid of us. Moreover, for a disciple as young as him to have such martial arts, he must be a disciple from a large sect. Think about it, although our evil tiger gang has many disciples, which young disciple has such cultivation? Even if it's you, you're probably not his opponent." Sun Yiding said with shame, "Hall Master Zhao's insight is like a torch. That's indeed the case. I didn't dare to go forward to protect young Master Zhao. However, even if I went forward to fight, if that person didn't want to fight, his qigong is something that I can't compare to." Hall Master Zhao smiled and said, "You don't need to belittle yourself. Which disciple from a large sect hasn't been carefully nurtured from a young age? It's just that you and I don't have such conditions. Looking at the qigong you're talking about, it seems a bit like the Daoist temples crossing the river on a reed. It also seems a bit like the Righteous Alliance's cloud ladder. It also seems a bit like Yi Yu Shao Shao of Ba Mountain's Yi Yu Shao. In short, they're all people that our evil tiger gang can't afford to offend. We still have to investigate more. We can't wrong a good person." Sun Yiding understood and said, "Hall Master is wise. I understand." Hall Master Zhang smiled and said, "That's right, there's also the matter of Shichui Mountain. What are those country bumpkins doing these days? Why did they all run to Lu Town? We have to quickly investigate. Not to mention the discussion between the two from the evil tiger gang." The masked young man grabbed the medicine man's arm like a chick and ran along the roof of a house for a long time. The man heard the sound of the wind and was so scared that his eyes were tightly shut. He didn't dare to move for fear that the young man would throw him down. On the contrary, the monkey's face was full of curiosity. It was in the man's embrace, and it stuck its head out of the man's embrace. It looked around, and occasionally it would squeak. After a while, the man stopped. After a while, the man heard the sound of the wind stop and his feet touched the ground. He opened his eyes and looked around. It was an empty corner. The man knew that he had escaped with his life, so he immediately lowered his head and kowtowed. Seeing this, the masked young man took a step forward and held the man's arm. It was like an iron clamp. The man used all his strength, but he still couldn't kowtow. The man smiled bitterly and said, "Benefactor, you saved my life. No matter what, you should let me kowtow and thank you. If not, I will feel guilty even in my dreams." After he finished speaking, he kowtowed again. Sure enough, the young man didn't stop him this time. After he finished kowtowing, the man said, "I know that Benefactor has his own reasons, so I covered my face. I am Chu Zhigao from Dragon Mountain. My family has long since fallen, so Benefactor might not know. However, Benefactor, please remember my name. In the future, if fate wills it, please come to my home for a chat." The young man nodded slightly. Then, he took out a pile of things and placed them in front of Chu Zhigao. When Chu Zhigao looked at them, it was a pile of scattered silver, a stack of silver notes, a sweat towel and other odds and ends. These were the things that the young man had taken out from the fat man's arms. When the young man took out the things from the fat man's arms, Chu Zhigao had already stood up from the ground. Of course, he didn't understand the man's intentions. Now that he saw the money in front of him, he couldn't help but burst into tears. He threw himself on the ground again and kowtowed fiercely a few times. The young man wanted to stop him, but it was too late and he could only let him kowtow. After Chu Zhigao finished kowtowing, he didn't stand on ceremony. He took out a few silver notes and a few ornaments and handed them to the young man. He said respectfully, "Benefactor, I know that you definitely don't lack these things. However, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. This is a large amount of 500 taels of silver. Keep it well. However, it's best that you don't exchange it in Lu Town. Their eyes are everywhere here. You may not be afraid of causing trouble, but isn't it best if you don't have trouble? The nearby Maple Leaf Town, Treasure Town, and the slightly further Pingyang City are all fine too. The young man nodded and accepted it. Seeing the young man accept it, Chu Zhigao was very happy. He handed over the ornaments in his hands and said, "This is a pair of jade bracelets and a few gold hairpins. They are all of good quality. I'm all alone and it's a waste to keep them. I'll send them to the pawn shop sooner or later. Benefactor, why don't you keep them and give them to your senior and junior sisters in the future? They'll be good gifts too." The young man hesitated for a moment and accepted them. Then, he put them all in his arms. Chu Zhigao was happy to see that his benefactor was so easy to talk to. He cupped his fists at him and said, "The green mountains will not change and the green rivers will flow forever. Benefactor, please take care of yourself. See you again in the future." After he finished speaking, he picked a direction and turned to leave. However, just as he turned around, the young man strode forward and pulled him back. Chu Zhigao smiled and said, "Benefactor, do you have any other orders?" The young man still did not speak and pointed in another direction. Chu Zhigao suddenly understood and turned to walk in another direction. However, after taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned back to look at the masked young man. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then walked back. Chu Zhigao walked up to him and said, "Benefactor, you saved my life and gave me money. I am very grateful. I always feel that I owe you too much, but I really have no way to repay you. You are a man of Jianghu, and also a disciple of a famous sect, so you must not lack anything. I am from the Dragon Mountain, and my family has declined early. Now I rely on buying medicinal plasters to make a living. My medicinal plasters are really good, but compared to the things in your sect, they are much inferior. I have a medicine book passed down in my family. I have read it for many years, but I still can't understand it. Perhaps it will be of some use to you, so I hope you will kindly accept it." After he finished speaking, he took out a small bag wrapped in oilcloth and handed it to the young man. The young man hesitated and was unwilling to take it. Chu Zhigao knew that the young man was unwilling to take what he liked. He smiled and put it in his hands and said, "Benefactor, please take it first. If you can understand it one day, you can teach it to me. Moreover, if you can really understand it, there is a mysterious place in my family. One day, I would like to invite you to Dragon Mountain. Perhaps there will be another opportunity." Seeing this, the young man nodded and put the small bag into his arms. Chu Zhigao looked at the small bag reluctantly. Finally, he saluted the young man with his fists and walked quickly in the direction pointed out. When he turned the corner, he saw a small city gate of Lu Town. He looked around and did not dare to stay any longer. He followed the crowd and left the city. When the young man saw Chu Zhigao turn the corner, he also looked around and walked to a corner. He took off his clothes and wrapped it in a bag. He held it in his hands and then took off the cloth on his face, revealing his young and childish face. Wasn't that the adorable Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that there was no one around. She put the cloth in her arms and wrapped the clothes into a bag under her arm. She walked along the alley in another direction. After turning a few corners, she saw Zhang Xiaohu leading 2 jujubred horses. He looked anxious. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua appear, he quickly looked back and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, why did you take so long? I thought something happened to you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "How could something happen to me? Let's go. Let's leave the city first. We can talk later." After that, the 2 of them got on their horses and rode out of Lu Town. When they reached a secluded place, Zhang Xiaohua told Zhang Xiaohu what happened just now. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "You are really cautious. You didn't even say a word." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Yes, we must be vigilant. We can't leave any clues for others, even if they are the people we just saved. However, this Chu Zhigao is really generous. He left most of the things I gave him to me." After that, she took out 500 taels worth of banknotes and a few ornaments. Zhang Xiaohu took them. He first took out 4 banknotes and kept them in his arms. He then looked at the other ornaments and handed them back to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua said unhappily, "Second brother, I put in a lot of effort this time. Why did you take so much?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "We have given all the banknotes to father and mother. No matter what, we have to keep some for ourselves. As the elder brother, I spend a lot, so I won't stand on ceremony with you. Chu Zhigao is right. We can exchange these banknotes when we reach Pingyang City. Although these ornaments look good, we can't let mother and sister-in-law wear them. If others recognize them, we will be in trouble. We should pawn them in Pingyang City." Zhang Xiaohua felt the same and wanted to keep them in his arms. However, when his eyes swept across a pair of jade bracelets and a few golden hairpins in front of him, his eyes were attracted by the jade bracelets. It seemed that there was something inside that attracted his attention. Zhang Xiaohua's mind was stirred and her consciousness swept out. As expected, the jade bracelets had a faint fluctuation of vital qi. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and sent her consciousness into the jade bracelets. However, the jade bracelets were not like the small stone or the jade pendant previously. They did not have any reaction. When Zhang Xiaohua increased the strength of her consciousness, the jade bracelets had a repulsive force. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness was ejected. Zhang Xiaohua was so surprised that she almost cried out. She thought to herself, "What kind of strange thing is this jade bracelets?" After Zhang Xiaohua carefully kept the jade bracelets and the golden hairpins in his arms, he took out the medicine book that Chu Zhigao gave him. Looking at the item wrapped in oilcloth, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Actually, he did not want to accept the family heirloom at that time. However, he did not want to talk about it. Hence, he forced her to accept it. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "Xiaohua, the price of your help is really high. Not only did you get a lot of money, but you also accepted the family heirloom." Zhang Xiaohua said with annoyance, "You said that I wanted it, but Chu Zhigao insisted on putting it in my hands. I had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, I'll give it to you now." After that, she was about to hand over the small bag. Zhang Xiaohu quickly waved his hand and said, Forget it. Forget it. I don't know many words. Why should I look at it? Anyway, you can go back and give the herbs to Huanxi Villa. This medicine book may be useful. Please collect it, please tip it. Thank you." Chapter 244. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his heart was moved. He felt that it was very reasonable, so he carefully opened the oilcloth bag. The oilcloth bag was tightly wrapped. After opening it for a long time, he finally revealed a thin booklet. The booklet was very thin. It was not even half as thick as the books that Zhang Xiaohua usually read. Moreover, the paper was strange. It was not ordinary paper. It seemed to be a kind of silk. When Zhang Xiaohua opened it, he was even more shocked. There was actually an ancient text written on it. On the first page, there were 3 big words, bone solidifying pill. Pill? Why was it a pill again? Could it be related to alchemy technique? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel suspicious. However, since he didn't understand the alchemy, he naturally wouldn't understand the things in this booklet. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and felt that he should wait until he finished reading Beginner Alchemy first. Why did it say, Beginner, too? It should be the simplest. Zhang Xiaohua put away the booklet and wrapped the oilcloth bag again. She thought for a moment and saw that her second brother was standing guard at the side. She took out the money pouch again and used her divine sense to put the oilcloth bag and jade bracelet into the pouch. Then, she put the banknotes and other items into the usual space in the money pouch. Zhang Xiaohua saw Zhang Xiaohua put the banknotes into the money bag and said with a smile, "This money bag is not bad. It was just empty for half a day and now there are banknotes inside. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not say anything. He put away the money bag. After tidying up, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and said, "Second brother, it's already noon. Are we still going to young Master Li's house?" "Why not? Young Master Li's house is in the southwest of Lu Town. You were causing trouble in the east, so it's quite far away. This time we'll go in from the west gate. You've already changed your clothes. Who would know that it was you? Besides, isn't there a saying that the most dangerous place is the safest place? They would never think that we're still in Lu Town visiting relatives and friends." Zhang Xiaohua beamed with joy and said, "That's great. However, I'm already hungry. Why don't we find a restaurant to eat first?" They rode their horses and entered Lujian's west gate. They found a restaurant nearby and ordered a bowl of noodles and a few side dishes to appease their hunger. It was true that good news never left the house, but bad news spread far and wide. Although Luzhen was not a small town, the news that the fat man of the Zhao family was beaten up and his leg was broken had spread all over Luzhen. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were eating noodles in the restaurant and were also shocked. They were afraid that they would be recognized. However, when they listened carefully, Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Apart from the fact that the details of her mask had not changed, everything else was completely different. For example, her face was as white as jade. Previously, she said that she was wearing a mask. How could it be that her face was as white as jade? For example, she was 8 feet tall. Zhang Xiaohua secretly looked at her own height. She had not seen her for half a day and she had actually grown. Also, the voice was loud and clear, like a god descending to earth. Zhang Xiaohua did not even need to speak half a word. As she listened, Zhang Xiaohua straightened her back. How was this talking about her? It was like the ancient people with the surname Lei in the legends. They even helped the elderly cross the road and helped find lost children. What was there to be afraid of? Zhang Xiaohu listened and almost spat out the noodles from his nostrils. He covered his mouth and held his stomach, laughing loudly. After eating noodles, the two brothers came out of the restaurant and rode their horses to look for her. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. "Second brother, why do you think they're talking nonsense? Am I like that?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Of course it's not you. At this time, you are no longer you. You are the embodiment of justice for thousands of years. Alas, there are too many injustices in this world. It always makes people resent injustice." Zhang Xiaohua also praised, "Yes, if there were no injustices, how could we be chivalrous? If every government official was an honest official, then there would be no such title as the Master of Justice in this world." Zhang Xiaohu sighed, "Our strength is still limited. It's already good that we can protect our families. Look at those people just now. Which one of them did not have grievances in their hearts and wanted to find you, the embodiment of justice, to go and save them?" Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, "I hate that I don't have thousands of embodiments. I can't be chivalrous in this world and chase away all demons and monsters." Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, "Don't talk about national affairs. Don't talk about national affairs." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and rode her horse to catch up. Fortunately, there were not many people on the street. If they were not excitedly talking about the hero in the restaurant, they were secretly praying that the hero would not come. Otherwise, there would have been people drawing circles in the corner, cursing the playboy for disturbing the people on the street. Li Jinfeng's house was not far from the west gate of Lu Town. The Li family was in the tailor business. There was a medium-sized shop in Lu Town that was easy to find. However, when Zhang Xiaohua and the others found it, the shop with the sign "Li Family's Tailor" was closed. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. This was the time for business. How could there be a road that was closed? She gradually had a bad feeling in her heart. Zhang Xiaohu dismounted and looked around. He wanted to find someone to ask. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Second brother, young Master Li's house is behind this shop. We can go directly to see. Don't we have to go to his house to ask? Zhang Xiaohu said, Xiaohua, this is your lack of Jianghu experience. You can see the real situation if you go directly to his house, but after all, you are not prepared. If there is an accident, you will be caught off guard. It is best to ask around first and have a general understanding of the situation. Only then can you calmly deal with it. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Second brother's words were very reasonable. This kind of experience that was exchanged with blood was not something that could be easily understood by people who had not experienced it. The street where Li family's tailor was located was a commercial street. There were many shops of different sizes. Zhang Xiaohu first found a small shop and went in. Zhang Xiaohua led the horse and waited outside. Not long after, she saw Zhang Xiaohu come out with a livid face. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and hurriedly asked tentatively, Second brother, why did you come out so soon? Did you hit a snag? Zhang Xiaohu bit his lip and did not speak. He waved at Zhang Xiaohua and signaled her to follow. Then, he came to a large jade shop and said, tie the horse there and go in with me. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She felt that something was wrong. Seeing that second brother did not say much, she did not dare to ask more. She tied the horse and followed second brother into the jade shop. When they walked into the jade shop, they saw a few shop assistants whispering to each other. When they saw that there were guests, they didn't welcome them as warmly as expected. Instead, they were hesitant. It wasn't until Zhang Xiaohua and Xiaoyu walked into the hall that a slightly older shop assistant, who looked very experienced, walked up to them and said with a forced smile, Sir, are you looking to buy jade? Please come this way. Zhang Xiaohua saw that they did not greet the guests at the door. She already felt strange. Now that they were acting like they were reluctant, she was even more surprised. Zhang Xiaohu did not care about the shop assistant's neglect. He said, Second brother, we are not here to buy jade. We just want to ask about the Li's tailor shop across the street. Hearing this, the shop assistant's face changed dramatically. He shrank back and waved his hand repeatedly, Hero, please spare my life. This matter has nothing to do with me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I have 3 lives. Please let me go. Zhang Xiaohu forced a smile on his face and said, We are not people from Shitsui Mountain. We are just friends of young Master Li. We came to visit today. Coincidentally, we came to ask about it. Shitsui Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua's mind was, peng. She understood everything. If it was before, Zhang Xiaohua would have jumped out and ran to the Li's house to see what was going on. But now, she just clenched her teeth and narrowed her eyes slightly. She still followed second brother and watched quietly. Hearing this, the shop assistant looked a little relieved. However, he still waved his hand and said that he did not know. At this moment, from the curtain behind the counter, an old man in a minister's uniform came out. Zhang Xiaohua looked very familiar. She seemed to have seen him somewhere. She thought for a moment. Wasn't he the relative of one of the 2 girls that she and second brother saved that day? She had seen him on the roadside. The old man walked out of the counter and waved his hand to signal the shop assistants to leave. Then he looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohu and turned his eyes to Zhang Xiaohua behind him. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, his eyes lit up and he looked a little happy. Then he turned to Zhang Xiaohu and asked, 2 heroes, I am the shopkeeper of this jade shop. My surname is Yu. I don't know why you 2 are asking about Tailor Li. Zhang Xiaohu naturally recognized this person, but he couldn't figure out his relationship with the Li family. He cupped his hands and said, I am Li Jinfeng, young Master Li's friend. Today I came to the Li family to visit the old man. But I saw that Tailor Li's shop was closed, so I came to ask around. Shopkeeper, you said, I heard you say that you are not from Shitsui Mountain. You must know something. Zhang Xiaohu nodded in agreement. Shopkeeper Yu was silent for a moment and said, Please come in. Let me explain in detail. The two of them followed the old man into the back hall. After the tea was served, shopkeeper Yu asked, "You two say that you are Jin Feng's friends, do you have any proof?" When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he didn't find it strange. He told him everything about how he met Li Jinfeng and how he met him. Shopkeeper Yu nodded as he listened. When Zhang Xiaohu finished speaking, he said, "These two heroes are right, it seems like you are Jin Feng's friends without a doubt. I've watched Jin Feng grow up and see him as a nephew. This old man will also be arrogant and call you two nephew." Zhang Xiaohu quickly stood up and Lian Qing didn't dare. Shopkeeper Yu waved his hand and gestured for Zhang Xiaohu to sit down. He then said, "Speaking of the Li family's experience, we have to start from 10 days ago. This old man doesn't have any children, only my daughter Bai He. She grew up with Jin Feng and Yin Feng from the Li family. Jin Feng went to Pingyang City to study and only Yin Feng accompanied his parents. My daughter Bai He and Yin Feng have always been harmonious. 10 days ago, they went on an autumn outing. This old man thought that they wouldn't go far, so I didn't find too many people to protect them. But I didn't expect that they would meet the bandits from Shitsui Mountain." Chapter 245. Shopkeeper Yu drank a mouthful of tea and continued, "My daughter Bai He and Jin Feng's younger sister Yin Feng encountered the bandits of Shitsui Mountain during their autumn excursion and were taken away by a strong person. Fortunately, the coachman escaped with his life and sent us a message. When we reported it to the authorities, we gathered our family members and went to rescue them. We thought it was already too late, but we didn't expect that the two of them were rescued by two disciples of the Daoist temple and escaped the prison ahead of us. However, the two secular disciples who saved my life have disappeared without a trace." Speaking up to here, shopkeeper Yu stole a glance at Zhang Xiaohua, but Zhang Xiaohua kept his head down and remained unmoved. Shopkeeper Yu continued, "When our two families brought our daughters back home unharmed, naturally we would be endlessly grateful to the benefactors who saved our lives. But it was a pity that we made a mistake and brushed past our benefactors. It made us parents very remorseful, so a few days ago, our two families discussed going to the most famous Shaolin temple outside the city to burn incense to thank the Buddhist disciples for their kindness to us." Saying this, shopkeeper Yu couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohu naturally noticed all this, but he didn't point it out and just patiently listened. Shopkeeper Yu continued, "The Shaolin temple is quite a distance from Lu town. When our two families arrived at the Shaolin temple, we saw that the temple's doors were tightly shut. Only then did we know that the Shaolin temple seemed to have been attacked by burglars who stole things from the temple. I waited for a day, but still didn't open the doors to welcome the incense. Virtuous nephew must know that this old man's jade shop doesn't open for a year, but if it does, it will last for 3 years. But the Li family's tailor shop is different, so the Li family was somewhat anxious to come back. This old man just happened to have a distant relative next to the Shaolin temple and hadn't visited for a long time, so he took the opportunity to visit him. As a result, this old man's family separated from the Li family." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't move, but the killing intent in his heart instantly rose. Shopkeeper Yu closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said, "After this old man came back, before I even entered the door, I heard the bad news. The Li family's property was burned and the family of 3 was nowhere to be found. This old man hurriedly went to the ruins of the Li family and sent people to search, but there was no trace of them. After listening to the neighbors, I knew that on the night before yesterday, several strong men suddenly broke into the Li family and kept saying that they were looking for the 2 girls. Someone immediately reported it to the government. And when the government sent people came, the strong arrogantly said that they were people from Shi Mountain and they were doing business here and people shouldn't interfere. How could those weak shrimps from the government? How would they dare to say a word? A few strong men carried a few big bags and left. Before they left, they even burned down the Li family's residence." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bear it anymore. She slapped the table next to her and the table collapsed, making shopkeeper Yu tremble. Zhang Xiaohu scolded, "Xiaohua, sit down. It's too late to go now since it happened the day before yesterday. Let's listen first. Shopkeeper Yu trembled as he said, "Heroes, please calm down." This old man also heard from the gatekeeper that on the night the Li family was attacked, a few people also came to this old man's house. They turned this old man's house upside down and left angrily when they couldn't find anyone. This old man thought that these people must also be looking for my daughter. Yesterday, this old man had already sent my daughter to a safe place. After Shopkeeper Yu finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohu asked, "Shopkeeper Yu, are you sure it was done by the bandits of Xichui Mountain? And there were no corpses of the Li family in the courtyard of the Li family?" Shopkeeper Yu said affirmatively, "Yes, it was done by them. The Li family has always been generous and has a good reputation in the Four Trees area. How could there be any unnecessary grudges? Moreover, those people kept saying that they were from Xichui Mountain and even came to my house to search. Comparing it with the encounter 10 days ago, the result is self-evident. In addition, I have already searched the ruins of the Li family more than 3 times, but I really didn't find any corpses. Presumably, the bandits took away not only money, but also people." Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and asked, "There is one more thing. Shopkeeper Yu, may I ask how to get from Lu Town to Xichui Mountain?" Hearing this, Shopkeeper Yu quickly shook his head and said, "Two heroes, I heard that there are hundreds of bandits in Xichui Mountain. If you go there rashly, you will definitely suffer losses. It's better to be prepared. It's better to gather the brothers in your sect and go there together. If you can cooperate with the government and send soldiers, you will be more confident." Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "Shopkeeper Yu, you worry too much. We are just curious. Maybe the bandits in Xichui Mountain will leave the Li family on the way. We will look for them along the way and try our luck." Seeing this, Shopkeeper Yu didn't say much and told them in detail. Then, the Zhang brothers said goodbye and were about to go out. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly turned back and asked, "Shopkeeper Yu, may I ask why you call this place Four Trees?" Shopkeeper Yu was stunned. After a long time, he came to his senses and said, "It seems that a long time ago, before Lu Town, there were 4 trees here. This is also what I heard from others." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Well, not bad, a good place, a good name." Shopkeeper Yu was even more surprised. Why was this boy's thinking so strange? He didn't know that Zhang Xiaohua had already made up her mind at this time. Shopkeeper Yu sent the 2 of them out, but he didn't leave. Instead, he took the 2 of them to the Li family's house. Sure enough, it was in ruins. Even some of the neighboring houses had been destroyed. Since Shopkeeper Yu had already searched, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua didn't delay any longer. After saying goodbye to Shopkeeper Yu, they rode the date red horse and left. When Shopkeeper Yu saw the date red horse that the 2 of them were riding, his heart was even more tense. He secretly thought that perhaps Old Li still had hope. Of course, he was also a little relieved. If the Li family could come back, his daughter could also return home with peace of mind. She didn't have to be worried outside. Then, he thought of his daughter by he and Li family's Jin Feng. They were childhood sweethearts. But when they grew up, why couldn't they be innocent? Seeing that Li Jinfeng had 2 friends with such strong martial arts, he wouldn't be bullied in the future. He was really a good candidate for a son-in-law. But why didn't his daughter and Li Jinfeng meet each other's eyes? If not, he was the shopkeeper of a jade shop. His thinking wasn't just for show. The Zhang brothers rode out of Lu Town. Along the way, neither of them spoke a word. They came to visit in high spirits. They didn't spend the money and were in a depressed mood. Speaking of the Li family's tragedy, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of her relationship with Li Jinfeng. From the time they met to the time they became friends, young Master Li had always maintained a good friendship with this youth from the countryside. He didn't attack or despise him. In the future, when they became literate, they had a teacher and a friend relationship. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel the warmth of friendship. During the new year, Li Jinfeng didn't greet Zhang Xiaohua and came to visit. He even put himself in the position of Zhang Xiaohua's friend. He was waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to get along well with her temper. Now, the Li family had suffered an unexpected disaster. Li Jinfeng was still far away in Pingyang City and didn't know about it. But even if he knew about it, what could a weak scholar like him do? Ask the authorities for help? Go to Yu City? Ask the Misty School to help? Every path was blocked by Li Jinfeng. As Li Jinfeng's friend, Zhang Xiaohua felt a sense of responsibility. Since the Li family needed her strength and she had the ability to help them, what was there to hesitate about? Hence, Zhang Xiaohua called out, "Second brother." At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu also called out at the same time, "Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua saw this and said, "Second brother, you go first." Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and said, "Xiaohua, I think you and I are thinking the same thing. Li Jinfeng is our friend. He is very kind to us. He is different from Yu Dai and others. His family is in trouble. If we don't help, not only will we be wronged as friends, but even our martial arts will be in vain." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's exactly what I'm thinking. Second brother, since that's the case, let's split up. You go home and inform your family. As for me, I'll catch up with Shichui Mountain and see if I can save the Li family." "Don't." Zhang Xiaohu stopped her and said, "You said the opposite. You should go back to the Guizhuang house and tell them the news. I will go to Shichui Mountain." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Second brother, I will naturally listen to you on normal matters. However, today, you have to listen to me on the matter of saving someone. You have just started cultivating your internal energy, so how can you be my match? It will be more convenient for me to go." Zhang Xiaohua's words were very true. In the morning in the square, although Zhang Xiaohua did not fight with Sun Yiding, the martial arts he showed was not something Zhang Xiaohu could compare with. Even if Zhang Xiaohu knew that his ethereal magic was definitely better than the reckless bull strength, he had just started practicing it. Distant water could not cure present thirst. But if he let his brother go to Shichui Mountain like this, he would not be at ease even if he gave 10,000 reasons. In his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was still a child who needed his protection. The two argued for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua said angrily, "Second brother, what are we doing? Li Jinfeng's parents and sister are still alive. Time is very precious. We should go to Shichui Mountain as soon as possible. How can we face Li Jinfeng if we keep wasting time here?" Later, Zhang Xiaohua said again, "Since second brother is not at ease, I will go. Second brother, your martial arts are limited. To be honest, with your current martial arts, you can't even go up Shichui Mountain. What are you going to do? Forget it. Let's go together. You can keep watch outside. I will use my lightness skill to go in and see what the situation is like." Zhang Xiaohu also thought for a moment and said, "That's the only way. Anyway, we have big brother and sister-in-law at home. We also left enough money for them. They won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Besides, big brother has a descendant now. The Zhang family will continue to have descendants. Let's go to Shichui Mountain together." Chapter 246. His words were resolute, as if the wind was blowing and the water was freezing. Zhang Xiaohua was also moved when she heard it. She stuck out her small chest and said, "Okay, second brother. Now I know the meaning of sacrificing myself for a friend. Presumably, if young Master Li Jinfeng was in our situation, he would also sacrifice himself." "Him?" Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "He is just a weak scholar. He has some skills in calligraphy. In this kind of matter, even if he stands out, he will be the first to be killed. It's better not to stand out." After that, he said, "Moreover, if it weren't for your good skills, I feel that even if you don't succeed in going to Shichui Mountain, your life may not be in danger. If so, I wouldn't let you go." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Second brother, you said it very righteously just now. Why are you so petty now? You should know that it doesn't matter if a man does things beautifully or not. When speaking, he must be dignified and beautiful. Otherwise, he can only do things in front of and behind the scenes. He can't even be a deacon. What kind of logic is this? It sounds very empty. Zhang Xiaohua said, the book that young Master Li gave you explained it clearly. Second brother, when you go back, you must read the book carefully. It's terrible to have no knowledge. Zhang Xiaohu said, it's better not to talk nonsense. It's all scholars who harm the country. Isn't it? You're wasting time. Zhang Xiaohua patted her horse and shouted, let's leave these words for young Master Li. I'm just using it as a reference. The jujube red horse was hurt. It neighed and galloped away. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and looked at his brother's back with a smile. Then he also chased after him. Shitsui Mountain was some distance from Lu Town. It was in the northwest of Lu Town. It was a road between Guozhuang House and Balagu. On the way, Zhang Xiaohua also passed by the place where Zhang Xiaolong met the bandits during his wedding. She couldn't help sighing in her heart. In these 2 years, she had grown from a person who couldn't fight back to a person who had the ability to save others from the tiger's den. Moreover, it could be said that she had avenged the robbery in Shitsui Mountain. The cycle of cause and effect and nature playing tricks on people were really wonderful. Just the moment he passed by that place, Zhang Xiaohua's mind spun with countless thoughts. He gained some understanding of the karma of the world and the changes of fortune. This training of the mind and comprehension of cultivation increased by quite a bit. The gap between Zhang Xiaohua's mind and his inner qi cultivation widened again. Along the way, the two of them discussed in low voices. They sorted things out a little and assigned tasks. Then, they thought about the details in detail. It was only when dusk came that they stopped thinking about it. They could no longer see the distant Shichui Mountain. Zhang Xiaohu was cautious. He dismounted and asked someone before continuing to move forward. When night fell, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. It was not a desolate place. This was a relatively barren mountain range, not a mountain peak as they had imagined. From the foot of the mountain, there was a slightly wide mountain path leading into the mountain. It was probably the path that the bandit leader took. If it was daytime, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu would not dare to walk up so brazenly. However, it was already dark, and their surroundings could not be seen clearly. Only the gray mountain path could be seen clearly. The two dismounted first, and Zhang Xiaohu tore a piece of cloth from his clothes to wrap the hooves of the two horses. Only then did they ride up the mountain path. Sure enough, the sound of horse hooves was almost gone. The two people and two horses quietly walked in the mountain under the curtain of night. The mountain wind was bleak, and the chirping of insects was incessant, but there were no traces of people. After waiting for half a meal's worth of time, the two of them climbed up the first mountain. This mountain wasn't very high, but it stretched as far as the eye could see. The view was broad, and they could see the lights on the mountain in front of them from afar. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "Second brother, there are lights on the mountain. It must be the main peak of Shitsui Mountain." Zhang Xiaohu said, "It should be there. However, the closer we are to the bandits, the more we can't be careless. Maybe there are bandit sentries on the road. If we are discovered by them, tonight's rescue operation will be terrible." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I'll listen to the arrangement of second brother." Zhang Xiaohu looked around and pointed to the woods in front of them. He said, "Let's go to the woods first. Leave the red horses here and let them rest. When we rescue the people of the Li family, we still need to rely on them." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he cried out, "Aya, second brother, we left in a hurry and forgot that there are only 2 horses. How can we carry 5 people?" Zhang Xiaohu patted his head and said, "Yes, I also forgot." What should we do?" The two thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it after we rescue them. We don't know how many people we can save." The two tied the red horses in the woods and carefully walked to the mountain road. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, as you said, there must be bandit sentries or traps on the mountain road. We should go from the side." Zhang Xiaohu pointed to the lush pine trees next to them and said, "We can only go through this forest, but I don't know if this forest is safe or if it can lead to the foot of Shitsui Mountain." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Second brother, you don't have to worry about this. As long as there is a forest, I can go through it." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Well, your lightness skill should be fine and you shouldn't alarm others. However, I can't do it. I haven't practiced my lightness skill well." Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's okay, second brother. I'll help you." Zhang Xiaohu looked at the lights in the distance and said, "That's the only way. However, don't grab my neck. Just grab my arm." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and said, "Second brother, isn't it better for me to carry you?" "Humph," Zhang Xiaohu snorted and said, "In that case, I will lose all my face. It's not appropriate. You'd better grab my arm." Zhang Xiaohu now weighed no more than 100 kilograms. With Zhang Xiaohua's arm strength, it was really negligible. Why would Zhang Xiaohua care about carrying him like this? Later, Zhang Xiaohu looked at the terrain and told Zhang Xiaohua in detail about the walking route. Only then did he let Zhang Xiaohua carry him under his arm. With Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill, they jumped to the treetops. At this time, the moon had not risen. Zhang Xiaohua carried her second brother and ran like a wisp of smoke. According to the route that Zhang Xiaohu had already told her, they flew among the treetops in the forest. This mountain road was the only way to Shitsui Mountain. How could there be no traps on the road? How could there be no sentries in the mountain forest? Perhaps it was because of the notoriety of Shitsui Mountain that few people so blatantly broke into the mountain, making the patrolling bandits lose their vigilance. Or perhaps it was because Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill was so good that she avoided the sentries early. In short, Zhang Xiaohua was not discovered by the sentries along the way. On the contrary, there were several groups of bandits who were either drinking, gambling, or sleeping. They were all seen by Zhang Xiaohua from afar and avoided. With Zhang Xiaohua's current true qi cultivation, she could still cope with the consumption of true qi from the levitation skill. When she reached the top of the mountain and jumped down from the tree, she did not use much true qi. Zhang Xiaohua did not think much of it, but Zhang Xiaohu was greatly shocked. When he was in the Lotus Escort Agency, he followed Fourth Master Wen and saw his lightness skill. Now looking at Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill, although it was still a lot worse than Fourth Master Wen's, Zhang Xiaohua had just learned it not long ago. Moreover, the strength of Zhang Xiaohua's hands could not be underestimated. In this aspect, Fourth Master Wen could not compare with Zhang Xiaohua. After all, Zhang Xiaohu was performing lightness skill with Fourth Master Wen, a living person. Jumping off the treetop, they were very close to the mountain stronghold. In the distance, they could see that the gate of the stronghold was open and brightly lit. Several bandits were guarding the gate with weapons. There were also several people on the gate of the stronghold, holding bows and weapons, patrolling left and right. It was completely militarized management. Zhang Xiaohua said softly, "Second brother, the security here is so strict. It doesn't look like a motley crew at all. It seems that the plan we discussed on the way needs to be improved." On the way, Zhang Xiaohu felt that the bandits of Shitsui Mountain were just a motley crew. The management must be chaotic. For example, the gate of the stronghold should be closed, and there might not be anyone guarding it. Although he did not know lightness skill, he could let Zhang Xiaohua take him in. But the plan could not keep up with the changes. Who would have thought that this famous mountain bandit was actually worthy of its name? The security was really strict. At this time, if Zhang Xiaohu still went in with Zhang Xiaohua, it would inevitably involve Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "Well, Xiaohua, you go in and have a look. I'll wait for you outside. You can observe the situation first. Don't do anything. It's better to find a bandit when he is unprepared and torture him to find the trace of the Li family. Then, come back. We'll make a plan after discussing it. Zhang Xiaohua listened and remembered it carefully. Then she used her lightness skill and carefully followed the shadows of the trees to the front of the stronghold. Although she was close, there was still a long distance. Even if she used her lightness skill, she would inevitably be discovered by the bandits, not to mention that she had to jump over the wall of the stronghold where the bandits were patrolling. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the orderly patrolling of the bandits and could not help but think of an idea. He bent down and picked up a small stone from the ground. He used his internal force and threw it in the other direction of the gate of the stronghold. There was a bang sound, which was particularly obvious in the silent night. The bandit guarding the gate of the stronghold was shocked and immediately looked in that direction. The bandits on the wall of the stronghold also shouted, "Who is it?" They all ran in that direction. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain had worked. Her courage grew and she ran under the wall of the stronghold. Looking around, she jumped up the wall. Her body paused for a moment, then she immediately slanted and slid into the inner side of the wall. Although there was a bandit beside her who was looking in the other direction, Zhang Xiaohua's body was as light as a swallow and did not startle him. When he felt something strange and looked back, Zhang Xiaohua had already slipped into the shadows of the wall. The bandit looked back and did not see any movement. He looked left and right and then walked back and forth on the wall. He did not know that in his moment of distraction, he had let someone slip into the stronghold. Chapter 247. Zhang Xiaohua slipped down the wall and hid in a dark place. His heart was beating wildly. This was the first time he tried such a dangerous thing, so he was inevitably nervous. After calming down a little, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at everything in front of him. This was a chaotic place. Behind the wall was a large open space with many things thrown in a mess. It was hard to see what they were in the dark. On the other side of the open space were some messy houses built. The fire on the wall was bright, but it only illuminated the edge of the open space. The houses in the distance were faintly lit. Zhang Xiaohua could hear the noise coming from there from afar. It must be very lively there. Looking at the open space that he had to pass through, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. How could he pass through here without attracting the attention of others? Moreover, what was the situation on the other side of the house? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had an impulse to slap his own face. He just remembered that he could use his divine sense. Why did he rush up the wall without investigating? Alas, he was still not used to it. It seemed that he had to practice this skill more in the future. Thinking of this, he immediately released his divine sense. Sure enough, the movement on the wall behind him was clear at a glance. This divine sense was really a necessary weapon to kill and set fire on a moonless and windy night. Then, he swept towards the house. Unfortunately, the distance was too far. His divine sense could not detect it. However, Zhang Xiaohua secretly thought, the house is unusually noisy. There must be something lively. How could someone sneak out for no reason? Moreover, looking at the inside of the mountain stronghold, it is orderly and disorderly. There is no one patrolling. It seems that the focus of the mountain bandits is outside the stronghold. The inside of the stronghold is sloppy and ordinary. Zhang Xiaohua finished thinking. His divine sense swept the wall again. Sure enough, there were many guards on the wall. They were walking back and forth, but their faces were facing outside. Very few people paid attention to the situation in the stronghold. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart. The real guards were really useless. Then, he found a gap and flashed out of the black shadow. Using his lightness skill, he drifted towards the house like a faint shadow. At the same time, he released his divine sense to observe the house closely. Sure enough, as soon as he got close to the house, he sensed a person walking around unsteadily. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He immediately stopped and lay on the ground. There were a lot of things in the square, and he couldn't find any firelight. He wasn't afraid of being seen. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua bent down, the door of the house in front of him opened. A man in disheveled clothes yawned as he walked out. He looked around and muttered, "A bunch of idiots. How dare they imitate other people's formations and patrol the night? Bandits will always be bandits. What kind of militarized management is this? Even if they've replaced their shotguns with cannons, they're still bandits." After saying that, he actually took off his clothes and started urinating in the square. Zhang Xiaohua was not far away, so she heard the man's words. She could not help but think, learning military management from others? What did that mean? Is there any change in this mountain village? When the man came back, Zhang Xiaohua got up again and quickly went to the house. She flew up to the roof and then quietly bent down to rest for a while. Thinking of her series of actions just now, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly proud. Could it be that she had the potential to travel at night? When she was satisfied, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense again to explore the house. It was not until then that Zhang Xiaohua found that there were still quite a lot of houses in this area. The houses on the edge were indeed messy and were built randomly. Looking at the center, there were also stone houses, mud walls, pavilions and small courtyards. The planning was very standard. Even if it was not as large as Huanxi Villa, it was more than enough to compare with a village in the countryside. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the people living on the edge of the house were small bandits. If she wanted to know about the Li family, she had to go inside. Making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua once again used her lightness skill and walked all the way along the roof. There were many houses in the mountain village. They were built in rows and were close to each other. Zhang Xiaohua walked on the roof. Her footsteps were very light and did not make any sound. Not long after, she had already arrived at the center. Here, Zhang Xiaohua was more careful. The small bandits on the periphery had limited martial arts, so of course, they could not find her. The deeper she went, the higher the status, and the more profound her martial arts and experience would be. If she was careless, she would inevitably be found. The bandits in the house were active and noisy. Zhang Xiaohua did not know where to start for a while, so she had to walk slowly and pay attention to the sounds everywhere. Just as she was walking, a rough voice came into her ears. "Damn it, that beauty was handed over just like that? Brother Su, tell me, what is this? We worked so hard and risked our lives to get this beauty from the evil tiger gang's territory. Originally, we wanted to go back to the mountain village and have some fun, but before we even reached the village gate, we were seen by the master. If this is the case, we might as well have some fun at the foot of the mountain." Another voice sounded. When Zhang Xiaohua heard it, her heart was shaken. Wasn't this voice the slightly older bandit, Brother Su, whom she had met in the forest that day? That voice said, "Old Chow, you should be content. Didn't those valuables from the Li family also get divided among us? Usually, the master doesn't care about this, but now it's different. The divine sect has people in the village, and the master is trying his best to please them. If the divine sect can favor our Shitsu mountain, won't we be able to ride on their coattails in the future?" Old Chow shouted, "Brother Su, you're really open-minded. Didn't you see that the divine sect's people don't like to talk to us? Even if they want to support us, they should go to the evil tiger gang. We're just a mob." Brother Su smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true. The evil tiger gang has its disadvantages, but our Shitsui mountain has its own advantages. Didn't you see that the divine sect's people have already given us advice? They're doing some militarized management, patrolling at the foot of the mountain, and guarding at the gate of the village. It's completely different from before. Presumably, they'll give us some benefits in the future. If it weren't for the fact that the evil tiger gang is hard to control, would they have chosen us?" Old Chow said, "What militarized management? It looks neither fish nor fowl. It looks like it on the outside, but isn't it the same inside the village? Moreover, Shitsui Mountain has been here for so many years. Who dares to come up the mountain? What kind of people are they? Groundless fears." Brother Su corrected him and said, "Forget it. We're just minions. We'll just follow the chief to make a living. If the chief hadn't come to the village this year, we would probably still be hungry. Okay, let's drink, let's drink. Then there was a burst of toasting sounds. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled when she heard this from the roof. The divine sect? What kind of sect was this? Why hadn't she heard of it? However, she had heard about Li Yinfeng from these bandits. She just didn't know if she had come too late. After thinking about it, she scanned the room with her divine awareness. There were 5 or 6 people in the room. They must be the group of bandits in the woods that day. Zhang Xiaohua thought, there are so many of them. I may not be able to kill them all at once. It's difficult not to disturb others. Did I save Li Yinfeng before? At this moment, another wretched voice rang out, I don't know what the stockade master is thinking. He actually didn't throw those 2 old farts off the cliff and even wanted to serve them well and treat them like his own parents. Brother Su laughed and said, you don't know. In the afternoon, I peeked at the man from the divine sect. He looked romantic and elegant. This kind of person is the most romantic. The chief let us offer the beauty to him because of his temper. I'm just afraid that the beauty really suits his taste. If we throw her parents to death, won't our village be blown down by the beauty's pillow wind? Anyway, it's just a few meals. Let's just treat it as feeding pigs. Now the chief is accompanying her and will enter the bridal chamber in the evening. If the people from the divine sect don't say anything, it won't be too late to kill them then. Brilliant, Brother Su, you're the leader of our group. You're really amazing. You're simply a roundworm in the chief's stomach. Come, us brothers propose a toast to you. We hope you can continue to grow under Brother Su's care in the future. Well said, well said. Brothers, let's drink. In a few days, we'll go down the mountain and take a look. I heard that Bali Valley, Guizhuang House, and Guanyin Temple have a lot of good stuff. Let's go take a look. That's true. A few years ago, the chief also went there with the former chief. At that time, the chief even brought back a chief's wife from there. When we have time, we really should go take a look. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more delighted. It seemed that she had come in time. The Li family of 3 were actually still alive. Seeing them, she had to act quickly. If she was a little late, she might not be able to redeem Li Yinfeng's innocence. But when she heard that they were going to Guizhuang House, she couldn't help but be furious. But now wasn't the time to kill. She'd better settle the matter at hand first. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua secretly remembered the location of this row of houses and walked along the ridge of the houses. After a while, the houses under her feet became more magnificent and much taller. Estimating that she was about right, she released her spiritual sense again. After a moment of scanning, a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In front of her left, in a magnificent hall, 2 people were sitting, laughing and talking. The banquet hadn't been set up yet. Servant girls in rough clothes were serving the dishes. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and walked forward, tiptoeing. She gently landed on a foot under the eaves and climbed down. She didn't stick her head out, only pricked up her ears and used her spiritual sense to scan. In the hall, she saw a mediocre-looking person dressed in magnificent clothes say, "Envoying, I'm so happy to see you again. The food and wine in this mountain stronghold is crude and unbearable to eat. Please forgive me." The other person was also dressed in embroidered clothes. His 2 eyebrows were slanted upwards, and he had a frivolous appearance. He played with a folding fan in his hand and smiled. "Chief Lu is too polite. It's not the first time you and I have met. Why bother with this?" As he spoke, he stretched out his folding fan and knocked on the buttocks of a servant girl who was serving dishes. The servant girl was so frightened that she trembled and almost dropped the plate. Chapter 248. Seeing this, Master Lu was not surprised. He called out, "Shaolan, don't serve the dishes. Sit next to the emissary." Xiaolan was not bashful at all. She put down the plate and moved closer to the emissary. The emissary waved his hand repeatedly and said, "Master Lu is overthinking. I'm just having fun." Master Lu laughed and said, "Like I said, why did the emissary's taste suddenly change?" "Well, Xiaolan, you can leave." Xiaolan was a little disappointed. She saluted and left. Master Lu said, "Emissary, please have some wine. I have already found you a pretty girl from a humble family in the VIP room in the back hall. I guarantee that you will like her." The emissary raised his eyebrows and said, "Is that so? Master Lu is so courteous that I feel ashamed to receive you. Come, Master Lu. Let's have a toast." Master Lu quickly raised his cup. When Zhang Xiaohua heard about the VIP room in the back hall, he frowned. The pretty girl from a humble family must be Li Yinfeng. So when Zhang Xiaohua was about to get up and rush to the back of the hall, he heard the emissary's words again, "Master Lu, I've been here for half a day. I heard that the thing in the Shaolin Temple has been obtained by your brothers. When can you show it to me? This time, I came here especially for you." Master Lu laughed and said, "Emissary has just arrived today. We haven't received you yet. Let's just talk about the wind and moon today. We can talk about other things tomorrow." In Zhang Xiaohua's ears, these words were like passing wind. He did not pay attention to them at all. His figure did not stop at all. He drew a trace in the night and went straight to the backyard. It had to be said that the ethereal steps was magical. Zhang Xiaohua was just a beginner, but he was able to enter the Shitsui mountain as if there was no one there. And just as Zhang Xiaohua entered the darkness of the backyard, Emissary Ying spoke again in the hall, "Master Lu, don't worry. The divine sect will not delay any of the conditions that they promised you. Moreover, in order to show that they value you, the divine sect has sent an important person here. I'm just a scout." "Ah. Really?" Stockade Master Lu's hand trembled, and the fine wine spilled from the wine cup. He looked pleasantly surprised. "May I know when your esteemed one will arrive?" When Emissary Ying heard this, he frowned slightly and said unhappily, "How can we know the whereabouts of the big shots? Perhaps he has already arrived, perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow, who knows?" I know. I'm sorry for my rudeness. I really want to see the glory of a senior in the martial arts world," Stockade Master Lu answered awkwardly. "Senior martial artist? Haha." Envoy Ying did not express his opinion. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had already entered the rear courtyard. She spread out her divine sense and scanned the surroundings. The rear courtyard was quite large and very quiet. There were only a few dim lights. Zhang Xiaohua's figure didn't stop at all. With a few leaps, she scanned all the places with lights. She didn't see Li Yinfeng's shadow. At this time, 2 maidservants came out from a room with lanterns in their hands. As they walked, they said, "What a pity. She's as beautiful as a flower and as exquisite as jade. She hasn't even enjoyed life and is about to leave this world." "What nonsense are you talking about? Sister, weren't we like this in the past? Once you get used to it, you'll be fine." Stockade Master Lu is not very lecherous at all. Perhaps he will take her into his room? "Sister, you're wrong. This time, she doesn't serve people from the stockade. I heard that she is from some divine sect. I heard from the stockade people that this divine sect is the best at gathering yin to nourish yang. After tonight, she will be a skeleton." "Ah. So powerful. Alas, this morning, I was ordered by the stockade master to persuade her in the embroidery house in the garden. It's a pity that such a pure and beautiful body is wasted. If only she was given to me." The 2 maidservants walked away while talking. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he used his spiritual awareness to scan the distance. Sure enough, there was a garden in the southwest corner. There was no light. He immediately used his lightness skill to fly over. When he was near, he scanned the small buildings. There was really a person lying there quietly on the building in the middle. It must be her that the maidservant mentioned. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. He stopped on the building and used his spiritual awareness to scan it carefully. After confirming that there was only that woman lying there, he turned over and walked into the room quietly. The person on the bed in the room heard someone enter the room and could not help but move. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the bed, took out a fire starter, and casually lit it. When he looked at the bed, he saw a girl lying there. She was tied up tightly with her back to him and was struggling with all her strength. Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and called in a low voice, "Li Yinfeng? Sister Li?" The girl was struggling. When she heard his voice, her body immediately stiffened. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and flipped the girl over. He held the fire starter close to her and saw the tear stains on Li Yinfeng's face, and her mouth was stuffed with something. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's face, her eyes were filled with joy. Zhang Xiaohua whispered again, "Sister Li, I'm Li Jinfeng's brother Li's friend. I'm here to save you. Don't say anything." When he finished speaking, he reached out and took out the thing in Li Yinfeng's mouth. Li Yinfeng took a few deep breaths and was a little surprised. She sobbed and asked, "Aren't you a lay disciple of the Daoist temple? How do you know my brother?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Don't ask so many questions first. I know Brother Li in Pingyang City. However, now is not the time to talk. Let me get you out of here first. We can talk about how to get out of here." Li Yinfeng nodded vigorously. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the rope that Li Yinfeng was tied up with. It was not a good time to find a knot. She took out a small sword from her chest and channeled her vital energy into it. She used the small sword to gently cut the rope, and the rope broke. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small sword with satisfaction. It did not seem to be sharpened and kept it in her chest. Li Yinfeng's hands and feet were free. She wanted to stand up, but she had been tied up for a long time and her blood vessels were blocked. She struggled twice and did not succeed. Zhang Xiaohua went forward to help her up. After moving a few times, she heard Li Yinfeng ask, "That, little brother, my parents?" she asked very hesitantly. Zhang Xiaohua said softly, "Don't worry, I will go and save your parents immediately. You wait here for a while. After I save them, I will bring them here and we will go out together." "Oh right, Sister Li, my name is Zhang Xiaohua." Li Yinfeng heard and looked around fearfully. She took half a step forward to be closer to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I am very scared here. Instead of you bringing my parents here, why don't I go with you? Before this afternoon, I was with them. I roughly know where they are and I can show you the way." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Okay, Sister Li, you go with me. Anyway, I will bring your parents here later." "Why don't I bring you there now?" "Oh right, tell me the rough location first," Li Yinfeng said in a low voice. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Okay, I have a rough idea." After that, she blew out the fire and said, "Sister Li, don't talk on the way." Li Yinfeng was a little surprised and thought, "If I don't talk, how can I show you the way?" However, she still whispered an "okay" and followed Zhang Xiaohua out of the room. When she was about to go to the stairs, she heard Zhang Xiaohua whisper, "Sister Li, don't move and don't talk." Then she felt a small hand grab her shoulder and her body immediately rose into the air and went straight to the roof. Li Yinfeng was shocked and almost cried out. At this time, she suddenly remembered that when she first saw this young man, didn't he fly like a big bird from a horse? Could this be the Qinggong that was mentioned in the book? Before Li Yinfeng could think of a second idea, she had already followed Zhang Xiaohua to the roof. She stopped for a while and went straight to the place that she had just mentioned. Li Yinfeng was dressed in plain clothes and was very eye-catching in the night. However, in this mountain stronghold that was tight on the outside but loose on the inside, who would pay attention to her? Along the way, Li Yinfeng kept her mouth shut, afraid that she would make any noise and alert the bandits. Her body was also tense and she did not dare to move, afraid that she would disturb Zhang Xiaohua's Qinggong. After a while, the two of them climbed over many houses and corridors and stopped in front of a row of dilapidated houses. Zhang Xiaohua stopped for a while and then jumped down with Li Yinfeng. She pointed to a house that was lit and said, "Sister Li, is this the place?" Li Yinfeng had long recognized that this was the house that they had stayed in before. She was secretly shocked. She had just roughly described it. How did this young man know it so clearly? If he had not saved her before, she would have suspected that he was one of the bandits. Li Yinfeng nodded vigorously. Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door and entered. The house was very empty. The floor was covered with straw and two old men were sitting there, crying secretly. When they saw someone push the door and enter, they looked up angrily. When they saw that it was an ordinary young man, they were very surprised. When did this bandit become a young man? Moreover, his expression was also warm and not as fierce as before. What was he selling in the gourd? Without waiting for the two elders to speak, a girl immediately ran out from behind the young man. Crying, she called out, "Daddy, Mommy." Wasn't that his daughter, Li Yinfeng? What was going on? The young man closed the door and said, "Sister Li, now is not the time to cry. It won't be too late to suffer after we go down the mountain." Shopkeeper Li was overjoyed when he heard the unfamiliar young man call out so intimately. Could it be that this was his hero? Then, he immediately recalled that his daughter had been saved by a young lay disciple. Could it be this person? He didn't go back to the Daoist temple. When Li Yinfeng heard this, she quickly wiped her tears and said, "Father, Mother, this is my big brother's good friend. His name is Zhang Xiaohua. He came to save us. Let's go with him." The two old men naturally knew the importance of this matter. Without asking anything, they prepared to get up and leave. However, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "That. Uncle, Auntie, please wait a moment. I have to think about how to take you out." Manager Li was taken aback and blurted out, "Virtuous nephew, you walk in front, and we'll just follow behind you?" Chapter 249. Li Yinfeng whispered, "Father, don't talk. Listen to Zhang Xiaohua's arrangement." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Sister Li, I'll carry you on my back later, okay?" Li Yinfeng blushed and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Shopkeeper Li was still a little puzzled. His daughter could walk well, so why did she need him to carry her? This young man was thin and not even as tall as his daughter. Could he carry her well? Zhang Xiaohua said again, "Sister Li, you must hold my neck tightly and don't let go." Li Yinfeng blushed even more and nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaohua said to the two old men, "Uncle, Auntie, when I take you out later, you must be careful not to make a sound." The two old men nodded and thought, "Isn't this nonsense? If we make a sound, it will alert the bandits. What can we do?" After that, Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and went out. Shopkeeper Li hurriedly grabbed his arm and said anxiously, "Little hero, you have to open the door first to see if there's anyone outside. This is common sense." Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, This is the first time I go into a tiger's den to save someone. I'm not experienced enough. But I know there's no one outside." Shopkeeper Li didn't believe him. He opened the door first and looked around. Sure enough, there was no one outside. Then he opened the door and the four of them came out quietly. Shopkeeper Li pointed in the direction of the gate and said, "Little hero, I remember the gate is over there. But when we came in, I remember there were many people guarding there. We can't go through." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Uncle, it's okay. I'll take you there." Shopkeeper Li was skeptical, but he still said, "Well, let's go. We'll go along the corner. There are shadows there. They can't see us." Zhang Xiaohua said, "No, Uncle, Auntie, stand still. I'll take you there. We don't have much time. I'm afraid we'll be seen if we walk there." After he finished speaking, he gestured for Li Yinfeng to lie on his back. Then, he used his left and right hands to support the two old men under their armpits. He circulated the true energy in his entire body, and his figure suddenly flew up, heading straight for the roof in front of him. The two old men were still pondering over the sentence, "Stand still, I'll take you there." They thought strangely, if you don't let us walk, if you let us stand still, how are we going to get there? Although it wasn't very high, it was their first time, and they couldn't help but feel dizzy. Before they could wake up, their bodies followed Zhang Xiaohua to the roof. Then, they heard a few people talking and laughing as they walked past them. After waiting for a while, they felt as if they were riding on the clouds, flying from one roof ridge to another. Sometimes they would hide in a corner, and sometimes they would hide in an abandoned house. In short, they would safely avoid the bandits every time. When the two old men's minds gradually became clearer, the four of them had already reached the edge of the house. Zhang Xiaohua put the two old people down and said, "Sisterly, come down and take a breath of relief." Only then did Li Yinfeng let go of the arm that was holding Zhang Xiaohua breathlessly. Her face was crimson red. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked, "Sisterly, can you still hold on?" Li Yinfeng moved her arm, shook her teeth, and said, "It's okay. If it was a little longer, I might not be able to hold on." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Sister, now is a dangerous time. It's a temporary measure. If your arm really can't hold on, don't you still have your legs?" Li Yinfeng's face was about to bleed. The two old men next to her turned their heads, pretending not to hear or see. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes didn't pay attention to them. She looked at the distant wall of the village. The distance between the house and the square was too far. Her divine sense could barely reach it, and it was very difficult to clearly determine the position of others. If someone happened to look around the square, wouldn't she be immediately exposed? If she was alone, or if there were only two people, she would be able to free one hand. If she met anyone, she could block them. But there were three people, one in each hand, and one on her back. How could she deal with them? But looking at the time, it was already late. Presumably, the banquet of the village master and the envoy had already begun. When they found out that Li Yinfeng had been rescued by her, the entire village would come to look for her. Even if her qinggong was powerful, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to escape. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth. She would risk it. In any case, they were all looking outside the wall. At this moment, they were probably tired. Who would look back? Then, Zhang Xiaohua said to the three people, "You guys should be ready. This is the last and also the only dangerous place. After passing this place, everything will be easy to talk about." Although the three people felt that it was very strange, there were many torches on the walls of the village. They guessed that there were many bandits patrolling. How could there be no danger? But they still nodded obediently. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense stretched out towards the village wall. She roughly saw a vague outline. Feeling that this was a good opportunity, she immediately carried Li Yinfeng on her back, grabbed the two old people, and flew towards the empty square. Less than half the distance, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could already touch the village wall. At this moment, someone happened to be bored and turned around. Zhang Xiaohua immediately crouched down. That patrolling bandit seemed to have seen a huge black shadow, but it disappeared immediately. He rubbed his eyes hard. When he looked carefully again, he didn't see anything. He pulled the person next to him and asked, "Brother, I just saw a wide and big black shadow in the village. It was in the square. Do you think an outsider came in?" That person laughed and said, "Brother, did you drink too much last night? Our village gate is unprecedentedly tight. Even a fly can't fly in. How could someone come in? Moreover, what did you just say about a wide and big black shadow? A person's shadow is long and narrow. Could it be that you saw wrongly? If you don't, then you must have seen a ghost." That person shrank his neck and shivered. How could a normal person have such a shadow? Could it be that he really saw wrongly? It was better that he saw wrongly. If it was a monster, then it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, that person didn't dare to look anymore and hurriedly patrolled elsewhere. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Zhang Xiaohua quickly got up and rushed down the village wall. Only when she entered the shadow of the wall did she breathe a sigh of relief. She put down the two old people in her hands. Li Yinfeng also quickly let go of her hands and feet and jumped down. Well, it wasn't jumping, but straightening up. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua was halfway to success. As long as she jumped over the wall, she could fly freely. However, the other three people didn't understand. They were still nervous. There were bandits constantly passing by above them. How could they get past them? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the movement on the wall. She still picked up a stone from the ground and took the opportunity to throw it to her right. Zhang Xiaohua's strength was now very strong. After a while, she heard the sound of roosters and dogs barking from the other side. The people on the wall naturally ran in that direction. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to take the three people and jumped up the wall. Without hesitation, they flew down and landed in the forest. Behind them, they heard a hoarse voice resounding through the square. That bastard threw a stone. Does he have any morals? He smashed the back of my head. Who will pay for the medical expenses? In the forest, Zhang Xiaohu was restless. His brother had been gone for a long time and still hadn't returned. However, the patrols on the village wall were still there. There was no abnormality. Presumably, his brother hadn't been discovered. If it wasn't for his poor lightness skill, Zhang Xiaohu almost wanted to go and take a look himself. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was feeling anxious, he saw a huge shadow appear on the wall and quickly rushed towards him. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. Where did this monster come from? Just as he was about to dodge, he borrowed the light from the torches on the wall and vaguely saw a few human figures. Only then did he realize. Could it be that Xiaohua had brought people out? When he looked again, it was indeed the case. Both hands were holding two old men. Their eyes were tightly closed. In the darkness, he couldn't see clearly. Both hands were tightly clenched. Why were there two more hands and two legs in front of Xiaohua? When he looked carefully, there was actually a long-haired girl on her back. Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. He wanted to go forward to welcome her, but Zhang Xiaohua's speed was extremely fast. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was hesitating, she had already flown into the forest. Zhang Xiaohu whispered, "Xiaohua? Is that you?" "Second brother, it's me." Zhang Xiaohua replied and placed the three people on the ground. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the three people in disbelief and said, "Xiaohua, how did it go so smoothly? Could it be fake?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes at him and said, "How difficult did you think it was? This is just a bandit's lair. I am the dignified founder of the Fist of the North Star. Saving people is as easy as flipping my hand." Zhang Xiaohu saw that his younger brother had safely come out. His heart was also relieved. He smiled and said, "You keep bragging. Let's hurry up and leave. If we don't get discovered, all our previous efforts will be wasted." Zhang Xiaohua's heart also trembled. She said, "Second brother is right. But, how do we go down the mountain?" That was because when they arrived, he was carried up by Zhang Xiaohua. When they came out of the stronghold, Zhang Xiaohua had one person in each hand and one on her back. If they were to go down the mountain now, unless Zhang Xiaohua grew a third hand, the path from the stronghold to the outside of the mountain naturally could not be taken. They could only let Zhang Xiaohua carry the four people through the forest. If they were to pass through the forest, the mountain was so high. It was probably impossible. When Zhang Xiaohua was at her wit's end, Li Yinfeng said tiredly, "Isn't this big brother Zhang Xiaohua's senior brother? Can't you bring one person?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Miss Li, my name is Zhang Xiaohu. I'm also Li Jinfeng's friend. However, I'm not Xiaohua's senior brother, but her biological brother." I want to bring one person. I have enough strength, but I don't know Qigong. I can't go up and down the mountain. I can only use my feet step by step on the road down the mountain. Li Yinfeng thought for a while and said, then please bring my father and let Zhang Xiaohua bring you. Won't that be fine? However, Li Yinfeng said in distress, it's too difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to bring the four of us. It's better to do it twice. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she shook her head and said, forget it. Don't come twice. Time waits for no one. If you're not careful and get caught by the bandits, it'll be too late to regret. Come on. Everyone was puzzled and asked, why? Miss Li, come up. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Chapter 250. Coming out of the village, although Zhang Xiaohua was carrying 3 people, Li Yinfeng and her mother were light as a feather and did not expend much effort. This time, with the addition of Zhang Xiaohu, his weight was equivalent to 2 people. Zhang Xiaohua carried Li Yinfeng on his back, with his right hand supporting Li Yinfeng's mother and his left hand supporting Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu did not have the strength of his younger brother, so he could only ask for forgiveness and use his arms to clamp onto Li Yinfeng's father. He was just using all his strength to clamp onto them, but the one who exerted most of the effort was still Zhang Xiaohua. Carrying 4 living people while displaying his Qigong, Zhang Xiaohua's strength was not afraid and did not feel strenuous. However, the Jinqi in his body was greatly depleted. Just now when he went in to search for Li Yinfeng, he had already used up some. Bringing the 3 of them out, he had used up several times more. It seemed that the amount of Jinqi consumed when using his Qigong was related to the weight. Zhang Xiaohua estimated that with the amount of Jinqi in his body, it should not be a problem to bring the 4 of them to the other mountain. Thus, he took a deep breath and secretly activated his Heart Sutra. The Jinqi in his body circulated wildly and with a tap of his foot, he executed the ethereal steps. His body floated up and landed on a treetop. Following that, he released his divine sense to the maximum and quickly rushed down the mountain. Although there were hidden sentries in the forest, it was already late. The entire mountain was only filled with the sound of the wind, the rustling of leaves and the occasional howling of animals. How could the people in the hidden sentries think that someone would pass over their heads? If not for the village chief repeatedly emphasizing the need for militarization and to strengthen the execution, they would have already run back to the village. Why would they be obediently looking at the somewhat white path in a daze? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua very easily led the 4 of them and avoided several hidden sentries. They safely arrived at the place where the date red horse was placed. Seeing that they were about to reach the place, Zhang Xiaohua was about to circulate his Jinqi when he suddenly discovered that his meridians were empty. There was not the slightest bit of Jinqi left. He could not help but be shocked. At this moment, his body was in midair. In a hurry, he said in a low voice, "Second brother, get down." He casually threw Zhang Xiaohu to the ground and his own body fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohu was also a martial artist and his skills were naturally strong. Being in midair was actually the height of a tree, so of course it was not difficult for him. With a single stride, he jumped to the ground. Although the forest was pitch black, he was able to stand very steadily. At the same time, there was a sound next to Zhang and Zhang also very easily to the ground. Zhang landed on the ground. Zhang Xiaohu asked in a low voice, "Xiaohua, why aren't you walking? Have we arrived at the place?" Zhang Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, "It's right in front of us. Right now, I don't have any Jinqi left, so I can't use Qigong. I can only put you guys down." Li Yinfeng came down from Zhang Xiaohua's back and quickly asked, "Then is your body okay?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's okay, big sister Li. After a while, I'll be fine. Let's go, the date red horse is not far ahead. We should quickly leave the mountain." Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "The night is pitch black, how do you know that the date red horse is just ahead?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Feeling, second brother. A man's 6th sense." Thus, Li Yinfeng supported her mother and Zhang Xiaohu supported shopkeeper Li. Under Zhang Xiaohua's lead, they walked forward for half an hour before they found the date red horse. 5 people and only 2 horses. This made things a little difficult for Zhang Xiaohu. Manager Li said, "Nephew, this old man knows how to ride a horse. Why don't you let me and my family ride one, and you two ride the other? What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "This place is very far from Lu Town. If the 3 of you ride together, the horse won't be able to withstand it. How about uncle and auntie ride one, and second brother and Li Yinfeng ride the other? Is that okay?" Li Yinfeng was a bit embarrassed. Shopkeeper Li thought for a bit and said, "This matter is urgent and is also forced by the situation. We can only do this. Fenger, let's do as nephew says." Li Yinfeng didn't know if she nodded or shook her head. It was too dark to see clearly, but she didn't say anything. Naturally, she agreed. Shopkeeper Li asked again, "Nephew Zhang Xiaohua, will you ride with us or with your second brother?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I won't ride with you. I know Qinggong. I'll use it to catch up with you." Zhang Xiaohu said strangely, "How can that be? Your body is very light. You can ride the same horse as us. Why do you have to use Qinggong? Besides, you don't have any true qi in your body. How can you use Qinggong?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, time is tight now. Why are you so wishy-washy? If I ride the horse, it will definitely be slower. Besides, if the people from the mountain village catch up with us, they will definitely catch up with us. Won't I be working in vain tonight? Besides, if I wait here for a while, maybe I can block them and let you run farther. Forget it. Who do you think you are? You're not a real hero. Why do you stay here? Brother Li's family has been rescued. Let's go back together." "It's fine, second brother. I have my own plans. Besides, even if they see me, they won't think that I'm the one who saved them. Also, don't forget that I'm a disciple of the Daoist Temple. How would they dare to touch a single hair on my head?" "Well, forget it. I won't go. I'll go with you. If I go back like this, I won't be able to explain it to my parents." "Don't, second brother. Sister Li can't ride a horse. Even if she can, the road from here to Lu Town is not very safe. It's late at night. Don't you worry about them traveling alone?" "Well." Zhang Xiaohu was a little hesitant. "Second brother, get on the horse quickly. Listen to me. I'll rest in the woods for a while. When there's no movement in the mountain village, I'll go back tomorrow. If we hesitate for a while, they'll really catch up with us." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said, "Xiaohua, second brother knows that I'm not good at martial arts and can't help you. But you must be careful. When we leave, quickly recover your martial arts and catch up with us with your Qinggong." "I know, second brother. Don't worry. When has your brother ever suffered a loss? Didn't the little bald donkey from the Daoist Temple also fall into my hands? Okay. I'll take them away. Catch up with them as soon as possible." After saying this, Zhang Xiaohu no longer hesitated and got on the horse. Li Yinfeng was also helped by Zhang Xiaohua to sit behind him. Then he helped shopkeeper Li and Li Yinfeng get on the horse. Li Yinfeng's mother, who had been silent all this time, said in a low voice, "Xiaohua, you're a good child. Come back quickly. We'll wait for you in Lu Town." "I know, auntie. I'll go back tomorrow. It won't be long." After he finished speaking, he gently patted the red date horse's butt. The 2 horses stomped on the ground and quietly galloped down the mountain. After running for a while, the 2 horses stopped at the same time. The people on the horses all looked back, but it was dark and they couldn't see anyone. Soon after, they heard the sound of horse hooves. Ta, ta, ta. It gradually went farther and farther away. Slowly, the sound of horse hooves could not be heard. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the edge of the forest at the top of the mountain. She didn't wait for them to go far. She took out the primordial stones from her arms and absorbed them with all her strength. Instantly, a long and vigorous stream of primordial qi rushed from the meridians in her hands to her dantian. Zhang Xiaohua felt her whole body was incomparably comfortable. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Xiaohua stopped absorbing the primordial qi. She secretly circulated her qi and hurriedly improved her cultivation a little. She used her spiritual sense to examine the two primordial stones. The primordial qi inside did not seem to show any signs of decreasing. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think that her cultivation was really weak. According to the records in the Heart Sutra, this kind of primordial stone would be discarded after being absorbed a few times. She had already absorbed it twice and still hadn't absorbed much. Zhang Xiaohua put the primordial stones away and got up to stretch his body. Looking at the fire in the mountain stronghold in the distance, his pupils shrank slightly and flashed a trace of killing intent. He insisted on staying. On the one hand, it was to slightly resist the pursuers of the mountain stronghold and lead them to another direction. The most important thing was that the bandit named Brother Su had touched his bottom line. He had saved Li Yinfeng, which had already made it clear that he was a disciple of the Daoist temple. This group of people even planned to take Li Yinfeng back to the mountain stronghold. They even robbed the Li family's property and burned their house. It was clear that they didn't treat bean buns as dry food. They didn't give face to him, a disciple of the Daoist temple, and bullied him because he was young and a foreigner. The most hateful thing was that they wanted to go to the Guozhuang house, Balagu and Guanyin temple to search for beautiful women. Thinking of the tragedy of the neighboring village being robbed by Shitsu Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua was furious. He didn't want such a tragedy to happen in his Guozhuang house again. He didn't want the bandits to disturb the peaceful life of his family. For his parents, for his brother and sister-in-law, he had to stay. He had to stay and take the lives of those who had eaten the courage of the leopard. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even intend to let go of the head of the mountain stronghold and the messenger. If it weren't for his limited martial arts, he even wanted to destroy Shitsui Mountain. Of course, he couldn't tell his second brother about his thoughts and words. He knew that his second brother wouldn't let him take the risk alone. Perhaps he would stay, or perhaps he would take him away. However, neither choice was his own. He was more willing to destroy any enemies that threatened his family before they sprouted. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his bosom and took out the small sword. The feeling of it being his own arm made him feel a sense of pride. He thought to himself, small sword, did you not taste enough blood last time? Today I'm going to make a fortune. Then, with a tap of his toes, his figure floated to the top of a high tree. His divine sense swept forward like an antenna. His figure didn't stay in the forest any longer. Like a wisp of smoke, he rushed to the stronghold of Shichui Mountain. The hidden sentries in the woods were even more slack and almost fell asleep. Zhang Xiaohua came to the bottom of the stronghold wall again. At this time, there were fewer people patrolling on the stronghold wall. Only a few people were wandering back and forth listlessly. Zhang Xiaohua found a chance and climbed up the stronghold wall. This time he didn't rush down, but looked up and looked around. Suddenly, he patted his forehead and laughed in his heart. Habitual thinking kills people. Chapter 251. The wall of the bandit stronghold of Shitsui Mountain was a small semicircle. In the middle of the wall, there was a square between the house and the wall. It was easy to be discovered from the square, but the wall was connected to the house. The left and right ends of the wall were built on the mountain rocks, and the houses of the stronghold were built against the mountain. As long as one walked to the end of the wall, one could walk to the house along the shadow. When Zhang Xiaohua went in, she didn't pay attention. In order to save time, she crossed the square at the risk of being discovered. And when she came back, she didn't think much. She just went back from where she came from. She never thought that if she walked to the end of the wall, she wouldn't be discovered by the bandits at all. Thinking that she was almost discovered with 3 people just now, Zhang Xiaohua secretly reminded herself that she should pay more attention in the future and carefully observe the terrain. She should never make such mistakes again. After criticizing and self-criticizing, Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to find a new route. Anyway, there were no people patrolling. Why should she take a detour? Her genuine qi was painstakingly absorbed from the primordial stone. There was no reason to waste it. Zhang Xiaohua turned over and got down. She still skimmed across the square. Under her divine awareness, she was not discovered by anyone. According to her memory just now, Zhang Xiaohua came to the place where the bandits' brother Su and others were drinking. When the banquet reached the climax, everyone was drunk. She heard old Chao say, "Xia Xianxia is so scheming. He actually sprinkled the 1,000-mile incense on that girl's car. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to find that girl in a short time." Another voice sounded, "Brother Chao, didn't I tell you not to mention that girl again? She's not ours anymore. It's useless to talk about her. It makes us feel itchy." Old Chao said, "Well, I won't say it. I haven't said it all night. Now I really can't stand it anymore. Alas, how could we be seen by the chieftain? It would be better if we left earlier. Presumably, that bullshit messenger is having fun now." A voice said, "Old Chao, you're drunk. You'd better talk about something else." "That's right, let's talk about Xia Xianxia's cleverness. Tell me honestly, did you really find the Li family's lass with that 1,000-mile fragrance?" Xia Xianxia said, "Hee, Brother Su guessed correctly. There are many people in Lu town, and the smells are mixed. The 1,000-mile fragrance is indeed useful in open areas, but when I'm there, how can I smell it? I don't have a dog's nose." "Ah." Old Chao said, "You actually lied to me and made me envious of your intelligence. Oh right, without the 1,000 miles incense, how did you find the Li family's door?" Xia Xianxia chuckled and said, "In this world, there are many people who like to gossip. Everyone has a gossipy heart. I only sat in the tea house for a while and casually asked about interesting things in the city. Someone who likes to show off told me about the robbery of the Li family and the Yu family's daughter from 4 trees. It only cost 2 copper coins for the tea. It's a pity that the Yu clan's young lady isn't here, and there's no one at home. Otherwise, we would be able to do something big. Don't worry, they won't run away. We'll just go again another day. Okay, brothers, let's drink, and then we'll go together." "Okay, let's drink." Everyone drank a few bowls. Zhang Xiaohua, who was listening on the roof, was angry, but there were 6 people in the room. He didn't have the ability to kill all 6 of them at once. As long as one of them shouted, who knows how many people would hear it in this kind of night. At this time, Old Chao said, "You guys drink, I'll go out and waterproof." After saying that, he left the room alone. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and followed him to a corner. Old Chao stood crookedly, whistling while waterproofing. Zhang Xiaohua walked behind him and patted his shoulder. Old Chao ignored him and said, "Wait, I'm not done yet." Zhang Xiaohua continued to pat him. Old Chao anxiously said, "Who's so annoying? Are you looking for a beating?" After saying that, he turned around and saw an unknown young man. Just as he was about to say something, the young man suddenly came forward with something in his left hand. With the help of the light from the window, he saw that the young man was actually holding a toy sword in his hand. Before he could take a second look, the sword was already at his throat. When the small sword reached his throat, it clearly paused, as if it was hesitating. Old Chao felt a wave of fear, but he didn't feel anything sharp at his throat. He immediately understood that it was just a toy, and the tip of the sword hadn't been sharpened. He couldn't help but grin, and said the last sentence of his life, "Where did this little brat come from? How dare you joke with me? Watch how I deal with you." After saying that, he reached out to grab the toy. At this time, another voice sounded from the side, "Brother Chao, who are you talking to?" Then, old Chow felt a chill in his throat. Then, he covered his neck in disbelief and fell to the ground weakly. Even before he died, he didn't understand how this unsharpened toy could pierce his throat. The young man who killed him was Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, when his dagger was at old Chow's throat, he did hesitate. After all, he had never really faced killing before, so he couldn't do it. However, the person behind him had blocked his escape route. If he didn't stab with his dagger, tonight's operation would be ruined. He could escape, but the Li family, Yu family, Guozhuang, and Balagu might suffer. In a situation where there was no way out, he had no choice but to stab with his dagger. When he pulled out the dagger, he saw old Chow lying limp on the ground. His life was so easily dodged by him. He felt a wave of confusion in his heart, but soon after, he felt a wave of relief. So this was how killing people was, how easy it was to kill people. At this time, he was already unable to summarize his experience. There wasn't much time left for him. The person behind him was about to turn the corner. Zhang Xiaohua immediately slid to the side of the wall. The person just happened to lean out half of his body and was still saying, "You didn't drink too much, did you?" His words suddenly stopped. A small sword easily pierced his throat. It was gentle, like a lover's kiss. The only difference was that the lover left a red lipstick mark, while the small sword left a faint red. The people in the room didn't know that something was wrong outside. After drinking for a while, they still didn't see anyone coming back. Brother Su said, "Xianxia, go with Shaoli and see what happened to old Chow and the other two. Did they really drink too much? Carry them back. It's still early, so it's not their style." Xianxia and the other person answered and came out. As soon as they turned the corner, they saw the two people lying on the ground. They laughed and said, "Old Chow, oh old Chow, I've never seen you like this. When you wake up tomorrow, how will I scold you?" Before the two people could go forward, Zhang Xiaohua descended from the sky. Her left hand held a sword, and her right hand formed a claw. She stabbed the sword into the throat and grabbed it with her other hand. With a slight force, there was a crack sound. Blood seeped out of the corner of the person's mouth and he fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the corpse lying on the ground. It was no longer as agitated and trembling as before. She whispered, "It's better to use a sword. It's clean and nimble." There were only two people left in the room, and they were both drunk. How could they be worthy of his attention? Brother Su was still drinking with the other person in the room when he heard a knock on the door. He couldn't help but frown and say, "You don't have hands. Open the door yourself." However, the knocking continued. He was angry. He got up and strode to the door. He opened the door and said, "Who the hell are you?" In front of him was Xianxia, who had just gone out. His eyes were closed and his head was drooping. Brother Su laughed and said, "Xianxia, don't tell me you just went out for a while and fell asleep." Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't reply. Brother Su felt that something was amiss. He was about to call someone over when he saw a short figure emerge from behind Xianxia. The faintly discernible face was actually very familiar. Brother Su called out, "Daoist Temple." Just as he finished speaking, a small sword pierced his throat. There was no resistance. Brother Su died with remaining grievances as he looked at the young boy in front of him and fell to the ground. There was only one person left in the room. He was drunk when he heard Brother Su call out for the Daoist Temple. He couldn't help but be shocked. When he saw Brother Su fall to the ground and revealed the lay disciple, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. His drunkenness completely disappeared as he shouted, "Help!" Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua rushed in front of him like lightning. The man didn't have time to dodge. He only managed to lean slightly to the side before the small sword pierced his throat and he stopped breathing. When the last person fell to the ground, Zhang Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. She wiped away the sweat that was about to flow down. She thought to herself, "Lucky." Suddenly, she slapped her forehead and said on the ground, "Oh, I forgot to leave him alive. Ask him where the money is hidden." As she spoke, she used her divine sense to sweep the room. She didn't find anything. Presumably, the money was hidden somewhere else. Zhang Xiaohua didn't stay any longer. She carried the corpses into the room, blew out the light, and walked out. Just as she was about to leave, an idea flashed in her mind. Why not take the opportunity to kill the fort master and let Shui Mountain be leaderless and peaceful for a few years? Moreover, she didn't get any benefits from this trip. Wouldn't it be a waste of effort? After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua floated up the room and sneaked toward the hall. In the hall, the banquet was not over yet. The two of them were talking about something. Zhang Xiaohua was not arrogant just because he had killed a few small fries. Although he did not know how good the martial arts of the head and the messenger were, the head could command the entire Shitsui Mountain. How could he control the situation if he did not have some martial arts? Presumably, he was no match for them. If he wanted to kill them, it was better to do it suddenly. And the emissaries seemed to be from some divine sect. Such people dared to come out to represent a sect. Which one of them wasn't a master? Zhang Xiaohua didn't think that he could beat them. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua floated to the back of the inner hall. She used her divine sense to sweep around, trying to find a good place to hide. But before her divine sense found a hiding place, she found that there seemed to be a fluctuation of primordial qi under the ground of the back hall. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 252. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to feel the fluctuation of primordial qi underground. He couldn't help but think of the basement in Zhang Qingyue's study in the Misty School. It was estimated that this was the secret room of the master of Shitsui Mountain. Then Zhang Xiaohua excitedly looked for the entrance to the secret room. If the entrance was found by others, it might not be easy to find. But under Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, there was nowhere to hide. After several scans, he found the abnormality on the bed in the corner. When he found the mechanism in the corner of the bed, he couldn't help but praise secretly. If he really looked for it with his eyes, he might not find it. It seemed that the things in the secret room were really worth looking forward to. When Zhang Xiaohua lifted the bed and walked into the secret room from the bed, he saw a layer of light in front of him before he laid down the stairs. He couldn't help but be surprised. Was this the luminous pearl recorded in the book? Zhang Xiaohua lit the fire starter. What he saw in front of him made him stunned. In front of him was a space with a radius of 10 feet. On the right was a weapon shelf with some strange weapons. On the left were several big boxes. Looking forward, it was the place where he saw the light just now. There were several tables with a lot of jewelry and jade on them. The strangest thing was that beside the table, there was an incense burner that looked like the incense burner used in temples. There were 3 legs at the bottom and a ball at the top. However, this incense burner had a lid. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan. The fluctuation of primordial qi was coming from this incense burner. He carefully walked forward and touched it with his hand. Then he opened the lid of the incense burner and looked inside. Yes, there were still a lot of burnt ashes in the incense burner. He really didn't know why the bandit brought the incense burner here. Suddenly, he remembered that he had heard the conversation between the messenger and the master on the roof. Was this what the messenger wanted to take? "Hey," Zhang Xiaohua sneered. No matter what it was, as long as it was a treasure, why should he hesitate? Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out the money bag and put the incense burner into it. Then, without taking back the money bag, he first came to several big boxes and opened one casually. The lid of the box was opened and the inside was glittering with gold. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were dazzled. To be honest, this guy had never seen gold since he was a child. Even when he heard it, he just heard it from Peng. How could he not be moved by the box full of gold in front of him? Gladly, Zhang Xiaohua put the whole box into the money bag without hesitation. That was, if he put it in bit by bit, it would waste his divine sense. Taking the whole box together, that would be cool. As for the rest of the boxes, Zhang Xiaohua also opened them one by one to satisfy his eyes. Then, he put them into the money bag. These boxes were either filled with gold or jewelry. There was not even silver. Zhang Xiaohua could not help shaking his head. These bandits were so tasteless that they only took hard currency. Why didn't they store some silver notes? The gold and the like really took up too much space in the money bag. How could it be more convenient than silver notes? As for the luminous pearls on the table, there were actually a lot of them in the box. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to waste, let go, or regret, so he put them all in his bag. As for the rare weapons, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be blamed. He had never seen any weapons, so he didn't know how precious these weapons were. Moreover, these things didn't look as pleasing to the eye as gold and jewelry. Forget it, it's better to leave some for the bandits of Shitsui Mountain. After all, we are all educated people, so it's good to leave something for them to remember. Of course, these thoughts were also made by Zhang Xiaohua after his divine sense swept over the weapon rack. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had faintly understood that only things with primordial chi fluctuations were what he needed. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that he seemed to have not used his divine sense to scan the small sword. It was easy to forget things around him. Then, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to separate a strand of divine sense to scan the small sword. At this time, he suddenly heard a soft sound above his head. Zhang Xiaohua quickly released his divine sense. Oh, no, Master Lu and Messenger Ing were standing in front of the bed. Even if he thought with his toes, he knew that they were not going to rest. He was blocked by someone. What should he do? Zhang Xiaohua quickly looked at some of the secret rooms that had just been searched by him and seemed to be empty. Where was there a hiding place? Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and then made up his mind. He put away the fire starter, took out the big handkerchief from his arms, covered his mouth and nose, and floated up with his qin gong. Since he was caught like a turtle in a jar, he might as well fight to the death. Outside the secret room, Master Lu smiled apologetically and said, "Messenger, I have put that thing in the secret room later. I am the only one who knows about this secret room. I have already dealt with the other people who know about it. That thing will be fine if it is placed here." Emissary Ing said with a smile, "Actually, it would be easy for someone from my divine sect to get this thing. However, this kind of thing involves a lot of people. My sect finds it troublesome and the evil tiger gang is not in a good situation. That's why we came to Shitsui Mountain." "Hee, Chief Lu, I've said enough. I think you already know what to do. You must have guessed it." I know. Messenger, don't worry. I know very well in my heart." The monk Jiu Ro, who was set up by us, has already been dealt with by my men. Even if the monks of the Shaolin Temple come to the mountain, I will refuse to let them find any trace of the divine sect. However, about my small request? Master Lu, don't worry. Didn't I say that a big shot of my divine sect is coming soon? He is one of the 18 disciples of Lord Garuda of my divine sect. He has a prominent status. Your small request can't be any smaller. If he can come, it naturally shows that what you are doing is very important. Since you can complete it well, I will say a few good words in front of him. Isn't your future clear? Great, Lord Messenger, I have to ask for more. By the way, my secret room is filled with the inventory of Shitsui Mountain. There are still some things that I like. I hope Lord Messenger can accept some of them later. Hee, no problem. I don't know what can catch my eye in this remote place. I'm looking forward to it." Immediately, Master Lu opened the mechanism, revealing a secret passage leading to the underground. Master Lu looked at Messenger Ing and said with a smile, "I will lead the way." After that, he lifted his leg to get on the bed and was about to enter the secret passage. In the blink of an eye, just as he was about to step into the secret passage, a thin and weak figure dashed out from the deep secret passage with a whoosh and crashed into Chieftain Lu. Master Lu was calculating his own plan while taking into account the feelings of the messenger behind him. Moreover, he didn't expect that a figure would rush out from the secret passage, so he didn't have any reaction at all. Even if he was prepared, at such a close distance, Zhang Xiaohua had used all her strength. How could he react? When he came to his senses, a cold feeling came from his throat. In an instant, he felt that all the strength in his body flowed out of his body along with this feeling. Before that beautiful future could warm up in his mind, it was pierced by the sudden assassination and disappeared without a trace. Before he died, the only sentence in Master Lu's mind was, "This world is full of surprises." When Zhang Xiaohua saw Master Lu collapsed on the ground, she pushed Master Lu's body towards Messenger Ying and didn't stay any longer. She exerted strength in her legs and soared into the sky, escaping out of the house. She was betting on this little bit of time. She thought that once she appeared, she would be able to catch them off guard and kill the weaker Master Lu. As for that Messenger Ying, even if he reacted, he might not have the time to block her. Moreover, if she could successfully escape out of the house, that messenger would definitely not chase after her because he still had to look into the secret chamber. Sure enough, when the messenger pushed the corpse away, it was already too late to block Zhang Xiaohua. Messenger Ying looked at Zhang Xiaohua's figure that had just escaped and the dark entrance of the secret passage in front of him. He hit his feet and quickly scurried up the bed. After taking a few steps, he quickly lit up the fire starter. Looking at the empty secret chamber, his heart thumped and he knew that it was not good. He saw the figure that had just escaped clearly. It was a slightly weaker figure, like a youth. There seemed to be a dagger in his hand and then there was nothing on him. The incense burner that he wanted was huge and he wouldn't be able to carry it. The messenger looked around the secret chamber worriedly and didn't see any place to hide the incense burner. He quickly scurried out of the secret chamber and with a stretch of his body, he used his lightness skill to rush out of the house. His figure was actually faster than Zhang Xiaohua. The disappearance of the incense burner must have something to do with the youth who came out of the secret chamber. Even if he didn't take it, he must have some clues. The key was that if he didn't chase the youth back, he couldn't explain it to the cult. When he chased out of the house and looked from a high place, the youth had already run far away. But he didn't go in the direction of the fortress wall, instead, he went to the back of the mountain. Could it be that he had reinforcements at the back of the mountain? The messenger gritted his teeth and chased closely. Even if there was an ambush, he had to bite the bullet. At this moment, how could he care so much? The back of the mountain of Shichui Mountain was also a lush forest. But the mountain was too steep and there was no mountain road leading down. So the bandits had always ignored it. Zhang Xiaohua ran to the edge of the cliff in a short time. When he looked back, Messenger Ying had already chased out of the house and was coming in his direction. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and touched the money bag in his arms. The ancients said, "Birds die for food, people die for wealth." They didn't deceive him. Then, he took out a vitality stone from his arms and held it in his right hand. He lowered his head to look at the mountain. With a chuckle, he flew down and landed on the top of a big pine tree by the mountain. The top of the tree sank down and then bounced up. Zhang Xiaohua's body jumped up and flew to another place. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 253. Since she couldn't escape the fate of being chased, it was better to face it calmly and make the best preparation. Anyway, her second brother and the people of the Li family had gone far away. The people who robbed the Li family in Lu Town and the head of fort were killed by her. Messenger Ying probably didn't have time or thought to find Li Yinfeng again. Zhang Xiaohua had a sense of heroism. In order not to exhaust the true qi in her body, Zhang Xiaohua had already prepared for a protracted battle. While absorbing the primordial qi from the primordial stone to replenish the true qi in her body, she used her lightness skill and Misty School's lightness skill to move freely in the forest. Although Messenger Ying's lightness skill was faster than Zhang Xiaohua's, Zhang Xiaohua was really cunning. In the beginning, her lightness skill was a little obscure and she was almost caught by him several times. But as time went by, her lightness skill became smoother and her speed increased a lot. She was almost on par with Messengering. Messengering was angry. Wasn't he making fun of him? How could he practice lightness skill in front of him? However, he was not worried. Although the young man's lightness skill was good, he was limited after all. Even if he started practicing internal strength when he was in his mother's womb, he might not be as powerful as him. When he ran out of strength, wouldn't it be easy to catch him? The two people, one chasing and one running, gradually went far away from Shitsui Mountain. The distance between them was always kept at 10 feet. It couldn't be widened or shortened. When they were in a stalemate, brilliant fireworks were shot from the direction of Shitsui Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. It was still far away from the New Year's celebration. Who was crazy to set off fireworks so early? Messengering was overjoyed. He also took out something from his arms and threw it into the air. Immediately, it flew high and then exploded with a bang. It was also a firework, which was very similar to the previous one. Even if Zhang Xiaohua didn't know much, she knew that the backup of the messenger had come. Sure enough, there was a clear howl from Shitsui Mountain. Before the howl had died down, it had already come to Zhang Xiaohua and the others. In an instant, they felt that it was much closer. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. What a speed! It seemed that her life would be in danger today. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and kept the primordial stones in his arms. The true energy in his body began to circulate wildly and his true energy flickered continuously. His body immediately sped up and in an instant, he managed to pull away from Envoying and quickly escaped into the depths of the valley. Upon seeing this, Envoying did not dare to be negligent. He let out a long whistle from his mouth and did not dare to slow down. The true energy in his body flowed freely to his legs. If he did not show off now, when would he? The martial arts of the people from the divine sect were very high. When the whistling stopped, they were already halfway through the chase. When Zhang Xiaohua took the time to look back, under the moonlight, a faint black dot had already appeared in his field of vision. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He turned his body and fled to another place where the trees were denser. In fact, she still underestimated the martial arts of that person. As early as she appeared in that person's vision, she had already been locked on by that person's internal strength. As long as Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill was much higher than that person's, it was almost impossible to escape that person's tracking. Whether it was a dense forest or a plain, it was the same. Not long after Zhang Xiaohua changed direction, she came to a dense forest. The person behind her had already passed Envoying and directly caught up with her. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the crown of a big tree. She wanted to look around to see if there was any place to hide or escape. Suddenly, she felt that her vision turned black and she immediately lost consciousness. Wasn't it midnight now? When Zhang Xiaohua landed on the tree, the person from the divine sect had already caught up to her within 100 feet. When he was about to use his internal strength to chase after her again, he saw Zhang Xiaohua fall straight from the crown of the tree. This change came so suddenly that the person didn't dare to move forward for a while. He waited for a long time before he and Envoying separated into two directions to watch. Under the fallen leaves and accumulated grass under the big tree, Zhang Xiaohua was sleeping soundly. The person frowned and watched for a while. Then he waved his hand to Envoying. Envoying hurried forward and stretched out his hand to grab Zhang Xiaohua's arm. He lifted her up and easily carried Zhang Xiaohua in his hand. Envoying couldn't help but exclaim. The person asked curiously, "Ying Fei, what's wrong?" "Lord Qin, this boy is very light." "Oh. Is he too thin?" "Yes, he's thin, but he's too light." "Yes." Lord Qin didn't comment. Then, the two people used their qin gong and returned to Shichui Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. In front of her was a road that was rapidly retreating. She suddenly realized her situation. She immediately closed her eyes again and released her divine sense. It was a bright and sunny morning. The two people from the divine sect were riding their horses and galloping in the same direction. Zhang Xiaohua was facing down in front of Ying's horse. Although Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were closed, his eyeballs kept rolling around. His mind was spinning as he tried to think of a way to deal with this situation. Not long after, the two horses galloped to a fork in the road. Lord Qin's horse wanted to turn left, but Ying Fei fell behind. Just as Ying Fei turned his horse around to follow Lord Qin, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly jumped up from the horse and flew to the right. Ying Fei was caught unprepared. Both of his hands were holding the reins. Before he could let go, he shook the reins and wanted to use the reins to tie Zhang Xiaohua's legs. Although Zhang Xiaohua was in the air with her back to him, she didn't withdraw her divine sense for a moment. How could she not know his intention? She immediately curled up and let go of the reins. Then, she landed on the ground. Without looking at the direction, she tiptoed and ran to the wilderness by the roadside. Before she ran a few steps, she heard a laugh behind her. "Huh, I knew you were awake, but I didn't know you had such ability to escape from Ying Fei." Zhang Xiaohua didn't look back, but her divine sense swept behind her. A young man with a square face and a very kind appearance was chasing her casually. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Was this the person who chased her last night? In a few breaths, the young man had caught up with her. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly changed her direction and turned to the other side. The young man didn't panic and also turned to catch up with her. Zhang Xiaohua then changed her direction several times and suddenly accelerated. She used all the tricks she could think of, but she didn't pull away from the young man at all. So, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped. She stopped very contrary to common sense. She turned around and said, "Big brother." But the young man with gray hair in front of her was rushing towards her. For a moment, she didn't know whether to call him big brother or uncle. The man with gray hair was chasing closely from behind. He didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to suddenly stop. And she stopped so suddenly, as if she didn't run at all. He couldn't stop in time and was running towards Zhang Xiaohua. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him hit her? She didn't care whether he was big brother or uncle. She first moved to the side. The man with gray hair's qin gong was even better. He also took a breath and his body floated up. He just swept past the place where Zhang Xiaohua was standing and then stopped. Looking at the man with gray hair turning around, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, why are you chasing me?" The man with gray hair didn't speak. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time and asked, "Do you want to know? Then tell me first, why are you going to Xichui Mountain?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said righteously, "I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. The bandits of Xichui Mountain are running amok, killing people and setting fires. They are full of evil. As a disciple of the Daoist Temple, of course I have to be merciful and send them to Buddha's paradise." "You? A disciple of the Daoist Temple?" The man with gray hair's serious face suddenly became very funny, as if he saw the funniest thing in the world. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "You actually said in front of me that you are a disciple of the Daoist Temple? Do you know who I am?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly said in her heart, "This is bad. Li Gui has met Li Kuei. This time I'm exposed. Could it be that this guy is the real disciple?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly cupped her hands and said, "Could it be that this big brother is also a disciple of the Daoist Temple? Hey! A group of baldies from the Daoist Temple, are they worthy of being my master?" The man with gray hair had a face of disdain. "Then, big brother is? Tell me who your master is first." "Master? Hee, didn't I tell big brother already? I am from the Daoist Temple." "Who is your big brother?" "Call me Lord. Also, you are definitely not from the Daoist Temple. It is useless to say this in front of me. Big brother, oh, Lord, this one does not have a master. This one is self-taught. Self-taught? Hee, your movement technique has the shadow of the ethereal steps, but it is not exactly the same. Could it be that you are related to the Misty School? The man with gray hair was somewhat suspicious. Misty School? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said with a smile, you guessed right. I am the direct disciple of the Misty School's leader O Peng. If you don't want to offend the Misty School, quickly let me go. Ha ha ha. The man seemed to have heard something funny. He laughed and said, your movement technique is only 30% similar to the ethereal steps. You actually dare to boast that you are a disciple of the Misty School. Not to mention that you are definitely not a disciple of the Misty School. Even if you were a disciple of the Misty School, if I took you, they would not dare to say a word. Oh no, where did this big brother come from? Right, divine sect. What kind of sect is this divine sect? Poor Zhang Xiaohua only knew about the Misty School, the Daoist Temple, and the evil tiger gang. The other sects were a blur to her eyes. Naturally, she did not know what this divine sect was. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not speak, the man asked again, I don't care which sect you are from. I just want to know why you went to Shichui Mountain. You killed their chief and 6 small fries. What is the reason? Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, Big brother, you misunderstood. I only killed the chief. The others were not killed by me. Chapter 254. Forget it. The gray-haired man's personality seemed to be very kind as he retorted, although my subordinates did not see you kill those 6 bandits, but from the wounds on their throats, I could easily see that you killed them with the small sword in your bosom. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but touch his bosom. Luckily, the small sword and money pouch were still there. The 4 small primeval stones were also still there. Zhang Xiaohua's face was embarrassed from being exposed and said, So you all know, hee. Quickly tell me, what are you here for? These are 7 lives. A little youth like you is actually so cruel and merciless. Could it be that they have a grudge against you for killing your father? Grudge against my father? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned again and said in a sad voice, Sir, you are absolutely right. I have a grudge against a few bandits for killing my father. Today I am here to take revenge. Immediately after, he sorrowfully made up an awkward story. But, his story had just started when the gray-haired man waved his hand and said, Don't speak nonsense, I am not willing to listen to your nonsense. How can you have a grudge against the bandits with your skills? I do not care about the lives of those bandits. I only want to ask you one thing, where is the cauldron in the secret room? Cauldron? Zhang Xiaohua was confused and said in a puzzled voice, Sir, please understand, I did not see any cauldron at all. Moreover, to be honest, I did not know that there was a secret room in that place. I originally wanted to assassinate the chief, but he was always with your people and I did not have a chance. So I thought of hiding in a place in the back hall and making my move. When I saw the secret room, the secret passage was already open. I was also curious, so I went down. In the end, it was empty, there was nothing. Oh, right, there were only some strange weapons. The gray-haired man stared at Zhang Xiaohua, as if trying to distinguish whether he was telling the truth or not. After he finished speaking, he asked, Which sect are you from? Or which organization are you from? If I'm familiar with it, I'll let you go after I verify it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I really am a disciple of the Misty School. The white-haired man also smiled and said, Then do you know the Dragon God sect? Dragon God sect? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, I heard from my master, Wenhai, that it's an unremarkable sect. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The gray-haired man laughed as if he had heard a joke. He looked up to the sky and laughed until tears almost came out of his eyes. Then he said, You are really cunning. I don't know where you heard Wenhai's name, but you actually shamelessly clung to his thigh. Do you still want me to be magnanimous to you on account of the fact that you are O Peng's disciple's disciple? However, since you haven't even heard of the Dragon God sect, how could you possibly be a disciple of the Misty School? Dragon God sect? Is he famous? Should I know? Zhang Xiaohua had a series of question marks. She secretly muttered in her heart, isn't second brother just a disciple of the Misty School? I've never heard him mention the name of the Dragon God sect. Zhang Xiaohua helplessly spread out her hands and said, since sir doesn't believe me, then I'll just take it that I'm self-taught. Self-taught? The gray-haired man snorted coldly and said, you are ruthless. You slit their throats with a sword. This is not something an ordinary person can do. If you hadn't undergone strict training, how could I believe it? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was also at a loss. Yes, 7 lives were harvested by her just like that. When she heard that the bandit's brother Su wanted to rob the Guozhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of the tragedy in the neighboring village and how the 3 wolves of Shitsui Mountain treated her so viciously. She remembered that when she stabbed her first sword into that person's throat, she was still hesitant. After that, she saw a little bit of blood in his throat. At that time, her whole body was cold and she even trembled a little. However, she didn't have the slightest fear or regret. Suddenly, a chill rose from Zhang Xiaohua's heart and instantly spread throughout her body. Yes, when she faced 7 bandits, her powerful force made her feel like she was looking at a few weak ants. She could easily kill them without a burial ground. This was the first time she took the initiative to kill someone, but she wasn't afraid at all. Was this still her? Was it because she killed them so gently that she didn't feel guilty because she didn't see a drop of blood? Did their dead bodies make her think that they were really sleeping because they seemed to be asleep? There was a kind of fear in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. This kind of fear was because she didn't understand her past behavior and her nature. The gray-haired man sensitively felt the change in Zhang Xiaohua and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, almost at the same time, an indifferent and unknown flow flowed out of her mind. First, it flowed to her heart, and then it flowed throughout her body. Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved and a thought came into her mind, if they hurt my family, no matter how far they are, I will kill them. If they are my family, no matter how dangerous it is, I will do it. Once this thought appeared, it gradually became stronger and stronger. In the end, it became tyrannical and filled her entire mind. A sentence also appeared in her heart, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes instantly became firm and her state of mind also grew as if she was reborn. The tempering of the state of mind was very mysterious. The gray-haired man didn't know that his provocation actually made Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation advance to another level. When the gray-haired man saw Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, the smile at the corner of his mouth disappeared and he secretly said, what a pity. He originally wanted to use a psychological attack and use words to test Zhang Xiaohua's psychological bottom line to make her obediently tell him what he wanted to know. Now that he failed, he couldn't help but lose his patience. The gray-haired man said coldly, you really don't want to tell me where you came from? Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, sir, my words are all true. You just don't believe me. The gray-haired man was so angry that he laughed and said, good, good. Then, with a flash, he pointed at the acupoint under Zhang Xiaohua's armpit. Zhang Xiaohua, who was close by, didn't even have room to dodge. When the acupoint was hit, an unbearable numbness came from her limbs. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but collapse to the ground and almost moan. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Before Zhang Xiaohua's mouth could open, the numbness disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua stood up softly and asked, what are you doing? When the gray-haired man saw this, he was also surprised. If an ordinary person was hit like this, they would have already cried out and lay on the ground. This youth actually only felt a little pain. At this time, the gray-haired man no longer had the warmth from before. He sneered and said, since you don't want to cooperate, then don't blame me for being vicious. Divine Sex 81 Methods, let me let you have a taste of the soul-searching hand. After saying that, he pointed again. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was already prepared. Seeing the finger coming, she quickly dodged and wanted to use ethereal steps to dodge. But no matter how she dodged, the finger followed her like a shadow, getting closer and closer. It was impossible to dodge. Was this the difference between a martial arts master and himself? Zhang Xiaohua asked herself. This gentle finger seemed to be gentler than the previous one. Unfortunately, this finger contained 40% of the gray-haired man's inner strength. Even if Zhang Xiaohua practiced the immortal path cultivation method, under such a huge difference, it was still difficult for her to escape. Her body that had been tested by the two little monks in the Daoist temple, seemed to have been struck by lightning. An indescribable pain came from her four limbs. Her whole body's strength was instantly sucked out. That pain passed through her whole body and drilled straight into her brain. Like a spiritual awl, it fiercely pierced into Zhang Xiaohua's brain. Zhang Xiaohua lay weakly on the ground, her whole body twitching. Large beads of sweat dripped from her head. She couldn't help but moan softly. It was indeed the soul-searching hand. The pain only passed after half an incense's time. Zhang Xiaohua lay on the ground as if she had collapsed. She was too lazy to even move a finger. That pain was very strange. It was so painful that she almost fainted. But even if she wanted to faint, she couldn't. Her heart was abnormally clear. The gray-haired man was still as warm as before. He smiled and asked, "This little hero, now can you tell me where the cauldron is?" Zhang Xiaohua said softly and weakly, "This. Sir, this one has indeed never seen the cauldron. How do you want me to tell you?" The gray-haired man's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his leg and was about to attack again. But he tilted his head and looked at the time. He smiled and said, "Hee hee, trying to be brave? It's okay. There's plenty of time to let you know. The divine sect has many techniques. I'll let you taste them one by one. I'd like to see how long you can last." After he finished speaking, he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's acupuncture point. His strength penetrated through her bones. Zhang Xiaohua's body immediately stiffened. She couldn't move at all. She was caught in his hand. At the same time, the gray-haired man was also surprised. Was this young man really a disciple of the Daoist temple? Did he grow up eating vegetables? On the side of the road, Ying Fei was obediently pulling 2 horses. When he saw Sir Qin return, he smiled and said, "Sir Qin is still the best. No matter how cunning this guy is, he's still not your opponent." Sir Qin frowned and said, "Ying Fei, are you praising me or scolding me?" Ying Fei quickly explained respectfully, "How would I dare? Sir is an elite of the divine sect. I can only admire and respect you. How would I dare to have any other thoughts? But the information about the cauldron." Sir Qin looked at the dispirited Zhang Xiaohua in his hand and said, "I don't know which sect this guy is from." "Oh, right, I haven't even asked for his name." Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth. How could she say anything? Sir Qin's internal energy was very strong. This time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't even speak. Sir Qin didn't seem to want to ask for his name. He continued, "This guy's mouth is very tight. I can't see where his martial arts come from. If it was something else, it would be fine. If I can't find it, I can just kill him. But this cauldron is something that the sect leader wants. You have to give the sect leader an explanation. Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 255. I understand. This is called casting a long line to catch a big fish. Ying Fei said with a smile. Huh, yes. Since we have already caught him, we might as well take him with us. If we beat the small one, how can the big one not come out? There are many powerful techniques in our sect. If we use one every day, I don't believe that we can't make him talk. Lord Qin said fiercely. Although Zhang Xiaohua could not move his body, he could still hear. He had already released his spiritual sense. He could not help but complain in his heart. He was alone. Where did the big one come from? It seemed that he could not escape from the daily torture. Ying Fei hesitated and said, Lord Qin, but we have to keep this a secret. If we take this burden with us, we can't guarantee that the secrets of our sect will not be revealed. Lord Qin said unhappily, do I need you to teach me how to do things? If we don't force this guy's backer to hand over the tripod furnace, you will bear the responsibility alone. I don't dare, I don't dare. Moreover, when this is over, as he spoke, Mr. Qin's voice became softer and he made a chopping motion. Ying Fei immediately said respectfully, Mr. Qin is brilliant. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had already detected all of this, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. This Lord Qin's martial arts were clearly superior, and he couldn't compare to him. If he were to fall into his hands like this, he would lose his life sooner or later. Only by making preparations to escape would he have a glimmer of hope, but how could he escape? Zhang Xiaohua's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. The two people of the divine sect naturally did not know that their plan had been known by Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, even if they knew, they would not care. In their eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was just like a bandit in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Maybe he was even worse. They could end Zhang Xiaohua's life at any time. Why would they care if their plan was known by him? The two of them got on their horses and continued their journey. Zhang Xiaohua was still placed on Ying Fei's horse. His meridians were sealed by Lord Qin, so he didn't have any strength left. He could only lie weakly on the horse's back, lowering his head to study the mysteries of the horse's hooves. He was also secretly looking for a way to escape before he could release his spiritual consciousness. Zhang Xiaohua could not help thinking. The two people from the divine sect asked about the 7 people she had killed, but they did not ask about Li Yinfeng. Presumably, Ying Fei had already forgotten about Li Yinfeng after Master Qin's sudden appearance. The bandits in Shitsui Mountain must be in a mess now. Who would think of the 3 members of the Li family? The 6 bandits had already been killed by him. Ying Fei and Lord Qin definitely didn't know that he was here to save people. As long as he didn't say anything, no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't know where he came from. He had already told them the truth, but they just didn't believe him. There was nothing he could do. Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed. It seemed like he had to give himself an identity. If it were not for the fact that the muscles on his face could not move, a sinister smile would have already appeared. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua had spent a lot of effort to find a cheap backer for herself. The two people from the divine sect traveled for half a day and came to a barren place. Ying Fei said, Lord Qin, it seems that we are a little late. Is that kid from the evil tiger gang still waiting there? Lord Qin said, isn't it because of that guy on your horse? However, although that kid Situ of the evil tiger gang is a cautious person, if it was a normal person, he would have left long ago. Fortunately, this place is far from the evil tiger gang. Maybe he is still waiting. Ying Fei said with a smile, isn't it because of Wang Jianfeng? They are guarding their own base and not managing it well. Why did they interfere with the evil tiger gang? What value does this kind of small gang have? Lord Qin said, they don't wake up early if there are no benefits. According to Situ Liang's information, Wang Jianfeng does not seem to be interested in the evil tiger gang. He is only using the evil tiger gang as a cover. As for what they are doing, even Situ Liang did not find out anything. However, it should be within the evil tiger gang's sphere of influence. Situ Liang's cousin being put under house arrest by Wang Jianfeng must be related to this secret. Then, what kind of secret is it? What kind of sect is Wang Jianfeng? With that weak foundation, how could the divine sect be interested in what he wants? Just let him play. Sooner or later, Situ Liang will spread the news to the divine sect. Lord is wise. If it wasn't for Wang Jianfeng, the meeting with Situ Liang would not have been arranged so far away. That might not be the case. There is nothing to fear from Wang Jianfeng, but according to our information, Wang Jianfeng, Yanming Villa, Tan family, and the Misty School have been doing a lot of shady business in the past few years. Moreover, their 4 sects have been developing very quickly, and their strength has increased by quite a bit. Especially the Misty School, they have actually swallowed the Luo Shui gang. They are like a tiger that has grown wings. Moreover, the number and quality of their elite disciples have increased by several times. The Misty School is a large sect, so if they are given a chance, they will inevitably become an obstacle to the divine sect. So, we cannot be careless about anything related to the Misty School. This little one understands. However, these 4 sects don't seem to be very harmonious. Moreover, even if our divine sect doesn't care, the Daoist Temple, Fragrance Cult and the Righteous Alliance might not be at ease with the threat of the Misty School. You're right. The people of the Righteous Alliance are always scheming against each other. They are all hypocritical and cannot form a united force. Otherwise, where would our divine sect find a place to stand in this world? Lord is wise. It is because our divine sect's 8 division heavenly dragons support each other and are as close as brothers that the divine sect is able to prosper. That's right. This is all thanks to sect leaders' wise leadership. Long live the divine sect, unify the Jianghu. The 2 of them did not hide their conversation from Zhang Xiaohua. They must have already decided Zhang Xiaohua's fate. Zhang Xiaohua was also sweating profusely. The more secrets she knew, the harder it would be to keep her life. But where was the escape route? Ying Fei led Lord Qin to a dilapidated temple. Using his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua saw a young man who wasn't even 30 years old. He was sitting there cross-legged with a bag in his hand and a sword on the ground beside him. Lord Qin was far away from the dilapidated temple and he smiled. The person in the broken temple heard the sound of horse hooves outside. He stood up alertly and rushed out of the temple. He stuck out half of his head to take a look, then quickly came out to greet them. Lord Qin and Ying Fei jumped off their horses at the entrance. The young man took over Lord Qin's reins and led the horses into the broken temple. After that, the young man looked around and carefully closed the door. The 2 horses were tied to a withered tree in the temple. Zhang Xiaohua was still lying on the horse. No one paid any attention to her. The young man entered the temple and bowed to Lord Qin and Ying Fei. This little one is Situ Liang. Greetings to Lord Qin and Envoy Ying. Lord Qin smiled. Get up, Situ Liang. This lord had some small matters and was delayed. Sorry to have made you wait. Situ Liang replied, It's fine, it's fine. This little one also just arrived. Envoy Ying said, Situ Liang, Lord Qin already praised you on the way here. You did a good job. You are a promising talent. When you present the things you brought to the cult master, no matter if the cult master is willing or not, Lord Qin will put in a good word for you. If there is a chance, he will bestow our sect's divine technique for you to cultivate. Situ Liang was overjoyed and bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Qin, thank you, Envoy Ying. Lord Qin said kindly, You are the one who worked hard. We are just the middleman. Situ Liang immediately said, I don't dare. This is all thanks to Lord Qin and Envoy Ying. Situ Liang then talked about some matters in the gang and Wang Jianfeng. Only then did he hand over the bag in his hand. He smiled, Lord Qin, after receiving the message from the cult, this little one sent people to search everywhere. This is what I found recently. I don't know if it is to the cult master's liking. Lord Qin carefully opened the bag. A few small antique items were revealed. Jade pendants, jade hairpins, jade bracelets, and so on. Under Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense, many of the items were giving off energy waves. Lord Qin looked at them and carefully examined each and every one of them. Situ Liang watched from the side with a nervous heart. When he finished looking at the last item, he closed the bag. Lord Qin said, "Not bad, they are all very good." Only then did Situ Liang relax. He smiled, "As long as it is to your liking, as long as it is to your liking." Lord Qin smiled, "Whether it is to your liking or not, it is not up to me to decide. We will only know which one of these items is to the cult master's liking after we take the item back. However, with the evil tiger gang's ability, it is already rare for you to be able to take out these items. When we return, there will definitely be a great reward." Situ Liang was overjoyed and said, "If that's the case, then thank you, sir and envoy." Lord Qin waved his hand. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned. He threw the bag to envoying, and with a flash, he jumped out of the ruined temple like lightning. In the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua, who was lying on the horse's back, suddenly flipped over and jumped into the air. She jumped onto the wall and was about to escape. Seeing that, Lord Qin also jumped onto the wall like an arrow. It was as if the wall was right in front of him. He caught up to Zhang Xiaohua, who was about to use her qinggong, and lightly smiled, "Brat, you sure are arrogant. There are not many people in the Jianghu that can escape from my hands." After that, with another point, Zhang Xiaohua fell down. She fell straight down from the wall. Her entire body curled up into a ball. She gritted her teeth as if she was enduring the pain. Actually, when envoying tied up the horse, Situ Liang had already seen Zhang Xiaohua on the horse. However, how could he dare to ask about something like that? Now that he saw the abnormality, he carefully asked, "Sir, this young man." Lord Qin looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was in extreme pain on the ground, and said, "It's nothing. It's just a small matter." Seeing that Lord Qin did not want to say anything more, Situ Liang quickly said, "Lord Qin, please give the item to the cult master. Also, please put in a good word for me. My evil tiger gang is very far from here, so I need to hurry back. Otherwise, Wan Jianfeng's people will become suspicious." Lord Qin said, "You haven't found out why Wan Jianfeng is here, right?" Situ Liang shook his head, "No, they are very mysterious. Their martial arts are also stronger than mine, so it's not easy to find out." Chapter 256. Lord Qin comforted him, "With your martial arts, you have already done very well. Of course I know that. However, since Wan Jianfeng's goal is so mysterious, he must have a big background. You still have to be careful. If there are any movements, report to me as soon as possible." Situ Liang nodded, then said goodbye. After Situ Liang left, Lord Qin fiddled with those things a few times, then casually threw them to Ying Fei. Ying Fei caught them without a care and said with a smile, "This evil tiger gang is just a small sect the size of a thumb. I wonder why the sect values them so much. What kind of good things could Situ Liang get, for Lord Qin to come all the way here?" Lord Qin frowned. "The sect leader naturally has his reasons for making us value the evil tiger gang. The reason is not something we can guess. Just do your job properly. However, if it wasn't for that cauldron, I wouldn't have to work so hard." After saying that, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who had calmed down a bit, and said, "The secret room in Xichui Mountain has been cleaned out. If there weren't a dozen people, who would believe it? However, we only caught a young man and we still don't know if he is really related to the cauldron. What a headache. Lord Qin is wise." Just as Lord Qin said, even if this guy didn't take the cauldron, he is still related to the cauldron. It's better to cast a long line to catch a big fish. However, this guy is cunning. If we don't succeed, he will run away. Why don't I cripple his martial arts and make him follow us obediently?" Hearing that, Lord Qin frowned even more. He said unhappily, Ying Fei, what do you want me to say about you? Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. You have been my subordinate for a long time. Why haven't you improved at all? You should look at things from a leader's point of view. Only then can you develop the qualities of a leader. Why don't you think about it? If I could cripple his martial arts, would I still be waiting for you to speak? Ying Fei saw that his words were wrong and said in a panic, Lord Qin, please enlighten me. I really don't understand. Lord Qin said, think about it simply. This young man is not even my opponent. I crippled his martial arts just because I was afraid he would run away. If this spread to Jianghu, what face would I have left? As a superior, one must be able to toy with people in the palm of one's hand. No matter how they twist and turn, they will not be able to escape. This is the best way to show off one's methods. With your petty thoughts, Sai, you won't be able to achieve anything great. This humble one doesn't dare. It is the honor of this humble one to work under Sir. How could I have any extravagant hopes? Master Qin waved his hand and said, forget it. You'll learn about this slowly. Let this young man escape a few more times and let him suffer a little. Then he'll understand his situation and obediently wait for others to save him. Understood, my lord. Shall we go to the Ma family in Xinji town now? That's right, let's go to the Ma clan. In recent years, the Ma clan has been getting closer to the righteous Dao alliance. It seems that they have some children by marriage. However, the sect leader has instructed us to let nature take its course if it's true love. Otherwise, we don't have to be polite. Hierarch is wise. However, sir, it seems that the hierarch is too merciful. Well, the sect leader. The sect leader's words are worth 10,000 words. Don't say too much. Master Qin seemed to be a little hesitant. Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua on the ground and said, by the way, find a horse for him. It's easy to see him on a horse. Moreover, the Ma clan in Xinji town is also a big local family. We have to go there respectfully, right? By the way, I haven't asked for this fellow's name. 2 days later, on the official road leading to Xinji town, 3 horses were moving slowly. The one in front was a middle-aged man in his 30s. His face was kind and amiable, but his gray hair was eye-catching. Behind him was an ordinary man in luxurious clothes. He was talking to the man with gray hair with a charming smile on his face. The man with gray hair listened quietly and occasionally replied with a few words. Finally, there was an ordinary young man with a dispirited and pale face. He was silently riding the white horse under him, looking around with his eyes darting around. It was Master Qin, Ying Fei, and Zhang Xiaohua. Ying Fei smiled and said, Sir, we'll reach Xinji town in 30 minutes. It's still early now. Why don't we get off the horse and rest for a while? Master Qin said, you're tired after walking for half a day? Where's your kung fu? You're not even as good as Ren Xiaoyao. Didn't you see that he was still very energetic after being dislocated this morning? Ying Fei glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, that's right. I only know how to do things for you. How can I know that this fellow is only thinking about escaping? Of course, I'm very energetic. After coming out of the ruined temple that day, under Ying Fei's interrogation, Zhang Xiaohua casually found a name for himself. He called himself Ren Xiaoyao. And in these 2 days, Zhang Xiaohua spent a lot of effort looking for opportunities to escape, but they were all seen through by Master Qin. Even when Zhang Xiaohua ran away last night, Master Qin didn't bother to chase after him. When he woke up in the morning, he was dragged back by Ying Fei. Even Master Qin and Ying Fei knew that this young man had a big problem. He had the habit of sleeping. As long as it was midnight, he would fall asleep. After being tortured in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua basically gave up the idea of escaping. She slowly thought of other ways. Her Qigong was not as good as Master Qin's, and her experience in Jianghu was even worse. If she didn't have a unique way of escaping, she shouldn't show it to others. Otherwise, she would be tortured for nothing. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua secretly took out a primordial stone and silently absorbed it to strengthen her internal strength. The 2 people from the divine sect were fierce. Every day, they would hit Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints and torture her to find out the whereabouts of the cauldron. But they didn't care about other things. At least, after Master Qin and Ning Fei looked through the money bag in Zhang Xiaohua's arms, they didn't look at it again. Although they were a little surprised by the 4 small stones in Zhang Xiaohua's arms, they thought about Zhang Xiaohua's age and returned it to him. As for the common things like the golden hairpin, they didn't even look at it. Seeing a big tea shed on the side of the road, many people came in and out to drink tea. Master Qin thought for a while and said, "Let's go to the tea shed in front and drink some tea. We can also listen to the interesting things in Xinji town." This place was very close to the town. Many people were willing to rest for a while to refresh themselves before entering the town. Therefore, the shed was not small and there were many people. The 3 of them got off the horses. No one came to greet them. Master Qin threw the reins to Ning Fei. Ning Fei looked at Zhang Xiaohua and casually threw the 2 horses to him. He said, "Tie the horses up and keep watch outside. Don't think about running away. You can't run away in front of Master Qin. If you run away this time, I'll ask Master Qin to break your legs." Zhang Xiaohua took the reins. He didn't need to release his spiritual consciousness to feel Master Qin's attention on him. He smiled bitterly. Not only was he going to be a prisoner, but he also had to be a servant. He led the 3 horses to the side and tied them up, allowing them to graze freely. He took out a primeval stone from his bosom and held one in each hand, using his heart technique to absorb it. Zhang Xiaohua had even decided that from tonight onwards, he would not run away. He would absorb the primeval qi from the primeval stones. Anyway, when he was asleep, he seemed to be able to use his heart technique. Master Qin looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing him standing there obediently without any abnormalities, Master Qin knew that he had suffered a lot and didn't try to run away again. Therefore, he didn't pay too much attention to him. When they entered the tea shed, there were no empty tables. Ning Fei looked around and quickly walked to a table in the corner. He gave each person some money and asked them to leave. Master Qin sat down. Ning Fei took out a white cloth from his pocket and carefully wiped the teacups and teapot. Then, he took out a paper bag and poured out some tea leaves. He asked someone to pour some water to brew it. Originally, the tea house was bustling with activity, but Lord Qin's actions immediately silenced everyone, and even their voices quieted down. Master Qin came to the tea shed to gather information. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but glare at Ning Fei. Then, he picked up the teacup and looked carefully. Only then did he relax and take a sip. Ning Fei couldn't help but feel wronged. "Master, I didn't do this on purpose. If it was tea from the tea shed, would you drink it? Even if I didn't use my own tea set, you still wouldn't like it." The people in the tea shed began to whisper. However, Master Qin's internal energy was very strong. How could he not hear these words? Many people were talking about them. It seemed like they were saying, "Look at these 2 people. They are obviously rich people. How did they come to our Xinji town? Of course, they are here to attend Old Man Ma's 68th birthday. Yes, that's right. Ever since Old Man Ma's eldest granddaughter married Xiao Shidao of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the Ma family's status has become more and more prominent. Even the government has to be polite to them. Yes, I think this person in front of us is the young master of that family. Oh, looking at his age, maybe he is the old master. He encountered some Jianghu situation and came to Old Man Ma to seek justice. Bah, you're right. I think he is Old Man Ma's nephew. He is here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday. Nowadays, the world is full of singing and dancing. How can there be any injustice? All kinds of words were incessant. Master Qin frowned. What were they talking about? He was 1 generation lower than them. These Jianghu rumors were really true. Ning Fei saw Master Qin frown and wanted to stand up. Master Qin quickly waved his hand to stop him. They were already sitting here. If he didn't let them speak, how could they ask for information? At this time, at the table next to them, 3 people looked at each other. One of them stood up and walked over. He bowed and said, I am Kong Rang of Chimei Mountain. May I ask if you are also here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday? Ying Fei was about to speak when Master Qin said, Yes, I am. May I ask what you are here for? Kong Rang turned around and looked at the other 3 people. He said awkwardly, the 3 of us are also here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday. However, when we arrived here, we encountered a big problem. I wonder if you can help us. Chapter 257. Zhang Xiaohua was guarding the horses by himself, but he released his spiritual sense to observe the movements in the tea shed. He was now proficient in using his spiritual sense, so he was able to multitask. His eyes were watching, his spiritual sense was scanning, and his hands were constantly absorbing yuan qi without any delay. Suddenly, the horses that were eating grass neighed loudly, and all of them moved back a few steps. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He quickly went forward, grabbed the reins, and comforted the frightened horses. Then he looked carefully. The place where the horses were eating grass was next to the field, and a mouse suddenly came out from the mouse hole in the field, scaring the horses. Zhang Xiaohua's mind flashed. He seemed to have thought of something. At this time, Ying Fei ran out of the tea shed, and asked what happened. Zhang Xiaohua said expressionlessly. Ying Fei smiled and said, Very good, Ren Xiaoyao, take good care of the horses, I will let you suffer less tonight. Then he turned around and went back into the tea shed. Zhang Xiaohua spat at Ying Fei's back, and stood there quietly. He withdrew his spiritual sense, and no longer absorbed yuan qi, he only focused on the thought that just flashed through his mind. Field, mouse, mouse hole, what did this make him think of? Looking at the small mouse hole, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood, isn't this the Earth Escape? This is the Earth Escape. Although he didn't know what the Earth Escape was, but from the name, it seemed to be digging a hole in the ground to escape. If he could really dig a hole in the ground and escape from there, even with Lord Qin's martial arts, he might not be able to find him. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but want to laugh, but his laughter stopped abruptly, because he thought that the hole was so easy to dig. If he had a hoe, he could do it, but how could he dig a hole in front of Lord Qin? And this mysterious jade stone recorded the Earth Escape technique. Was it to teach him how to dig a hole better with a hoe? So, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't wait to recall the incantation of the Earth Escape technique, and carefully studied it. In the tea shed, Ying Fei whispered to Lord Qin about the matter. Lord Qin nodded and said to Kong Rang, What problem do you have that you need help with? Kong Rang cupped his hands and said, Your Excellency, may I sit down and talk? Lord Qin frowned slightly and nodded. Kong Rang sat down awkwardly and said, It's embarrassing to talk about this. Long story short, the 3 of us have a small grudge with the 5 heroes of the Shao clan of Nanma Mountain. That's why we came to find Old Man Ma to mediate. However, we didn't expect that it would be his birthday. The gifts we prepared would naturally be sufficient on normal days, but as a congratulatory gift, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, we also asked around and found out that ever since Old Man Ma became in-laws with the Alliance of Righteous Dao, the price of asking Old Man Ma to help out also increased again and again, so. Lord Qin smiled and said, So you want to borrow some money from me? Hearing this, Kong Rang was overjoyed and said, It's not what you think. I brought enough banknotes, but I couldn't find a suitable congratulatory gift in a short time. We can't just give you banknotes directly. We don't care about our face, but Old Man Ma does. So, if you have extra gifts, can you give some to me? Of course, I'll give you enough banknotes, and I won't let you suffer a loss. Hearing this, Lord Qin was stunned at first, then he laughed loudly. Seeing Lord Qin laughing, Kong Rang's face was very embarrassed. His face turned red and he said angrily, Brother, if you don't have extra gifts or don't want to help, you can just say it. Why do you have to laugh at me like this? After laughing, Lord Qin said kindly, Brother, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we really didn't prepare any gifts, so we can't say that we'll give you everything. Aren't you going to the Ma Mansion? Kong Rang was very surprised and felt that he had misjudged. Lord Qin said with interest, yes, we're going to the Ma Mansion, but we're not going to give birthday greetings. Seeing this, Kong Rang kindly advised, brother, I see that you're also a martial artist. The Ma family is a martial arts family in Xinji town. If you want to visit at this time, you'd better prepare a suitable gift first. Otherwise, it'll be inappropriate if you're rejected at the door. Lord Qin cupped his hands and said, thank you for your reminder. We'll go to the town later. Maybe we can find something good. Seeing that Lord Qin obviously didn't listen to his words, Kong Rang sighed and turned back to his table. Then he paid the bill and hurried out. He must have gone to look for something again. Anyway, they were not short of money, so they might have something to their liking. Lord Qin and Ning Fei sat for a while, then got up and left the tea shed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua staring at the field in a daze, Lord Qin scolded, Ren Xiaoyao, are you thinking of love? Hurry up and bring the horse to Lord Qin. Zhang Xiaohua, who was studying the earth escape technique, was immediately awakened. She was not angry, but untied the reins and led the horse to Lord Qin. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua obedient, Lord Qin was a little surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe and didn't seem to recognize her. Why was she so different from the person who wanted to run away 2 days ago? After getting on the horse, Zhang Xiaohua was still a little dazed. She followed behind them with empty eyes. Lord Qin couldn't help but wonder, did she become mentally retarded after being searched by the soul-searching hand? There was no such note in the ancient books of the sect. Not to mention Lord Qin's confusion, Ning Fei led the way. The three of them walked slowly along the pipeline into Xinji town. Ning Fei seemed to know the location of the Ma Mansion. He didn't ask anyone and just urged the horse forward. After passing a few streets, they heard the sound of gongs and drums in the distance. There was also the sound of opera singing. It should be the liveliness of the Ma Mansion. While they were walking, they heard a few shouts behind them, get out of the way. Get out of the way. The road Zhang Xiaohua and the other two were walking on was the main road to the Ma Mansion. The Ma Mansion had already made it very spacious. It was more than enough for 4 horses to walk side by side. Moreover, the 3 of them were not walking in the center, so there was no need for them to get out of the way. However, from afar, 8 tall red horses galloped from behind. They shouted as they galloped. Even the horsewhips in their hands were mercilessly hitting the people who were a little late to get out of the way. Zhang Xiaohua was daydreaming and thinking about the ancient words. She didn't hear the shouts behind her. Lord Qin and Ning Fei were originally arrogant people. How could they pay attention to them at this moment? Therefore, all the people and horses on the street were sensible enough to hide on both sides of the street. This made the 3 people and 3 horses who were not blocking the road suddenly appear. The one sitting on the red horse was a handsome young man in his 20s with red lips and white teeth. He looked very arrogant. He used the horsewhip smoothly and hit people from time to time. At this moment, he saw that the 3 horses in front of him didn't give way to him. Although they didn't block the road, he was still angry. When he caught up to Zhang Xiaohua's side, he looked at her from the corner of his eyes. She was wearing very ordinary clothes and looked very haggard. Moreover, she looked dull. He thought that she must be a lowly servant. How could such a person not give way to him? The handsome young man was furious. He raised the horsewhip in his hand high and slapped it towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. If it was a normal time, Zhang Xiaohua would naturally be able to dodge it. However, she was in the middle of comprehending something and didn't pay attention to what was happening around her. Just as the horsewhip was about to hit her face, a shadow appeared from the side. With a "pa" sound, the horsewhip that was lashing towards Zhang Xiaohua was entangled by another horsewhip. When the handsome young man looked over, he saw that it was the gray-haired Lord Qin in front of Zhang Xiaohua's horse. In Lord Qin's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was his prisoner. It was natural for him to torture her and punish her however he wanted. However, this handsome young man actually raised his horsewhip without saying anything. Naturally, he didn't put Lord Qin in his eyes. Even if you want to beat a dog, you still have to look at its master, let alone a person. Lord Qin got angry just thinking about it. He casually wrapped the horsewhip around the handsome young man's horsewhip. Then, with a little force, the handsome young man felt a huge force pass through his arm. His hand went numb and the horsewhip in his hand was taken away. Lord Qin then shook his wrist and the horsewhip was thrown far away into a smelly ditch by the side of the road. Seeing this, the handsome young man was furious. He pulled out a sword from his waist and was about to rush forward. The rider behind him was an old man. He hurried forward and grabbed the handsome young man's hand. He said in a low voice, "Young master, this is already in front of Old Man Ma's mansion. Looking at the direction these three people are going, they are probably here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday. If you act in such a hurry, I'm afraid you will offend Old Man Ma's guests." The handsome young man said angrily, "But they didn't make way first. They even took my horsewhip away." The old man said, "Even so, remember this person's face first." Chapter 258. The master of ceremonies called out, "A pair of 100-year-old fleeceflower flowers, a pair of 100-year-old ginseng." Although there weren't many things, no gold, silver, jewels, jade or antiques, but the celestial path had been destroyed for 10,000 years, the chi of heaven and earth was thin, even the quality of medicinal herbs had declined. Normally, it was rare to see things that were decades old, but this guy actually raised his hand and brought out 100-year-old medicinal herbs, and they were even mature. How could it not shock everyone? How could it make Old Master Ma and the Master of Ceremonies lose their composure? These things couldn't be exchanged with banknotes, even if they were presented with banknotes of equal value. How could it be so captivating? No wonder Kong Rang was in a difficult position. There were some things that couldn't be bought even with banknotes. Old Master Ma beside Ma Rulong, although he was full of vigor, at this moment, his expression was not normal. Everyone thought that the old man was overjoyed, but he himself had unspeakable bitterness. His own status in Jianghu, his heart was like a mirror. How could he be worthy of the Righteous Alliance's generosity? The reason why they offered such generous gifts, of course, they hoped that he would return the favor, but how should he decide? How could he choose with just a generous gift? Qiu Shidao took out a folding fan out of nowhere, gently waving it, proudly listening to the master of ceremonies' slightly trembling shout, quite like an elegant young master in the chaotic world. Actually, Qiu Shidao was indeed worthy of being the fourth son, not to mention that he was handsome and elegant. Just the fact that he could marry Old Master Ma's direct granddaughter, and be able to become the disciple of the Righteous Alliance's 9th deputy chief, Chang Xian, no one dared to say anything. Unfortunately, while Qiu Shidao enjoyed bathing in the admiring, jealous, and surprised gazes of the crowd, he keenly sensed that something was different in a certain direction. In the distance, Mr. Qin's disdainful gaze, Ying Fei's ridiculing gaze, and Zhang Xiaohua's soulless expression, who was sitting on an inferior horse with a blank expression, seemed to have nothing to do with Qiu Shidao. All of these were like sharp thorns that pierced into his proud heart. However, Qiu Shidao still remembered his status, and the master of ceremonies was also very far away. He couldn't vent his anger on him for no reason, so with a schwa sound, he closed his folding fan and prepared to walk inside. Speaking of which, this action was quite disrespectful. Your big grandfather was still standing, giving you face and listening to your gift list, yet you wanted to move first. What kind of person was Ma Rulong? He immediately said, "My dear grandson-in-law, are you tired? Why don't you go in and rest for a while? When the banquet starts, I'll call you out to meet the guests." Qiu Shidao smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, grandfather. I am indeed a bit tired." Ma Rulong said, "Let's go. I've already asked the servants to clean up Yajing's room. You'll be satisfied." After saying that, he gave way to Qiu Shidao. How could Xiao Shidao be willing to go first? Seeing this, Ma Rulong felt relieved and walked into the courtyard first. Xiao Shidao followed closely behind. However, as soon as they passed through the corridor, Xiao Shidao seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the chrysanthemums planted in the courtyard, he exclaimed, "Grandpa, look, your chrysanthemums are really good." Ma Rulong was stunned. He stopped walking and muttered in his heart. These chrysanthemums were just casually planted by the servants. What was there to praise? Could it be that there was a hidden meaning in his words? Therefore, she also walked to the chrysanthemum flower bed and accompanied Xiao Shidao to admire the chrysanthemums. As they admired the chrysanthemums, they also tried to sound him out, not knowing what Xiao Shidao meant. Xiao Shidao's ears were listening outside. His eyes also occasionally glanced outside the door. He only casually responded to Ma Rulong's probing, causing Ma Rulong to be confused. There were many people who came to the Ma Manor to celebrate the birthday. It was not an exaggeration to say that there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Moreover, everyone brought many gifts. The master of ceremonies had to sing a little more and it took a lot of time. When Ying Fei brought Lord Qin to the manor, Xiao Shidao was already waiting impatiently inside. According to Ying Fei's thoughts, with his lord and his family status, there was no need for them to line up here. If they directly rushed into the Ma Manor, then wouldn't Ma Rulong bow and welcome them? However, Lord Qin knew that the current situation was not the same as before. The gifts from the Righteous Alliance said a lot. He was still willing to hide at the side and watch and listen. Sometimes, it was very interesting to go incognito. However, he did not think about it. With a head full of white hair, he would be eye-catching wherever he went. How could he hide from the Ma family's eyes? Moreover, the master of ceremonies looked at the luxuriously dressed but ordinary-looking person in front of him and was very surprised. He asked again, "Hero, are you sure you are here to celebrate the birthday?" "Yes, I am sure, and I am sure." "You did not send an invitation, nor did you prepare a gift." You see, Lord Qin's dream of going incognito was immediately shattered. "Let's not talk about your white hair or your ostentatious behavior. At the very least, you should prepare a meager gift. Let's just say that you don't have any banknotes. You're relying on your admiration of old Master Ma's reputation to come and pay your respects. At the very least, you should have a name card." Coming to pay your respects empty-handed, let's not talk about your status. Anyone would label you as an idiot or freeloader. In fact, it wasn't that Ying Fei or Lord Qin didn't have experience in Jianghu and didn't know the ways of the world. It was just that with their reputation, wherever they went, they would be respected and flattered. This Ma mansion couldn't even flatter them. How could they give up their pride and give a congratulatory gift to the servant in their eyes? If Zhang Xiaohua did not concentrate on comprehending the earth evasion technique, she would naturally remind him. Coming empty-handed was also a laughingstock in the countryside. As for the name card, Ying Fei, as the messenger of the heavenly sect, this identity was a supreme name card. Why would he prepare one? However, the master of the ceremony had seen a lot of the world. Moreover, the Ma family had told him in advance that there were many heroes in the wilderness. There were some who were unconventional and some who were independent. He did not know what kind of background everyone had. The purpose of the birthday celebration was to have a lively atmosphere. Anyway, the Ma family did not lack food and wine, so there was no harm in eating and drinking for free. Therefore, the master of the ceremony smiled and asked, "Old Master Ma is the most forthright. He is very willing to make friends with a nameless hero like you. However, please tell me your name so that I can record your name in this grand occasion. It is possible that your name will go down in history in the future." Pfft! Ying Fei almost spat out. He looked back at Lord Qin and said, "Okay, just because you said that I will go down in history, I will let you know that the lord behind me is Qin Shiyue, Lord Qin. My name is Ying Fei." The master of the ceremony said, I know. If the one riding behind is a servant of your family, then you don't have to tell me your name. In fact, the master of the ceremony was also puzzled. If it was a servant, then it would be natural for him to come before Ing Fei. However, if it was not a servant, then this young man's clothes were not as good as the other two and the horse he was riding was also inferior. Therefore, he asked. Ing Fei thought for a while and said, this young man is not a servant. He just came with us to see the world. His name is Ren Xiaoyao. The master of the ceremony smiled and said, I know, Lord Ing. Then, he shouted, Qin Shiyue, Ing Fei, Ren Xiaoyao, these three heroes are here to congratulate old Master Ma on his birthday. As soon as the master of the ceremony finished, a shadow shot out of the courtyard. Before the person arrived, his voice was heard, so you are here to take advantage of me. You still have the face to tell me your name. Qin Shiyue, Ing Fei, and what Ren Xiaoyao? How come I have never heard of these names in Jianghu? You still call yourself a hero. You don't deserve any honor. When everyone looked over, they saw that it was young Master Qiu Shidao who had already entered the courtyard. Qiu Shidao's arrival was sudden and his voice was loud. Everyone turned to look at him. Even Zhang Xiaohua stopped and looked at him in confusion. Qiu Shidao walked forward and said to Lord Qin with a sneer, this brother with extraordinary skills, is your name Qin Shiyue? Your name is not bad, but it is not famous. Where is Brother Qin going to make a living? If you are not happy, you can come to the Righteous Alliance. I am not talented, but I can find a good job for Brother Qin. At least, the next time Brother Qin goes to a senior's place to congratulate them, you can't go there for nothing. You will lose face, right? Qin Shiyue was being pointed at and lectured. His face was even warmer. He only smiled and did not speak. It was rare for him to have self-restraint. Zhang Xiaohua beside him did not think so. From what she knew these 2 days, Qin Shiyue usually had an amiable appearance. Chapter 259. Sure enough, Ing Fei was as unbearable as he imagined. He was immediately shocked and shouted, Nan Fengyun? You are Nan Fengyun's disciple? Sorry for the disrespect. When Qiu Shidao heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He opened the fan in his hand and waved it. He thought to himself, now you know how powerful I am. Quickly apologize to me. Seeing that you are here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday, I will give you some face. And, if you give Old Man Ma a gift later and I don't get a share, I will teach you a lesson. However, Ing Fei's tone changed and he shouted, but, young master, I remember that the leader of the Righteous Alliance is called Zhang San. How come there are suddenly 9 leaders? And this Nan Fengyun seems to be the weakest of the 8 vice leaders. Qiu Shidao's face turned red. What Ing Fei said was right. What he said just now was also right. Normally, no one would refute him. Giving him face and not spending a single copper coin, who wouldn't be happy? However, Ing Fei's explanation immediately caused Qiu Shidao's face to fall to the ground. However, he could not refute it. The alliance head of the Righteous Alliance was that Zhang San whose name could not be any more vulgar. And, it was even more vulgar than Zhang Xiaohua's name. The other few were all Vice Alliance heads. Furthermore, Nan Fengyun was indeed the weakest of the 8 Vice Alliance heads. However, even though the weakest was in the Righteous Alliance, in Jianghu, he was still an incredible figure. Qiu Shidao became angry from embarrassment and said, this Jianghu is the Jianghu of the people of Jianghu. The Ma family is in Jianghu and naturally has to have Jianghu people speak. My Righteous Alliance is famous in Jianghu, don't I have the right to speak in the Ma family? This Qiu Shidao was also angry and somewhat hysterical. He had fallen into Ing Fei's trap. In fact, as the grandson of the Ma family, he naturally had the right to speak. However, he had always been proud of the righteous Dao alliance and did not put the identity of the Ma family's grandson in his eyes. Therefore, he did not use his identity as the grandson of the Ma family and put the cart before the horse to talk about the qualifications of the sect. Ying Fei saw that Qiu Shidao fell into his trap and laughed. This Jianghu is the Jianghu of the people of Jianghu and not the righteous alliance. The Ma family is naturally not the Ma family of the righteous alliance. What right do you have to speak? Qiu Shidao became even angrier and said, if the righteous alliance is not qualified, who are you? Do you have the right to say that here? This young master has also given you a finished ginseng. What kind of congratulatory gift do you have? The two of them were bickering at the entrance of the Ma mansion. It was only after a while that old man Ma finally arrived late from the mansion. Actually, old man Ma didn't come late on purpose. He accompanied Qiu Shidao to admire the chrysanthemums in the courtyard and tried to guess Qiu Shidao's intentions. Unexpectedly, while they were talking, Qiu Shidao rushed out of the courtyard like a bolt of lightning, leaving this old man in front of the chrysanthemum terrace wondering, what did I say to make my precious grandson-in-law so panic? Or did Sun have something urgent to attend to? Sometimes, one couldn't be careless. When Ma Rulong arrived at the front of the mansion, he heard someone quarreling with his beloved grandson-in-law. He couldn't help but feel angry. Everyone in the mansion knew Qiu Shidao's position in his heart. Who would dare to behave atrociously in front of him? Could it be that they were guests who had come to celebrate the birthday? He had already made up his mind. If it was a guest with a slightly lower status, he would definitely teach him a lesson. However, when he walked out of the mansion, everything in front of him immediately stunned him. His gaze wasn't looking at his grandson-in-law that he usually admired, but at Qin Shiyue's white hair. It was as if that white hair was a rare treasure that he couldn't bear to look away. Ma Rulong had never seen Qin Shiyue before, but Ying Fei had been here a few times. Among all the people in the Dragon God sect, other than Ying Fei, he was most familiar with Qin Shiyue. Her white hair was often mentioned by Ying Fei. What was this person doing here? Wasn't there still some time before the appointment? Ma Rulong hurriedly went up and scolded loudly, Shidao, don't be rude. When Qiu Shidao heard Ma Rulong scolding, his face was very surprised and his heart was a little unhappy. However, he was a genius after all. How could he not know the severity of the situation? He quickly moved to the side and waited for Ma Rulong's explanation. He wanted to see what kind of deities Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei were. As expected, Ma Rulong politely said, this is Qin Shiyue, Lord Qin. He is very famous in the Jianghu. Don't offend him. Then he bowed deeply to Qin Shiyue and said, this old man didn't know that Lord Qin came from afar. I didn't come to the mansion to greet you. Please forgive me. Qiu Shidao wasn't a fool. Seeing this, he naturally knew that Qin Shiyue had some background. However, Ma Rulong's introduction was very vague. He only said that he was Lord Qin and didn't say where he came from. Could it be that this person who called him Lord was someone from the government? Looking at Qin Shiyue and the others' attire, he was even more certain of his thoughts. Moreover, Ma Rulong was getting old in recent years and had plans to retire from the Jianghu. It wasn't like he was hooking up with the government. If someone from the government came to congratulate Ma Rulong on his birthday, it would be reasonable. That's right. Coming empty-handed and leaving with sleeves full had always been the way of the government since ancient times. Thinking of this, Qiu Shidao couldn't help but look down on them. He was one of the direct disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Even if it was someone from the government, how could ordinary people compare to him? Moreover, with Ma Rulong's status, how could he make friends with someone from the government? Thus, Qiu Shidao couldn't help but take a step forward. He cupped his hands and said, I don't know which Lord Brother Qin is working for. If you know each other, please explain. Since we know each other, the matter of stealing the whip just now can be discussed. When Ma Rulong heard this, he knew that Qiu Shidao had misunderstood. Qin Shiyue's background couldn't be revealed in front of everyone. Qiu Shidao, this child, was usually very clever. Why did he have to make things difficult for himself today? However, Qiu Shidao was not only his grandson-in-law, but also represented the righteous alliance. If they were in the mansion, he could naturally reprimand him. However, in public, he had to leave some face. He quickly pulled Qiu Shidao's sleeve and said, "Shidao, why don't you listen to your grandfather? Don't be rude. Quickly apologize to Lord Qin." He deliberately pointed out, "grandfather," in his words to let Qiu Shidao understand his other identity. However, perhaps Qiu Shidao was blinded by lard, or perhaps his thoughts had turned into a dead end. He only had one thought in his mind. It's just someone from the government. What can they do to me? He smiled and said to Marulong, "Grandson-in-law, when I was in the Righteous Dao Alliance, I often encountered such people who only know how to take advantage of others. If I give them the convenience this time, they will come again and again in the future. It's better to teach them a lesson the first time and extinguish their future thoughts. Moreover, grandfather, don't worry. The Righteous Alliance also has some acquaintances in the government. Their status is very high. There's no need to be afraid of such people." Moreover, he just dodged grandson-in-law's whip. "We have to talk to their superiors and let them know that the horse lord has 3 eyes." Marulong was helpless. "Aren't you helping out with good intentions? Even if someone from the government came, the county magistrate was not as good as the person in charge. Your connections are far away in the court. Why would you care about this small Xinji town? With this man's temperament, stealing your whip is a small matter. Even if he wants to take your life, it would be as easy as turning his hand." However, he just couldn't say Qin Shiyue's identity. Why do you think this is? Since he couldn't say it out loud, why not just whisper it to Qiu Shidao? Why do you have to be so difficult? In fact, with Ma Rulong's status in the Jianghu, he still couldn't enter the eyes of the Righteous Alliance. The reason why they paid so much attention to Ma Rulong was because Ma Rulong had some relationship with the Dragon God sect. The Righteous Alliance wanted to pull Ma Rulong to their side and obtain information from the Dragon God sect. Qiu Shidao also came this time for the matter of the Dragon God sect. However, he didn't expect Qin Shiyue to come to the Ma mansion in advance. This caused the two factions to clash. Although Ma Rulong was biased towards the Righteous Alliance, he still didn't want to cause trouble with the Dragon God sect. At least, he didn't want to do so before he was prepared. If he told Qiu Shidao in front of Qin Shiyue, no matter if he said it out loud or in a whisper, it would clearly tell Qin Shiyue that he, Ma Rulong, was in cahoots with the Righteous Alliance. And if he didn't say it out loud, his relationship with the Righteous Alliance could be explained as his granddaughter and the Righteous Alliance's direct disciple being connected by heart. This was the will of the heavens. He didn't have much relationship with the Righteous Alliance. His relationship with Qiu Shidao was just a private family relationship. It had nothing to do with his sect. With such a strong relationship, it was difficult for Ma Rulong, who was so old, to think so clearly in such a short period of time. The more clear it was, the more difficult it was for him. He really didn't expect his two backers to be at loggerheads at this time. If there was a front and back, how good would that be? At least he could pull Qiu Shidao's ear and tell him, "This is the person your master told me about. This person is also a person from the Dragon God sect that I am very afraid of. You should wash up and go to sleep. Don't make a mess here." Seeing Qin Shiyue's smile become wider and Ning Fei's face become ice cold, Ma Rulong hurriedly grabbed Qiu Shidao's clothes and shouted, "Come, invite young Master Qiu to the main hall for tea." The family members who had been waiting for a long time came forward and half supported and half dragged Qiu Shidao into the Ma mansion. Qiu Shidao thought that Ma Rulong was afraid of the government officials. As he walked, he turned his head and said, "Grandfather, don't be afraid of them. They are just paper tigers. Later I will introduce you to a few important people from the government. They will definitely be able to support you." Ma Rulong bitterly smiled and pretended that he didn't hear anything. He went forward and bowed deeply, "Please forgive me, Lord Qin and Lord Ing. This child has been spoiled and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This old man apologizes to the two of you on his behalf. Ying Fei turned his head and looked at Qin Shiyue. He saw that Qin Shiyue's expression was normal. She only smiled and said, "Old man Ma, you are very lucky to have found a grandson-in-law from the righteous alliance. In the future, you will be able to provide for your old age." These words had a double meaning, which made Ma Rulong's heart jump. Chapter 260. Ma Rulong thought to himself, what is real is fake, and what is fake is real. He wanted to hide it from the Dragon God sect for the time being, but what did he do wrong? How could they see through it? However, on second thought, he thought that Ying Fei might be testing him. If he was guilty, he would naturally be seen through by Ying Fei. So, Ma Rulong smiled and said, I don't dare. My children and grandchildren have their own fortune. I am old and can't care so much. I just hope that I can safely go through the last part of my life. How can I have too much extravagant hope? Ying Fei said again, we came in a hurry and didn't know that today is your birthday. Sorry for our rudeness. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a commotion. Ma Rulong quickly waved his hand and said, Lord Ying, you are too polite. You and Lord Qin are my honored guests. Since you can come, it is my honor. There is no need to talk about gifts. Please come in and drink some tea to wash away the dust. Later, you can also drink a cup of my turbid wine. Then, he personally invited the two into the mansion. Ying Fei didn't dare to make a decision. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, then I will nag you. Then, she gave the reins to Zhang Xiaohua and went in first. Ying Fei saw this and also gave the reins to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the reins in her hand and curled her lips. How did I become someone's servant? I am such a failure as a prisoner. Then, she rolled her eyes and looked around. Unfortunately, as soon as she thought about it, she immediately felt that Qin Shiyue's attention was fixed on her. She could only shrug and give up the idea of running away. Fortunately, the Ma family was good at managing their household. Before Zhang Xiaohua said anything, a family member came forward and took the horses. There must be someone to take care of them. As for how they treated them, whether they treated them carefully or threw them aside, it was none of Zhang Xiaohua's business. Even if they poisoned the horses, Zhang Xiaohua would be happy to see it. Following her family's guidance, Zhang Xiaohua followed them to the reception hall. There were already many Jianghu heroes and local squires in the hall. They were all talking in groups. When Zhang Xiaohua looked around, she didn't see Qin Shiyue's gray hair. She couldn't help but feel happy. Unfortunately, before she could smile, she saw a family member coming over and smiling apologetically. Is this little brother surnamed Ren? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Just as she was about to deny it, she immediately realized her new identity. Her smile froze on her face as she said resentfully, yes, I am Xiao Ren. That family member respectfully said, Master Ma asked me to lead you to the inner hall. Please follow me. Zhang Xiaohua thought, nonsense, how can I not go? Then, she nodded and was too lazy to say anything. She followed the family member to the inner hall. It was a quiet small hall. Ma Rulong was drinking tea with two people. Qin Shiyue looked up and saw Zhang Xiaohua walking in. She didn't say anything. Ying Fei smiled and said, Xiao Ren, come and have some tea. Looking at Ying Fei's ugly face, Zhang Xiaohua had the impulse to rush up and push him to the ground. She wanted to stomp on him so that he would never be able to turn over. Ma Rulong also smiled and said, little brother Ren, come and taste my tea. The taste is very good. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly smiled and said, okay, Master Ma, I have seen this tea in books before. I have never had the chance to taste it. Today, I will try it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's bitter face suddenly turn into joy, Ying Fei almost thought that this fellow was stupid. Thus, he was also stunned. Only when Zhang Xiaohua tasted the magenta tea did Ying Fei realize that this fellow dared to play with him. Tonight, he would be in trouble. Qin Shiriyue also smiled and said, doing things for the sect leader is more important than anything else. Let me take the thing steadily first. Only then will I have a good mood. Ma Rulong thought for a moment and said, that's true. Then please wait for a moment. This old man will be back soon. Not long after, Ma Rulong came in with a tray covered with a silk scarf. He handed it to Qin Shiriyue and said with some embarrassment, since I received the message from the sect, this old man has been trying his best to find it. This is all I could find. I wanted to ask my relatives and friends to find some more during the banquet, but Lord came early. I can only let Lord down. Qin Shiriyue smiled and said, it's okay, it's okay. It's good that you did your best. This is enough. As he spoke, he lifted the silk scarf on the tray. Seeing the things on the tray, Qin Shiriyue was shocked. She pointed at the things on the tray and said, Old man Ma, this is what you were trying your best to find? Zhang Xiaohua, who was tasting tea, was also curious. When she looked around, there were only 3 to 5 old jade articles on the tray. Compared to Zhang Xiaohua's offering, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to use her spiritual sense to identify it. It was probably just for show. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ma Rulong in confusion. She did not know what he was selling. Facing Qin Shiriyue's accusation, Ma Rulong said with a stern expression, Master Qin, this is the ancient item that this old man found according to the message. Didn't I tell you just now that I only found this little? If you were a bit later, perhaps this old man could ask my relatives and friends to find some more. However, since you are here now, this is all I can do. Ying Fei said angrily, Old man Ma, you dare to brush us off? Ma Rulong cupped his hands and said, Envoying is too serious. How could this old man dare? Didn't Master Qin just say that it was fine as long as I did my best? This old man has indeed done his best. You. Ying Fei was truly angered. He pointed at Ma Rulong, not knowing what to say. Qin Shiriyue was no longer shocked. She looked at Ma Rulong with a smile. At this time, a voice rang out, I have long heard that the Dragon God sect bullies the weak and snatches away people's treasures. Now that I have seen it, it truly lives up to its reputation. Even an old man who is almost 70 years old is being bullied and squeezed. It truly is the demonic sect of the pugilistic world. Even Garuda's disciple dares to act so recklessly. What can I do? When everyone looked up, it was Qiu Shidao who was holding a fan with a smile on his face. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, wasn't it enough for this guy to be humiliated just now? He actually dares to come out now. Qin Shiriyue was not surprised by Qiu Shidao's appearance. She said with a smile, I wonder if this little brother is Ma Rulong's grandson-in-law, Qiu Shidao, or Heaven Dao Alliance's Vice Alliance Master, Nan Fengyin's disciple, Qiu Shidao? Qiu Shidao said with a smile, what's the difference? Both sides are Qiu Shidao and I, your little master. Qin Shiriyue's smile grew wider. She ignored Qiu Shidao and turned to look at Ma Rulong, Old man Ma, it seems like you have made your choice. Ma Rulong's expression changed slightly. He took a step back and did not speak. Qiu Shidao saw this and took a few steps forward, you only know how to bully the old. The demonic sect's methods are indeed extraordinary. Ying Fei said angrily, how can a child like you interrupt when adults are talking? Let me ask you, can you represent your righteous alliance? Qiu Shidao cupped his hands and said, I came to the Ma mansion on the orders of my master. Naturally, I can represent. Ying Fei said again, since you know that we are from the demonic sect and that the demonic sect is incompatible with the righteous alliance, you actually dare to stand in front of us so generously. Your courage is not ordinary. Qiu Shidao said with a smile, I heard that the demonic sect's hands are bloody and ruthless. How come you only know how to talk? What a joke. Ing Fei said angrily, good, good. Then let me weigh your weight. After saying this, he took a big step forward and reached out to grab Qiu Shidao's throat. There was no doubt that if he grabbed Qiu Shidao's throat, it would be crushed. Qiu Shidao used words to provoke him. Naturally, he was prepared. He raised his hand and punched towards Ing Fei's finger. Ing Fei did not stop. He only changed his grip into a palm. In an instant, the two's fist and palm collided. With a peng sound, the two had exchanged a move. Ing Fei took a step back while Qiu Shidao took a few steps back. He was almost forced to the door. Qiu Shidao did not move forward. He only shouted, go. After saying this, he turned around and walked out of the inner hall. Ma Rulong also followed closely behind. Ing Fei shouted, where are you going? He was about to chase out of the inner hall when a sudden change occurred. Chapter 261. Kacha, 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 almost at the same time, the windows on three sides of the inner hall were kicked open from the outside. Three short and fat figures fell to the ground like meteors and landed around the hall. Zhang Xiaohua originally thought that there would be some kind of mechanism in the inner hall or something like a big net that could catch them all in one fell swoop. At this time, seeing that there were actually three people, he was relieved. At least, he would not be accidentally injured. However, when he saw the faces of these three people, he could not help but feel a little surprised and also laughed. These three people actually looked exactly the same. They were the legendary triplets. Moreover, these three people all had small noses, small eyes, and chubby faces. They looked very comical. Unfortunately, this was Zhang Xiaohua's first impression. Ing Fei cried out in surprise, the three auspicious treasures? Qin Shiyue said with a smile, Old Ma, it seems that you are determined to break off relations with the divine sect. The Righteous Alliance has really put in a lot of effort. They even send out the three auspicious treasures. Qiu Shidao said outside, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. This is common sense. Lord Qin, don't think about the future of others. Worry about your own situation first. Qin Shiyue laughed and said, I am unbearable. I am not ranked in the top few in the divine sect. But in Jianghu, even if it is the three auspicious treasures of the Righteous Alliance, what can they do to me? As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and looked around in a spirited manner. He gave off an aura of disdain for all living beings and did not even glance at the three treasures above him. Seeing this, Qiu Shidao sneered and said, it's easy to talk while sitting down. Anyone can say these words. It's not too late to say it after you see the real thing. After saying that, he made a gesture. The short and fat three auspicious treasures looked at each other and at the same time took out two things from their arms. One was an orange flag, the size of a palm, triangular, and the other was a fist-sized jade. Then, the three people uniformly threw the flags in their hands to the ground. With a chi sound, the flagpoles of the three flags were neatly inserted into the flat marble floor like tofu. Then, the three people uniformly raised the jade with their left hand and made a very strange gesture with their right hand. And this strange gesture was seen by Zhang Xiaohua. It was like being struck by lightning. She was stunned on the spot. Wasn't this the incantation of the earth-evading technique? The earth-evading technique that Zhang Xiaohua obtained had long been incomplete. There was only a complete incantation left. Whether there was an explanation or annotation behind it, he did not know. These days, he had racked his brains to comprehend the earth-evading technique, but he still could not understand the main points. The most important point was this incantation. He had never seen this incantation before. Naturally, he did not know how to use it. He did not believe that such a simple gesture with his fingers could exert an incredible power. Moreover, in front of Qin Shiyue and Ing Fei, he did not dare to try, so he had not made any progress. At this time, the gesture of the auspicious three treasures forming the incantation was like lightning striking into his mind. It opened a door that he could not find a way to open. With a thought, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense immediately swept towards one of the auspicious three treasures. Under his divine sense, he could clearly observe the changes in the gesture. He could even clearly see that under the effect of the gesture, the jade stone actually emitted a faint yuan qi. It was guided by the gesture to the small flag on the ground. The small flag absorbed the yuan qi and emitted a faint brilliance. The brilliance became brighter and brighter. Then, it formed an invisible light curtain that covered the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the light curtain of the three small flags combined together, forming a hemispherical sealed space. Just before the entire light curtain closed, Zhang Xiaohua heard Qin Shiyue exclaim, "Three-talent flag gate formation. How could the Righteous Alliance have such a thing?" And with the closing of the light curtain, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was also immediately isolated. It could not be delayed in the slightest, and was confined in this hemispherical space of the closed light curtain. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly shocked. Ever since he cultivated this divine sense, it was invincible. It had always been the secret weapon that he was proud of. What kind of formation was this? It could actually isolate divine sense. It seemed that there would not be a good situation today. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had another question in his heart. Just now, when his divine sense swept out, he discovered that the fist-sized jade stone in the auspicious three treasures hand actually contained a weak heaven and earth yuan qi. Could it be that this fist-sized jade stone was also a yuan qi? It should be. According to the records in the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, the yuan qi was originally like this. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua pinched the small stone in his hand and wondered, if they took the real yuan qi, then what is this small stone in my hand? A miniature yuan qi? Perhaps so. However, the yuan qi contained in my own yuan qi seems to be much more than that big yuan qi. Could it be that this yuan qi is also said to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside? What made Zhang Xiaohua flabbergasted was not only this. When Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and looked carefully again, there was another scene before his eyes. What Zhang Xiaohua saw was actually not the scene in his divine sense just now. In front of his eyes was no longer the Ma Mansion's inner hall where he was just a moment ago, but a snowy plain. A gust of piercing cold air attacked, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but shiver. This was a phenomenon that he had never encountered since he came out of the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and stepped forward. Along the way, he left a string of footprints. But after walking for a long time, the entire frozen plain did not have any movement. Even a tree, a bird, or a mouse could not be seen. He could only see the endless snow and a long string of footprints behind him. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand that this was an illusion, an absolute illusion. He was clearly in a small inner hall. How could he walk so far? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to explore. Sure enough, he was still standing at the original position and did not move much. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and continued to move forward, but did not withdraw his divine sense. This time was different. After a few steps, he walked to the edge of the light curtain. Although the light curtain was faint, his divine sense could not penetrate it, and his eyes could not see this light curtain. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua could not see the situation outside. However, since there was no killing intent in this light curtain, Zhang Xiaohua did not have a good way to break this light curtain. He did not even use his divine sense to look at Qin Shiyue and Ning Fei. He also did not intend to help them. Even if they were captured by the Righteous Alliance, he was only their prisoner. The enemy of his enemy was his ally. Presumably, Ma Rulong and Qiu Shidao would not do anything to him. Thinking about it, it was better to stay still. Who didn't know how to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. However, he did not know that his few unintentional steps made the auspicious three treasures, who were in charge of the formation, break out in a cold sweat. Since they got this three-talent flag formation, all the people who were trapped were like Zhang Xiaohua. At the beginning, they would just walk around in a small area and would not walk in a straight line. However, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the edge of the light curtain in a few steps. This was something that they had never encountered before. How could they not be shocked? Fortunately, when this young man reached the light curtain, he did not do anything. Instead, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. It was really puzzling. However, whether it was puzzling or not, the auspicious three treasures did not have the time to waste on a servant. They did their best to maintain the formation and deal with Qin Shiyue's counterattack. Speaking of which, the illusion of this three-talent flag formation was also very strange. The appearance was born from the heart. The reason why Zhang Xiaohua could see the snow-covered plains seemed to be related to some little secret in the bottom of his heart. As for Ying Fei, just like Zhang Xiaohua, when he heard Qin Shiyue shout, three-talent flag formation. When he heard Qin Shiyue's shout, he was also very surprised. He couldn't figure out the meaning behind Qin Shiyue's shout. He felt that even if the three of them joined hands, they might not be able to defeat him and Qin Shiyue. However, he didn't have a divine sense and couldn't see the light curtain close. When Qin Shiyue's shout fell, his eyes turned black. Unexpectedly, the scene of a moonlit night appeared in front of him. An assassin with a black cloth covering his face and wearing night clothes was holding an inch-long dagger. Wasn't this the scene of him being chased in the past? Although many years had passed, this scene still left an indelible impression in his heart. He didn't have time to think and immediately got up to run. If one watched from outside the light curtain, they would see Ying Fei running non-stop in the same place. From time to time, he would look back in horror. In the end, he stood there and punched and kicked in all directions. It was very funny. However, not to mention that the people inside the formation couldn't see, even the people outside the formation didn't pay any attention to Ying Fei. The auspicious three treasures, Ma Rulong and Qiu Shidao, were all looking at Qin Shiyue in the formation. What Qin Shiyue saw was different from the two of them. At this moment, he felt that he was in a vast mountain forest. A few tiger roars came from not far away, causing him to frown. This scene was too familiar. It was the place where he encountered danger when he was young. He knew that not long after, a huge tiger would descend from the sky and take him away. Then, his adoptive father would kill the tiger and save him. However, presumably, his adoptive father wouldn't appear in this mountain forest and he would be taken away by the tiger. Sure enough, after a tiger roar and a gust of wind, a white tiger with slanted eyes appeared. Seeing Qin Shiyue, the tiger pounced on him. At this moment, Qin Shiyue didn't panic. He slightly leaned forward and his body fell into the tiger's belly. With a shake of his hand, he pulled out the soft sword from his waist and slashed at the tiger. The tiger let out a miserable howl that shook the mountain. Its stomach was filled with internal organs and blood. Qin Shiyue held the soft sword in his hand and vigilantly observed his surroundings. He secretly pondered. This three-talent flag gate formation was something he learned from his master by chance. He only listened to it as a story. If it weren't for the three orange flags being too eye-catching, how could he find this from his dusty memories? Therefore, Qin Shiyue held the soft sword and walked forward while thinking about how to break this flag gate formation. Chapter 262. However, no matter how hard Qin Shiyue racked his brain, he could not think of a way to break the three-talent flag gate formation. He was just listening to a story and was curious. Why would he care about breaking it? Moreover, it seemed that in his mind, he did not have any impression of breaking it. Perhaps his master might not be able to break it. Slowly walking to a high place in the forest, Qin Shiyue looked into the distance. Looking at the continuous mountains, he could not help but praise, this formation is just like the legend. The illusion inside is so real. But if it is fake, what is at the end of the mountain? It seems that I have never been to the other side of the mountain before. Why don't I go and take a look? Maybe there will be some clues. Thinking about it, Qin Shiyue put away his soft sword and stretched his body. Using his peerless Qin Gong, he ran straight to the end of the mountain. Qin Shiyue studied under the Garuda, heavenly king of the dragon god sect. What was this Garuda? The Garuda recorded in the Dharma Sutra was a kind of big bird. Its wings had all kinds of solemn colors. There was a big lump on its head, which was a rui pearl. This Garuda was a golden-winged great peng bird. It ate one dragon and 500 small dragons every day. When it died, the dragons vomited poison and could no longer eat it. So it flew up and down 7 times, flying to the top of the Jianghu mountain and died. Because it ate dragons as food all its life, there was a lot of poison accumulated in its body. When it was about to die, the poison was released. After its flesh was burned, only its heart was left, which was pure green glaze. Garuda Heavenly King was known for his Qin Gong in the 8th-division Heavenly Dragon. Naturally, Qin Shiyue's Qin Gong was also very good. Otherwise, even with Zhang Xiaohua's Qin Gong, she did not have any advantage over Qin Shiyue. When he used all his strength in the illusion, he flew through the endless forest like a gust of wind. But just as he was flying happily, a ripple appeared in the scene in front of him. All the scenes overlapped, and there was a gap. It allowed him to see the auspicious 3 treasures in the inner hall, whose faces were covered in sweat and looking at him in horror. But it was only a moment, and it was immediately replaced by the original scene. He immediately fell back to his original position. A few tiger roars sounded from afar. Ha ha ha. Qin Shiyue laughed loudly. He had found a way to break the 3-talent flag array. At this time, he didn't care about killing the tiger anymore. Instead, he pulled out his soft sword. His figure flashed, and in an instant, he ran straight into the distance. Outside the formation, one of the auspicious 3 treasures said to someone in horror, "Big brother, it's not good. The formation bead in my hand seems to have no energy left." If Zhang Xiaohua was beside me, she would naturally be able to see it with her spiritual sense. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the jade stone was gradually drying up. The yuan qi that was transmitted to the small flag on the ground was already extremely thin. The light on the small orange flag was also gradually fading. It must be said that although this 3-talent flag array was an extremely ordinary formation in the immortal Tao, if it was used to trap a martial artist, he would not be able to easily escape. Even if the auspicious 3 treasures didn't have any yuan qi, and only relied on the yuan qi in the yuan qi stone, and couldn't activate the flag array's attack, but just this simple defense and simple illusion was already an invincible existence in the era when the immortal Tao was destroyed. At least, before the Righteous Alliance used this flag array, they had never failed. But after all, this was an external object. The yuan qi in the yuan qi stone would dry up one day. Coincidentally, today was the day when the yuan qi in one of the yuan qi stones was used up. Otherwise, even if the real Garuda Heavenly King came, his Qin Gong might not be able to make the flag array reveal a flaw so easily. Inside the flag array, Qin Shiyue kept running forward. The scenes in front of him kept overlapping and breaking. The scenes in the inner hall also kept appearing in front of him. Moreover, the time was getting longer and longer. Even Ing Fei stopped running away and stopped in shock. He raised his head and looked at the world that was flickering. After a while, he heard one of the auspicious 3 treasures call out, "Big brother." Before he could finish his words, the jade stone in his hands suddenly turned into powder and scattered on the ground. The small flag on the ground also suddenly lit up and immediately returned to its simple and unadorned appearance. Although the other 2 flags were still emitting a faint light, the light screen was no longer complete. 30% of it had already disappeared. The illusion in the formation could no longer appear. Zhang Xiaohua, who was meditating, sensed the change in the yuan qi and unconsciously opened her eyes. At this moment, the eyes of Qin Shiyue and Ning Fei in the flag array lit up. Qin Shiyue was already using his peerless Qin Gong. At this moment, he just changed his direction and rushed towards one of the auspicious three treasures. And, let's call him Air Bao for now. The jade stone in Air Bao's hand turned into powder, but he did not have this kind of experience. He was still making hand seals and did not loosen his grip. The power of the seal did not disappear. In fact, the seal used by the auspicious three treasures was not the seal used by the three talents flag array. After the celestial Tao was destroyed, someone improved the seal so that martial artists could use the yuan qi to control the array. When they could not extract the yuan qi from the yuan qi of heaven and earth, they naturally turned to absorbing the yuan qi of the caster. How could Air Bao's body have the vital qi formed by the yuan qi of heaven and earth? With such a forceful extraction, in an instant, his meridians were severely damaged. It was as if his vital qi had backfired, and a stream of blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. At this moment, Qin Shiyue and his soft sword were already in front of him. Poor Air Bao. His limbs were weak, and he could not move at all. Right in front of Zhang Xiaohua, Qin Shiyue waved his soft sword, and Air Bao's funny head flew up into the sky. Blood splattered on the ground, and Air Bao's short and fat body fell to the ground with a thud, and his blood splattered 3 feet away. Such a bloody scene scared Zhang Xiaohua so much that she closed her eyes. Although Zhang Xiaohua was already an experienced killer, he was very gentle when it came to killing people. He killed them all with one strike, and there was only a little red on the throat. It was also the first time he saw such a violent killer. However, immediately, he opened his eyes and walked out of the circle of light. He looked at the headless corpse from afar and sighed, "It's so good to be alive." When the other two saw Qin Shiyue kill their brother, they could not help but be terrified. They stopped the spell and threw the jade stone on the ground. They stretched out their hands and drew their swords from their waists. With a shout, they rushed forward. Although the auspicious three treasures without the flag gate formation were powerful, they were not what Qin Shiyue and Ning Fei were afraid of. The two of them each found one and instantly fought with each other. Originally, the auspicious three treasures were quite famous in the Jianghu. Their martial arts were not much worse than Qin Shiyue's. At least, they were better than Ning Fei. Ning Fei originally braced himself to fight, but after this fight, Ning Fei was happy. He did not know how many treasures the person in front of him had, but his inner strength was almost the same as his. The strength of the sword was also not very strong. Although Ning Fei did not understand, at least his life was saved. As long as he delayed this treasure, he could naturally escape after Qin Shiyue killed that treasure. Poor auspicious three treasures. The martial arts of the three of them were not much worse than Qin Shiyue's. When the three of them joined forces, they were stronger than Qin Shiyue, Ning Fei and Zhang Xiaohua. However, they were afraid that something would happen to their brother. Since they could kill the enemy without any effort, why should they kill each other? Therefore, they took out their trump card and used the most powerful formation to trap them to death. However, this formation, which had been tested every time, was at the point of exhaustion. That was why there was a mistake and they lost one of their brothers. And they were in charge of the formation. Although they only guided the primordial chi from the primordial stone to the small flag, this also consumed their own inner strength. Therefore, the consumption of the auspicious three treasures' inner strength was much more than that of Qin Shiyue and Ning Fei. Sometimes, thinking about it, it was not necessarily good to hide one's strength. However, it was also not good to reveal one's trump card all of a sudden. Qin Shiyue's martial arts cultivation was higher than Ning Fei's. Naturally, she immediately figured out the bottom line of these three treasures. After more than 10 moves, Qin Shiyue found an opportunity. She also waved her soft sword. This treasure's big head also flew into the sky. His death was actually the same as the previous one. Zhang Xiaohua watched from afar. She curled the corner of her mouth and secretly said, "Barbaric." At this time, 2 of the auspicious 3 treasures were dead. The remaining one was also desperate. He desperately pestered Ing Fei to perish together with him. Ing Fei knew what he was thinking. He wanted to drag one of them down with him before he died. How could he let him do as he wished? He only thought that he was wandering around and didn't really hit him. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue jumped up and wanted to fly out of the inner hall. Her figure swept past the back of the last treasure. She didn't even look at it. She just waved her soft sword. Another burst of blood rushed into the air. The smile on Qin Shiyue's face became wider. She instantly rushed out of the inner hall. Now in the inner hall of Ma Mansion, 3 heads rolled down. 3 headless corpses were scattered. Blood was scattered all over the marble floor. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Seeing that his lord rushed out, Ing Fei also wanted to catch up. Just as he raised his foot, he stopped. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua in the distance and walked to the place where the small flags were inserted. He used his internal force to pull out the 3 small flags one by one and put them in his arms. Then, he picked up the remaining 2 jades from the pool of blood on the ground and slowly walked out of the inner hall. Zhang Xiaohua really didn't want to be with them, but this inner hall was no longer a place for people to stay. As long as he was far away from the corpses, he walked to the door. When he passed by the chair where Qin Shiyue sat just now, there were still a few old jades on the table next to it. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dislike them. He casually took them and put them in his arms. Then, he stepped on the blood and walked out of the inner hall. Outside, the sun was shining. It was the auspicious time for Ma Rulong's birthday. But Zhang Xiaohua's heart was cold. These few moments in the inner hall were like a lifetime ago. The danger in Jianghu was obvious. If Qin Shiyue and Ing Fei couldn't rush out of the flag gate formation, would her life be left here? Jianghu didn't believe in tears. Jianghu also didn't believe in hypotheses. No one could say for sure what didn't happen. Maybe Ma Rulong would let him go because he was innocent. Maybe Qiu Shidao was afraid that he would leak the news and kill him. These were all hypotheses. No one knew. However, when Zhang Xiaohua stepped into the hall, she knew what cruelty was. Chapter 263. When Zhang Xiaohua came out of the inner hall, she was only half an hour behind Qin Shiyue. In this short period of time, the reception hall had already turned into an Azura hell. Qin Shiyue's kung fu was excellent. He was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. His soft sword kept reaping the lives of the people who fled in panic in the hall. When Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall, she could not help but be shocked and angry. She was shocked because Qin Shiyue's killing intent was very strong. He only used one way to kill people like Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua killed people with a gentle sword, leaving a red mark on her throat. Qin Shiyue also used one sword, but this sword cut off people's heads. Weapons like swords were usually unsheathed at the tip and used to stab the enemy. Although the 2 sides of swords were also unsheathed, swords were not padeos. They were rarely used to cut people. Seeing that Qin Shiyue was very skillful in cutting people's heads with his soft sword, presumably the soft sword was also specially treated. What made Zhang Xiaohua angry was that Qin Shiyue did not really kill innocent people there. Instead, Ma Rulong and Qiu Shidao knew that their lightness skill was not as good as Qin Shiyue's, so they just went to the place where there were many people in the hall, hoping that the guests who came to celebrate the birthday could block for them for a while. Among these guests, those who were smart and had good kung fu had already stayed far away, leaving only those who had not figured out the situation, or those who had low kung fu, or even no kung fu. They were in a mess, blocking in front of Qin Shiyue, forcing Qin Shiyue to kill heavily. On the other side of the hall, there was also a group of people who were holding swords and other weapons and were together with Ing Fei. They must be the servants of Ma Mansion or Ma Rulong's friends. They saw that Qin Shiyue's kung fu was excellent, so they did not dare to come close, so they had to find Ing Fei, a soft persimmon. Although Ing Fei was not as good as Qin Shiyue, his kung fu was also first class. Under the siege of the crowd, he did not fall behind and even took the opportunity to injure a few people. Zhang Xiaohua could not bear to see the hall full of blood. She thought to herself, Qin Shiyue can just use her qin gong to go over. Presumably, these guests may not be able to withstand it. Why do you have to kill so many people? Just as she was thinking, a lean merchant who had just run past Qin Shiyue suddenly took out a dagger from his bosom and stabbed it into Qin Shiyue's back. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. This merchant's acting was too good. When she looked at him just now, that person also had a face full of panic and seemed to be running in all directions. How did he become a member of the Ma Manor? Seeing that the dagger was about to stab into Qin Shiyue's back, Zhang Xiaohua was actually looking forward to it. However, Qin Shiyue seemed to have a pair of eyes on the back of her head. She raised her left foot and kicked the man's wrist. Then she swung her soft sword back and the man's head was separated from his body in an instant. Then, Qin Shiyue rushed forward without looking at him and chased after Ma Rulong. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood why Qin Shiyue did not use her qin gong to pass over the crowd. If Qin Shiyue encountered such a sneak attack in midair, she would inevitably be in a passive position because she could not use her body to support herself. If it was a sneak attack by one person, she might be able to avoid it. If it was 2 or 3 people, she would probably be injured. She was still inexperienced. When Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall, he was immediately seen by the servants of the Ma Manor. However, Zhang Xiaohua was obviously a manservant and was also young. Even though several people were eager to try to take over from Ing Fei, they saw that Zhang Xiaohua just stood at the door and did not move forward. They thought that he did not know martial arts, so they concentrated on killing Ing Fei. On the other side of the hall was a corridor. When Ma Rulong and Qiu Shidao arrived at the corridor, they looked back and disappeared in a flash. Qin Shiyue was furious. At this time, she did not care whether the people in front of her were the servants of the Ma Manor or innocent merchants. She just took her soft sword and slashed randomly. When the people in front of her were a little sparse, she immediately used her peerless qin gong and rushed toward the corridor. However, just as his figure entered the corridor, a glittering cold light quickly shot toward Qin Shiyue's throat. Qin Shiyue's momentum was very fast, and the cold light was also very fast. The timing was extremely good. By the time Qin Shiyue saw it, it was already right in front of his eyes. Faster than words could say, Qin Shiyue took a deep breath and reversed the flow of his internal energy. While his figure was still in midair, he forcefully moved to the side by an inch. His body also twisted in a direction. The cold light pierced past Qin Shiyue's throat. It was a long sword flickering with cold light. The one holding the sword was Qiu Shidao, who had just escaped into the corridor. Qiu Shidao had guessed Qin Shiyue's thoughts. He knew that Qin Shiyue thought that he had escaped in a panic, so he deliberately hid himself here, hoping to hit him. Unfortunately, the timing and angle were excellent. Qin Shiyue relied on his excellent qin gong to avoid the killing blow. When Qiu Shidao saw that his sneak attack failed, he immediately changed his move. With a flick of his wrist, the sword cut toward Qin Shiyue's throat horizontally. This was the move that Qin Shiyue was good at. Qin Shiyue's back was also covered with cold sweat because he just avoided the sneak attack. He was more vigilant in his heart. This sudden change of move was not in his heart. He slightly turned an iron plate bridge and avoided the sword. His body bent down and his left foot kicked toward Qiu Shidao. When Qiu Shidao saw that his killing move had failed one after another, he secretly felt that it was a pity. When he saw Qin Shiyue raise his foot to kick, he also jumped up and slightly dodged. Then, he stabbed his sword toward Qin Shiyue's place. Qin Shiyue raised his sword to meet the attack. The two of them fought. Although Qiu Shidao was from a famous sect, he was still young and lacked fighting experience. The two of them fought for a short time before Qiu Shidao couldn't resist anymore. He was surrounded by danger and was almost hit by Qin Shiyue's sword several times. Qiu Shidao's face couldn't help but turn pale. He thought for a moment and said, "Lord Qin, let's talk things over. I know that you came to the Ma family today to find some ancient jade artifacts. Ma Rulong has already collected some. However, in order to show his sincerity to our righteous Dao Union, he has already given these jade artifacts to me. I haven't had the time to send them back. If you stop fighting now, I will tell you where these jade artifacts are stored so that you can go back and give an explanation. What do you think?" When Qin Shiyue heard this, he seemed to be moved. He slightly relaxed his attack and asked in a low voice, "If you give me the jade artifacts, how will you explain it to the sect? Moreover, I killed the auspicious 3 treasures. Don't you plan to take revenge?" Qiu Shidao said, "I haven't had the time to return these jade artifacts. The sect doesn't know. The auspicious 3 treasures were originally sent to monitor me. They were not sent by my master. They also know about the jade artifacts. Isn't it good that you killed them? I can't even protect my own life. How can I have the heart to take revenge for them?" When Qin Shiyue heard this, he nodded. The software in his hand stopped. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak. When Qiu Shidao saw this, he was very happy. He also put away his sword. When he saw Qin Shiyue open his mouth, he knew that he wanted to know where the jade artifacts were hidden. He smiled and said, "Lord Qin." However, when the words, "Lord Qin," just came out of his mouth, the software in Qin Shiyue's hands suddenly wrapped around Qiu Shidao's neck like a poisonous snake. Qiu Shidao's face immediately turned pale. He trembled and said, "Lord Qin, didn't we agree just now? Why are you going back on your words?" Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "When did I promise you? I just asked you a question." Qiu Shidao was shocked and said, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, no one will know the whereabouts of the jade artifacts. Also, whether I am Nan Fengyun or not, if you kill me, my master will definitely kill you. Why don't you put down your sword and we go our separate ways? What do you think?" Qin Shiyue seemed to have heard a big joke. He grinned and said, "What kind of place is Xinji town? How can there be good jade artifacts? I can't even see it, let alone our sect leader. If you want to threaten me with this jade artifact, you are really wrong. Also, your master, Nan Fengyun, do you think he can catch up with me?" Qiu Shidao's face was pale. He shouted, "Lord Qin, everything can be discussed. I also know a big secret of Xinji town. I can also tell you anything about the Righteous Alliance. By the way, my family is rich. I can give you a lot of silver." However, before he could finish, Qin Shiyue's eyes flashed with cold light. He smiled and exerted some strength in his hand. Qiu Shidao's handsome head flew up to the sky. His eyes that were gradually losing their light were still flashing with an inconceivable expression. He died with his eyes wide open. Looking at Qiu Shidao's body that was gradually softening, Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "What does the secret of Xinji town have to do with me? Do you know more about the Righteous Alliance than I do? Silver, what use do I have for it?" As he said, he raised his head and looked at the far end of the corridor where Ma Rulong had just disappeared. In fact, when Qiu Shidao appeared to sneak attack, Ma Rulong no longer cared about his own body and rushed to the end of the corridor. Although Qin Shiyue knew that he wanted to escape, he didn't care about him. After killing Qiu Shidao, with Qin Shiyue's Qin Gong, he could catch several Ma Rulong back. However, when Qin Shiyue rushed to the end of the corridor, there was also an exquisite small courtyard. There was a stone path in the middle that led to the backyard and the garden. Qin Shiyue flew to a high place and looked carefully, but he didn't find any trace of Ma Rulong. Qin Shiyue frowned and thought to himself, "This old fox ran away quickly. Then, Qin Shiyue didn't search carefully and turned back to the hall. At this time, in the hall, except for the servants of the Ma family who were still desperately besieging Yingfei, the other guests had disappeared except for those who were lying on the ground and couldn't move. Qin Shiyue looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing quietly by the door, and didn't say anything. He walked steadily to Yingfei. There were already a few brave servants who had abandoned Yingfei and chopped at his head with their padao. However, how could they withstand a single move from Qin Shiyue? In just a few moves, their heads were chopped off by Qin Shiyue. When the remaining servants saw that the situation was not good, they hurriedly scattered and fled for their lives. How could Yingfei let them go? He chased and killed a few of them. Qin Shiyue was even more straightforward. She chased after them and beheaded them. Unexpectedly, many of them were killed by the two of them. Only a few people safely escaped the hall. Chapter 264. Qin Shiyue looked around at the tragedy in the hall and was very satisfied. Only then did she use her qinggong to rush out of the hall. When she passed by Zhang Xiaohua, she whispered, "Follow us." Zhang Xiaohua glanced at her and didn't answer. She used her qinggong and followed behind them unhurriedly. After leaving the hall, Qin Shiyue looked around and then flew to the other side of the hall. There was a round moon gate on this side. There was a small path leading inside. Presumably, it was the inner residence. Not long after the three of them entered, they saw several servants and maids running away in panic. When they saw Qin Shiyue, they were so scared that their faces turned ashen. Qin Shiyue didn't hesitate and shouted, "Stop, or I will kill all of you." In an instant, everyone stood in place and trembled. They didn't dare to move. Qin Shiyue walked to the nearest servant and asked, "Ma Rulong just ran away. Do you know where he ran to?" That servant was like a sieve. His teeth were chattering. How could he say it? When Qin Shiyue saw this, she reached out with lightning speed and grabbed his throat. With a little force, a "kacha" sound was heard. A stream of blood flowed out of the servant's mouth and he fell to the ground. Then, Qin Shiyue walked to a servant a little further away. When the servant saw Qin Shiyue walk over, his face turned pale. Before he got close, he smelled a foul smell. The servant was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. Qin Shiyue frowned and turned to another servant. The servant who lost control of his bladder had a burst of joy on his face. Just as he put on a smile, a cold light flashed and the servant's head flew to the sky. The smile was frozen on his face forever. Seeing Qin Shiyue's action, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. She didn't agree, but she was also someone else's dish. How could she have the right to speak? Seeing the murderous demon king rushing towards him, the servant's hands and feet trembled uncontrollably and his face turned scarlet. Qin Shiyue was very satisfied with her deterrence and said while walking, "Do you know? If you know, then tell me. If you don't, then everyone in this courtyard will die." The servant opened his mouth, but no words came out. His eyes turned white and bulged out like a goldfish. He could only exhale, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't inhale. The servant grabbed his throat and twitched weakly. Then, he softly fell to the ground. He was scared to death by Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue didn't have any expression on her face. She looked around and walked towards a servant girl. At this time, a servant girl in the small pavilion next to them trembled and said, "Sir, I roughly know where Master Ma went. However, if I bring you there, will you spare us? We are just servants of the Ma mansion." When Qin Shiyue heard this, she was slightly surprised. She looked at this thin and ordinary-looking girl and smiled. "Of course." The girl trembled as she walked out and said, "Sir, I'll take you there. Can you let them go? They really don't know anything." Looking at this brave girl, Qin Shiyue waved her hand and said, "Take me there." The girl looked at the servants and servant girls around her who were already ashen-faced. She gritted her teeth and walked towards the inner residence. Qin Shiyue said in surprise, "Girl." Ma Rulong ran out from the corridor on the other side of the hall. The girl shook her teeth and forced a smile. She said, "I know. Sir, there is a path from here. If we go through the front hall, it will be a long detour." Qin Shiyue said, "Oh." She didn't say anything else. She knew this girl must know. Sure enough, after walking for a while, they came to another pond. At the end of the pond was a winding corridor. The girl pointed at a rockery in the pond and said, "Sir, it's that rockery." One night, this servant woke up at night and saw Master Ma come out from there by the moonlight. Qin Shiyue looked at the rockery and then looked at the girl. She smiled and said, "Are you sure?" The girl said, "I'm sure. Although it's night, the moonlight is very bright. If I can't even recognize my own master, how can I?" Qin Shiyue signaled to Ying Fei. Ying Fei used her lightness skill and flew over the pond. She directly flew to the rockery to check. Qin Shiyue looked at the girl and said with a smile, "You're not afraid of me?" The girl said, "I'm afraid." "Then why did you bring us here?" "If I didn't bring you here, wouldn't we all be killed by you?" Qin Shiyue nodded and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" The girl's face instantly turned pale. She bit her lips and didn't dare to speak. At this time, Ying Fei shouted from the rockery, "Sir, there is a mechanism here." Qin Shiyue rolled her eyes and said, "Okay, you can go." The girl didn't move. Qin Shiyue frowned and said, "I told you to go. Why don't you go?" The girl said, "Sir, you go first. I'll go after you." Qin Shiyue laughed, turned around, and then waved her hand. When the girl saw Qin Shiyue waving her hand, she was so scared that she closed her eyes. Zhang Xiaohua's heart also thumped. Unexpectedly, Qin Shiyue waved her hand and shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, come with me." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and jumped in front. There was some joy in her voice. Qin Shiyue didn't understand. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Xiaohua in surprise. She muttered, "Looking at your mood, it's quite good." The two of them used their lightness skill. When they reached the rockery, the girl turned around and ran away. Qin Shiyue looked back and twirled her short beard with 2 fingers. She was thinking. Under the rockery, there was a dark cave entrance. There were stairs leading down. Ying Fei was a little hesitant and said, "Sir, is this a trap?" Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Even if it's a trap, you don't dare to enter it." Ying Fei smiled apologetically and said, "Following sir, I dare to climb a mountain of swords and go into a sea of fire." Qin Shiyue said, "Don't flatter me. Lead the way." Ying Fei looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Sir, I think it's better to let this boy lead the way. Go down quickly." "What are you talking about? If he can lead the way, why would I bring them so far?" "Yes, yes." Ying Fei didn't dare to refute. He led the way down the stairs. The secret passage under the rockery was narrow and short. Not only Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei, but even Zhang Xiaohua had to bend down. Moreover, the secret passage was dark and damp. From time to time, there would be water dripping down. They must be walking under the pond. Ying Fei was in front. He held a torch in one hand and a sword in the other. He was very careful. After a long time, the secret passage gradually became wider and drier. They didn't see any traps. After a while, the secret passage went up. They must have reached the end. The 3 of them relaxed. Not long after, a half-closed door appeared in front of them. Light shone in from outside. Ying Fei put away the torch and said with a smile, "Sir, that Ma Rulong left in such a hurry that he didn't even close the door properly." After that, he pushed the door and was about to go out. At this moment, 3 arrows were shot from outside the door. The target was Ying Fei, who was pushing the door open. Ying Fei was pushing the door open. He didn't expect that there would be traps on the half-closed door. It was too late to dodge. The arrows were shot by traps. They were very powerful. They were aimed at Ying Fei's upper and lower body. If they hit the target, Ying Fei's life would be in danger. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shiyue kicked Ying Fei's waist and sent him flying away, just in time to avoid the arrows flying from the top and the bottom. But the arrow in the middle couldn't be dodged. It hit Ying Fei's left arm. With a poochie sound, it penetrated his arm. Ouch! Ying Fei couldn't bear the pain and cried out. The remaining 2 arrows flew past Ying Fei and shot towards Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue had just kicked Ying Fei away. She wasn't stable yet. She took out the soft sword from her waist and swung it at the arrow in the middle. With a keng sound, the soft sword hit the arrow. It was actually an iron arrow. The arrow changed its direction. With a poochie sound, it shot deep into the secret passage. The arrow in the middle flew past Qin Shiyue and shot straight towards Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, Qin Shiyue wanted to stop it, but it was too late. With another poochie sound, the iron arrow shot into the secret passage again. When Qin Shiyue looked back, she saw Zhang Xiaohua standing aside calmly and motionlessly. Qin Shiyue thought that Zhang Xiaohua was scared. She ignored him and walked quickly towards Ying Fei. In fact, he didn't know that when he stepped into the secret passage, Zhang Xiaohua had released his divine sense. Although it was dark, he knew what was going on in front of him. Even at the moment when the iron arrow was shot, Zhang Xiaohua already knew that the iron arrow in the dark was a great threat to Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei. But after all, it was flying in the range of Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. At this time, the beauty of divine sense was revealed. Zhang Xiaohua had already known the trajectory of the iron arrow. When the 3rd iron arrow was close to him, he slightly used ethereal steps and let the iron arrow shoot past his leg. His performance was as steady as Mount Tai, which scared Qin Shiyue. On the other side, Ying Fei was already sitting on the ground in pain. Qin Shiyue looked at his arm. The place where the iron arrow went through was already bleeding. The arrow was poisonous. Qin Shiyue frowned and kicked the door open. This time, there was no poisonous arrow. Qin Shiyue shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, helping Fei out." Zhang Xiaohua responded and went forward. He helped Ying Fei up from the ground and dragged him out. Qin Shiyue took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms and poured out a scarlet pill. He said, "Ying Fei, the poison on the arrow is very strong. Take this poison-repelling pill first." Ying Fei's pale face forced a smile and said, "Thank you for giving me this pill. With this pill, I think my life can be saved." After that, he took the poison-repelling pill and put it into his mouth. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the poison-repelling pill, his heart moved. Was this some kind of pill? He couldn't help but take a closer look. He used his divine sense to scan it. It seemed that there was no yuan qi in it. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Ying Fei had already swallowed it. The poison-repelling pill was really powerful. After Ying Fei took it for a while, the wound on his arm began to bleed. At this time, Qin Shiyue stretched out his finger and pressed on the acupuncture points on Ying Fei's arm a few times to stop the bleeding. Ying Fei said with difficulty, "Master, we have been delayed for a long time. I think old Ma has already gone far away. What do you think? Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 266. Qin Shiyue raised his head and looked around. This was a small closed courtyard. It seemed that no one lived here and no one cleaned it. A line of wet footprints was heading towards a well in the corner of the courtyard. Qin Shiyue quickly walked over and looked around. He asked, "Ying Fei, you can't move with your injuries. Stay here first. I'll go and have a look. Then, he was about to jump down. He looked back at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Boy, come with me." Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to go to the well. He looked down and found that it was a dry well. Qin Shiyue warned Zhang Xiaohua, "Ren Xiaoyao, don't have any bad ideas. Your martial arts are not worth mentioning in front of me. I can cut off your head at any time." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Qin Shiyue pulled out his soft sword and jumped down the dry well. When he dodged, Zhang Xiaohua also jumped down. There was a secret passage at the bottom of the well, but this secret passage was obviously more spacious than the previous one. It was also clean. Qin Shiyue walked in front with a fire and a soft sword. Zhang Xiaohua followed him closely. He had already released his spiritual awareness and scanned from a distance. However, this secret passage was the same as the previous one. There was no mechanism at all. After walking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was a little impatient. This secret passage seemed to have no end. Just as he was thinking, his spiritual awareness suddenly felt the exit. When he looked up, there was finally light in front of him. The exit of this secret passage was not blocked by a door. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his spiritual awareness and found nothing unusual. Qin Shiyue carefully observed for a long time before he walked out. The exit of the secret passage was at the foot of a small mountain. The exit was blocked by waist-high grass. It was impossible to find it without looking carefully. In front of the exit was a dense forest. In the distance of the dense forest was also a mountain. Qin Shiyue first looked carefully in front of the exit, then closed his eyes and frowned. He did not know what to do. Suddenly, his brows relaxed and he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Follow me. If you can follow me, I won't seal your acupoints at night." Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up, and she quickly nodded. The taste of being tortured to extort a confession was really not good. When Qin Shiyue saw this, she didn't say anything. She used her qing gong to jump up a big tree. Then, she started to chase in the direction of the big mountain. Zhang Xiaohua also quickly flashed to catch up with her. Her left hand also quietly took out a small primeval stone from her bosom. She walked while absorbing it to replenish her real qi. That Qin Shiyue's qing gong was really high. In the blink of an eye, she was already far away. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. She used all her strength and true qi to barely keep up and not be left too far behind. Running all the way, if not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua felt that she had been locked on by Qin Shiyue from time to time, she almost wanted to change direction. After chasing for a while, just as they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, a bean-sized shadow appeared in front of them. It was also leaping forward. Wasn't that Ma Rulong who had escaped? Looking at his speed, he was much slower than Zhang Xiaohua, not to mention Qin Shiyue. After running for so long, she still hadn't reached her destination. That shadow seemed to have noticed something. Looking back, he had already noticed Qin Shiyue's white hair. Unconsciously, his speed immediately increased a lot. However, not long after, he slowed down again. After all, Ma Rulong was a man who was almost 70 years old. Even if his internal strength was profound, after running for so long, his internal strength must be exhausted. When Qin Shiyue and Zhang Xiaohua caught up with Ma Rulong had just reached the foot of the mountain. This was a barren mountain forest. It was very far from the edge of the forest. It seemed that there were no traces of people. Ma Rulong stood in a place with some white fog. He seemed to be somewhat leisurely. Facing Qin Shiyue, he said, "Lord Qin, you have already killed Xiao Shidao and the auspicious 3 treasures of the Righteous Alliance. Why do you still care about this old man's dying life? Forgive others." Qin Shiyue looked around and then looked at the white fog behind Ma Rulong. She thought for a while and smiled, "Old Ma, if you didn't collude with Xiao Shidao to set up a trap in the inner hall, I might have let you go because of your previous contributions. I would have destroyed your martial arts and let you live a peaceful life. Presumably, when you set up the trap, you didn't think of your current ending. Zhang Xiaohua looked from afar and didn't go up. He had already seen the white fog behind Ma Rulong. When he used his spiritual mind to scan it, he found that there was a fluctuation of primordial qi inside. If it was a normal white fog, it would have been blown away by the mountain wind and drifted in the air. However, this faint white fog could condense and not disperse. There must be something strange about it. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that when he was in the Misty School, he heard people whispering secretly. In the forbidden area of the Misty School, there was a white fog that could devour the disciples. Could it be that the white fog that couldn't be dispersed by the mountain wind was the same as the white fog in the Misty School? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua, who was not close to the white fog, stepped back a few more steps. Ma Rulong looked at Qin Shiyue and heaved a long sigh. Man proposes, God disposes. Shi Dao and I have already arranged a trap. It's only because you arrived early and didn't complete it. Moreover, Shi Dao is still young. He actually had a conflict with you on the road, which made you suspicious. If I had a few more days, even 10 Lord Qins wouldn't be able to walk out of my Ma mansion. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, Old Ma, you overestimate yourself. Overestimate yourself? Where's Messenger Ing? Why didn't he catch up with you? Is he dead now? Ha ha ha, that poisonous arrow was originally given to you, but now Messenger Ing is enjoying it. It's just a poisonous arrow. It's not a problem for me. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. I don't want to say anything more. If it weren't for the problem of the 3 auspicious treasures, Lord Qin, you would probably still be trapped in the inner hall. When your internal force is exhausted, I will stab you with my sword. Can you dodge it? Qin Shiyue looked at Ma Rulong with a smile and didn't say anything. You know you can't dodge it, right? Maybe that's why you keep chasing me and want to take my life. Qin Shiyue shook her head and asked, the demonic sect treated you well. Why did you betray the demonic sect and join the righteous alliance? Alas. Ma Rulong smiled bitterly and said, treated me well? It's not just well. It's too mean. What kind of family is the Ma family? Although it's declining now, it won't be bullied by the demonic sect. Even Ing Fei, that kind of person, dares to show off in front of the Ma family. He is still considered good. The previous messengers all treated the Ma family as lambs to be slaughtered. Moreover, I, Ma Rulong, am old. It's fine if I work for the demonic sect, but why do my descendants need to be oppressed by you? My descendants also need to be famous in Jianghu. They also need to be righteous. Qin Shiyue frowned and said, being righteous and righteous doesn't conflict with working for the demonic sect. You don't understand, Lord Qin. People like you don't understand the thoughts of people like us. On one hand, we are righteous, but on the other hand, we are doing things that betray the righteous alliance. That kind of contradiction, that kind of hidden feeling, you will never understand. Moreover, the demonic sect doesn't know the value of the Ma family. You have never respected the Ma family. We can't get the status and glory we want from the demonic sect. Naturally, we have to find someone else to rely on. Value? Qin Shiyue suddenly remembered that the sect leader asked her to come to the Ma family and the evil tiger gang. There must be a deep meaning. You don't know, right? Even someone like Lord Qin doesn't know. Others won't respect the Ma family. Well, the sect leader specifically asked me to come to the Ma family. Qin Shiyue explained. Of course, the sect leader knows. But it's easy to see the king of hell, but difficult to deal with the little ghosts. The sect leader can't always pay attention to us. Sometimes, he is worried about us. How can the disciples of the Ma family show up? Qin Shiyue was interested. She said, what secrets does the Ma family have? Qiu Shidao said that he wanted to tell me a big secret. Could it be that you gave it away? Did he tell you? Ma Rulong was a bit nervous. No, I didn't wait for him to tell me. I killed him. Good job. If he didn't cause trouble, why would the Ma family be like this? He's your grandson-in-law. You, Sai, don't mention it. What grandson-in-law? It's just my granddaughter's wishful thinking. After marrying him, did he even look at my obedient granddaughter? However, she got what she wanted. This is her life. She can't blame anyone else. Then why? Qin Shiyue's gossipy soul was awakened. She asked again and again. Zhang Xiaohua, who was listening at the side, was also surprised. Why? Why should this old man tell you? Qin Shiyue was slightly surprised. They had been talking for a long time. Why did he stop at the most important part and wait for the next chapter? How boring. Looking at Qin Shiyue, Ma Rulong smiled and said, Lord Qin, this old man wants to negotiate with you. What do you think? Qiu Shidao negotiated with me, so I killed him. What do you have that's worth me not attacking? What secrets can he have? It's just the things I gave him. He thought that he hid it very well. In fact, it's not just me. Even the righteous Dao Alliance knows about it. Qin Shiyue pondered for a moment and said, Tell me your conditions first. Ma Rulong was overjoyed. He said, This old man won't ask you to spare my life. I just want you to promise not to kill the Ma family disciples. It's that simple. If I go back on my word and go back to kill, won't you lose money? Who doesn't know that Lord Qin's words carry enormous weight? I'm not worried about this. Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and said, Okay, I promise you. Tell me. Ma Rulong nodded and said, Actually, from the beginning, my granddaughter was attracted to Qiu Shidao and wanted to marry him. But Qiu Shidao didn't want to marry my granddaughter at all. He even rejected the marriage proposal. If it wasn't for the fact that my dowry was so good that Zhang Sen of the Righteous Dao Alliance was moved and couldn't refuse, how could their alliance leader come out and force him to submit so obediently? Things. Even Zhang Sen was moved. The Righteous Dao Alliance is one of the super sects in Jianghu. They have abundant resources. What can they not have? The Ma family actually has things that even Zhang Sen couldn't refuse. Qin Shiyue couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 267. Ma Rulong looked at Qin Shiyue's surprise with satisfaction and said slowly, You didn't expect it, right? Lord Qin, the Righteous Alliance actually covets my little Ma family's things. Even though they sent so many precious medicinal ingredients today, it's just to further improve our relationship and hope that I can return the favor. Guess what the Righteous Alliance wants? Qin Shiyue shook his head. Ma Rulong looked up at the changing clouds in the sky and said, White clouds change like dogs, the stars change. Life is so short, but the world changes so strangely. Oh right, Lord Qin, what do you think of the 3-talent flag formation that the 3 auspicious treasures used in the inner hall? I heard you call out its name, so you must know its origin. Moreover, you also walked through that formation. What do you think? It's very powerful. If it wasn't for a sudden mistake, I probably wouldn't have been able to walk out of that inner hall today. Although the 3-talent flag formation is powerful, if you want to set it up, just a person is not enough. You also need a formation stone. Formation stone? The jade stone in the 3 auspicious treasures' hands? Yes, Lord Qin is right. That jade stone is the foundation of the 3-talent flag formation. If it wasn't for the formation stone, you also saw that the 3 flags were useless. If the formation stone in Air Bao's hands didn't run out of energy, you also wouldn't have been able to charge out. I understand. You gave the Righteous Alliance this formation stone, right? Yes, Lord Qin is right. However, this jade stone is not called a formation stone, but a divine stone. In ancient times, it was also called a primordial stone. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing in the distance, frowned. As expected, this was a primordial stone. So that's how it is. Qin Shiyue suddenly understood. However, he was puzzled. Although the divine stone was useful, if there was no formation, what was the use of it? Old Ma, while your divine stone is indeed precious, if they are to spare no effort to rope you in merely for the sake of the 3-talent flag formation, this righteous alliance is truly too petty. Lord Qin, this old man thought you knew. Turns out you don't know anything. What do you mean? Let this old man ask you. Did your teacher tell you about this 3-talent flag formation? Well, that's not it. It's something that martial uncles casually mentioned when they were chatting. Yes, I understand. How about this, I'll tell you some of the secrets of the Jianghu. I don't ask for anything in return, but the same old conditions. However, I'll ask you to swear that you'll never lay a hand on the disciples of the Ma family. What do you think? Old man Ma, you've really thought it through. With this oath, wouldn't I always have to avoid your Ma clan's disciples? Lord Qin, this is a misunderstanding. I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. I only hope that the bloodline of the Ma family can be preserved. How about this? I guarantee that from today onwards, if the Ma clan disciples don't take the initiative to offend me, I won't take the initiative to make a move against them as well. If they go against these words, then let the poison dragon corrode their bodies and die a horrible death. This oath was considered an extremely vicious one among the Garuda lineage. Ma Rulong nodded in relief after hearing it. He said, actually, the use of the God's stone is not limited to this tripartite flag array. It is the foundation of all arrays. Moreover, it is also, after saying this, Ma Rulong thought for a moment and asked, Lord Qin, do you know where all the martial arts in this world come from? This? Qin Shiyue scratched her head and said, is the path of martial arts passed down from generation to generation? What other strange things can there be? Think about it, Lord Qin. You have a master who taught you. Then your master's master, and all the way up, who was the first person to teach you martial arts? This? Maybe it was a genius gifted by the heavens who had an epiphany. There are geniuses who have created their own unique skills. However, they all have other martial arts as a reference. How can they create their own unique path? There are no martial arts in this world, so how can they create their own unique skills? Qin Shiyue didn't say anything and listened quietly. Zhang Xiaohua in the distance also did the same. In fact, long before martial arts, there was the path of immortality, which is the path of cultivation. The stories of immortals now are all descriptions of the deeds of immortals in the past. Although they are a little exaggerated, they are all true. Immortal cultivators can split mountains and rivers, call the wind and summon the rain with their own strength. They can even live forever. They are really carefree. Live forever? Then why can't we see any immortals now? Qin Shiyue couldn't help but ask. Lord Qin, listen to me first. The cultivation of the path of immortality is different from that of martial arts. They pay attention to refining the qi of heaven and earth. The God's stone, which used to be the primordial stone, is the foundation of their cultivation. It is even the silver they use. Then, Ma Rulong, like an elder teaching a professor, talked about the rise and fall of the path of immortality, the changes before and after the immortal cultivation, and the evolution of Jianghu. Not only was Qin Shiyue intoxicated, but Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked. The path of immortality this old man was talking about, wasn't it her? No wonder the Carefree Heart Sutra that she cultivated was different from the internal strength cultivation method that her second brother had told her. Even the formation of internal strength was different. It turned out that it was a different cultivation method. Ma Rulong continued, Lord Qin, don't think that the Heavenly Tao Union is a super sect in Jianghu. After all, it is not an ancient sect. Their foundation is not comparable to the incense cult, the Daoist temple, or the Misty school. Our Ma family was only a small branch of an immortal cultivation sect in ancient times. Even so, the righteous Dao Union can't be compared to us. If not for this, how could I have attracted their hearts by taking out a few god stones? Looking at Qin Shiyue's dumbfounded expression, Ma Rulong's mouth was filled with ridicule as he said, Lord Sakra of the divine sect must know these secrets and have some understanding of our Ma family. That's why he favored us so much. However, you ordinary people have repeatedly bullied our Ma family and forced us to have no way out. I can't stand it. Qin Shiyue smiled helplessly and said, Old Ma, what's the use of saying this now? Ma Rulong nodded and said, Yes, there's no turning back. It's useless to say more. In fact, the qi of heaven and earth has always been very thin after the immortal Tao was destroyed for thousands of years. However, in recent years, there have been signs of an increase. Do you know why Lord Sakra asked you to collect ancient jade articles? Qin Shiyue shook her head again and said angrily in her heart, This old man always keeps me in suspense. If you want to say it, just say it. Why do you keep asking me? I've been shaking my head more than I did in a year. My neck is sore. The immortal Tao's cultivation methods, formations, alchemy, refining weapons, and talismans are all recorded in a kind of jade article. They are called jade slips and can only be read by the immortal Tao's divine sense. There must be a lot of these in your divine sect. However, there are even more in Jianghu. Lord Sakra must have felt the change in the qi of heaven and earth and made a plan to deal with it. Oh right, there's another possibility. It's a magic weapon of the immortal Tao. Magic weapon? Qin Shiyue was stunned again and asked, Is it the wooden fish that the Daolan Temple's monks knocked? Ma Rulong shook his head and said, The wooden fish is just a name borrowed by the bald man of the Daolan Temple. The immortal Tao's magic weapon is the same as our martial Tao's weapon. In fact, the martial Tao's sword, saber, and other weapons also evolved from the immortal Tao's magic weapon. However, the immortal Tao's magic weapon is very strange. Even the jade hairpin on the head can be a powerful magic weapon. Yes, if you change it to a golden hairpin, it can also be used as a hidden weapon. There are also feather fans, jade bracelets, belts, and so on. As long as you can think of something, it can be refined into a magic weapon. Jade bracelets? Zhang Xiaohua heard and her eyes lit up. Didn't she have a pair of jade bracelets in her purse? Could it be that they were magic weapons? No wonder there was a fluctuation of qi of heaven and earth inside. It was not for looking at, but to play with. But how should she play with the jade bracelets? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but listen attentively. Hearing this, Qin Shiyue was also confused. She asked, Old Ma, don't deceive me. What kind of magic weapon can this feather fan be made into? Could it be that there is also a mechanism in the fan? Ma Rulong said, As for how to use it, this old man does not know. I only know that these magic weapons are activated with a certain incantation and are driven by one's own qi. I see. But you just said that the immortal Tao and martial Tao's cultivation methods are different. The martial Tao's internal force has long changed. How can it be used to drive these magic weapons? The 3-talent flag gate array is different. It is an array item. How can it be driven by the 3 auspicious treasures? There is no lack of talented and intelligent people in our Wulin. As early as when the immortal Tao was destroyed, many people were studying the inheritance of the immortal Tao. There were also many people who came up with opportunistic methods. The flag array borrowed the power of the god's stone instead of one's own qi. Perhaps there were already people who could use the god's stone to drive the so-called magic weapons. Then, wouldn't they be invincible? Qin Shiyue was shocked. Ma Rulong smiled wryly. If so, would my Ma family still be bullied? The god's stone in this world was used up long ago when the immortal Tao was destroyed. Where would there be any left? Even if there were some left, they would be hidden away. Who would use immortal Tao if they could solve it by force? An immortal Tao is not inherent to us. There are always drawbacks. Aren't the three auspicious treasures a classic example? Qin Shiyue finally nodded. Moreover, the immortal Dao's magic weapons and jade slips have not been replenished by the qi of heaven and earth for 10,000 years. Most of them can't withstand the loss of their own qi and have long become ordinary jade. How can they be found so easily? Even if they were found, they might not be able to be used. Some might be hidden in mysterious places protected by the immortal Dao's restrictions. How can a martial Dao cultivator obtain them? Restricted lands? Is it a forbidden area? Lord Qin, you are mistaken. Restricted lands are places that others are not allowed to enter. They are different from places protected by restrictions. Simply put, the immortal Dao's restrictions are powerful formations. Presumably, the divine sect also has its own restricted lands. Perhaps they are protected by restrictions. Old Ma, you just said that the qi of heaven and earth has increased. How can a martial Dao cultivator like you sense the qi of heaven and earth? Chapter 268. Could it be that you've also practiced the immortal cultivation method? Qin Shiyue asked. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also had doubts in his heart. That's right, when he cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra, he could release his senses and sense the heaven and earth yuan qi. However, this yuan qi was rarely seen, and he could only sense a few strands in the herb fields. Could it be that Ma Rulong also cultivated an immortal cultivation technique? Also, he had a place with rich qi of heaven and earth? Zhang Xiaohua's ears perked up. Ma Rulong smiled bitterly and said, how could this old man have such an opportunity to obtain an immortal cultivation technique? This technique had already been lost for tens of thousands of years. Even if my Ma family tried our best to preserve it, it was impossible. It had already been gone for thousands of years. Also, didn't I just say that most of the methods are recorded in jade slips? The qi of jade slips can't last long. How can the methods be preserved? Then how did you know? I didn't sense it, but saw it. Qin Shiyue and Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed at the same time. Qin Shiyue looked back at Zhang Xiaohua with a gloomy face. Then, she turned back and asked, you can see the qi of heaven and earth? Ha ha ha, how can I see the qi of heaven and earth? I think Lord Sakura of the divine sect is like me. He saw the changes in the restriction of the forbidden land and knew that the qi of heaven and earth had changed. Seeing Qin Shiyue's puzzlement, Ma Rulong said, restriction and formation are the same. They both need the qi of heaven and earth. However, there are many powerful restrictions that don't just rely on the qi of heaven and earth. They can also absorb the qi of heaven and earth. The restrictions in the world were all set up by the immortal cultivation method 10,000 years ago. In the past 10,000 years, the restrictions have absorbed less and less qi of heaven and earth. However, in the past few years, the restrictions have shown signs of strengthening. Don't you think it's a sign that the qi of heaven and earth is recovering? Qin Shiyue nodded. Then, she said in surprise, does your Ma family also have a forbidden land? Ma Rulong's face was a little red. He said proudly, you only know now. If not, how can our Ma family be a family of inheritance? Although our Ma family only has one restricted area, it's fundamentally different from the righteous Dao Alliance's lack of one. Then, the forbidden land you mentioned, is it? Yes, Mr. Qin, you guessed right. It's here. To be more precise, it's behind me. The white fog behind you can't even be blown away by the wind. It must be a part of the restriction. Lord Qin is very smart. There are many forms of restrictions. Some of them are light, such as red, yellow, five-colored, etc. There are also white fog, black smoke, etc. I've heard that some restrictions can create illusions that perfectly integrate with the surrounding environment. My Ma clan's restriction area is this white fog. Qin Shiyue and Zhang Xiaohua both nod secretly. Since Zhang Xiaohua learned about the space in the purse, she knew that there must be something strange about the cave she went to before. Now she knows that it is the inhibition that Ma Rulong mentioned. Not to mention the white fog in the Misty School's forbidden land that swallowed people, it must be similar to the Ma family's restriction. Qin Shiriyue thought of the forbidden land in his sect that emitted 5-colored light. It must be the restriction that Ma Rulong mentioned. Naturally, he knew how the sect leader knew about the changes in the qi of heaven and earth. However, Qin Shiriyue was puzzled. Why did Ma Rulong bring him here? Did he want to use the restriction to kill him? Thinking of this, Qin Shiriyue couldn't help but take a step back. Seeing Qin Shiriyue take a step back, Ma Rulong knew what he was thinking. He said with a smile, "Don't worry, Lord Qin. If I can use the forbidden land to make enemies, I don't need to say anything. You must be wondering why I ran here, right?" Qin Shiriyue nodded. Ma Rulong said, "The immortal Tao's restriction is used to protect important things. I've known about the restriction in the back mountain since I was a child. I've always been looking forward to seeing what is inside. However, this restriction of the immortal Tao requires one to have the cultivation of the immortal Tao to be able to walk in unscathed. Otherwise, one will be pushed out by the restriction or be trapped to death. In the past, my Ma family had countless intelligent people who wanted to enter this restriction with their own strength. However, no one has ever been able to come out alive. No one knows if they died inside or if they had other fortuitous encounters. I know the lightness skills of the Garuda branch of the divine sect. In front of Lord Qin, I have no chance of escaping. Since I'm going to die under Lord Qin's sword, I might as well come to the forbidden land to take a look. It can also end my life's worries." Then, he asked with a smile, "I wonder if Lord Qin is satisfied with this explanation?" Qin Shiriyue also smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will break into your forbidden land?" Ma Rulong bowed and said, "In that case, Lord Qin, please go first." Ma Rulong stepped forward and said with a smile, "Old Master Ma, please go first." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She already knew that the forbidden land ate people. No one who went in came out. Why did Qin Shiriyue still want to go in? Ma Rulong saw Qin Shiriyue step forward and his expression changed slightly. He stepped back and said, "No need to be polite, Lord Qin. If that's the case, I'll go first and wait for you inside." Then, he was about to step back. Qin Shiriyue smiled and said, "Then I'll send you on your way." As he spoke, he pulled out his soft sword from his waist and swept it across. Ma Rulong saw his arm move, so he immediately stepped back with the tip of his foot. Seeing that his body was about to disappear into the white fog, how could Qin Shiriyue let him go? He took a big stride forward and his soft sword slid into the white fog. There was a scream in the white fog, and immediately there was no sound. Qin Shiriyue took back his soft sword. Looking at the blood dripping from the soft sword, he was not sure whether it was fatal or not. But looking at the strange white fog in front of him, Qin Shiriyue didn't want to go in and take a look. After waiting for a while, Qin Shiriyue turned and walked to Zhang Xiaohua. He said with a smile, "Ren Xiaoyao, did you enjoy listening to it?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and puzzled. "Lord, are you kidding? I didn't hear anything. My ears have been inflamed for the past 2 days and I can't hear anything. I was thinking of asking you to find a doctor to take a look. Just in time, when we arrive at Xinji town later, I hope you will be kind enough to let me see a doctor." Qin Shiriyue curled his lips and said, "Don't make trouble for me. I don't intend to kill you. You know it yourself. We still need to find the cauldron from you. After listening to what you said just now, you know the importance of the cauldron. It's something that the leader of the divine sect must get. You'd better tell us who took it." Zhang Xiaohua secretly said in his heart, "Nonsense, if I didn't listen to what you said today, I would have thought that the big cauldron was an incense burner. Now that I know it's an immortal object, how can I return it to you? Not to mention that I have use for myself. Even if I don't have use for it, if I give it to you, won't you immediately kill me?" Zhang Xiaohua said with an innocent face, "Lord Qin, I really don't have this thing. How do you want me to tell others? Qin Shiyue heard this and his smile became wider. He reached out his hand to touch the cauldron, but after thinking about it, he said, "These few days, you've also eaten the torture of my divine sect. I didn't expect you to be able to persist. If it's an ordinary person, he would have already been tortured to madness. You're still quite happy. However, since I've already promised you that I won't touch your acupoints, I naturally won't touch them. Anyway, your fate has already been handed over to Lord Sakura. I just need to take you back. Did you hear what I said today? Who took the cauldron behind you? I don't know." After that, he looked at the sky and said, "Put away your selfish thoughts and obediently follow me back to the divine sect. Listen to the hierarch's arrangement. Let's go." After that, he used his lightness skill and flew back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to slack off and also followed closely behind. On the way back, Qin Shiyue didn't use his full strength. Zhang Xiaohua also followed behind easily. Even so, Qin Shiyue was still puzzled. Where did this guy come from? His foundation in lightness skill was actually so solid. After returning to the cave in the secret passage, Qin Shiyue looked around and had no choice but to plunge in. When the two came out of the dry well, they saw Ing Fei sitting on the ground with a sword in his hand. His face was already ruddy. An iron arrow was thrown on the ground and his arm was already bandaged. Seeing Qin Shiyue coming out of the dry well, his expression was obviously relaxed. He stood up and asked, "Why did Lord Qin go for so long? Did you kill that old man Ma?" Qin Shiyue said, "This secret passage is very long. After going out, I chased him for a long time before I killed him. How's your injury?" Ing Fei said, "I pulled out the iron arrow by myself. Now I'm fine. I have to thank Lord Qin for the poison dispelling pill. Otherwise, even if there were 10 of me, I would still die." Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and said, "You bandaged yourself carelessly. After a while, when we go to town, it's better to find a doctor to bandage it again." Ing Fei said with a smile, "Thank you, Lord Qin." Qin Shiyue asked, "Can you still use lightness skill?" Ing Fei said, "It should be fine." "Well, the two of you come with me." After speaking, Qin Shiyue jumped on the roof. After roughly looking at the direction, he jumped toward the Ma residence. Qin Shiyue didn't want to go through that damp and low secret passage again. Not long after, they arrived at the Ma residence. The whole courtyard was quiet and there was no one. It was completely different from the hustle and bustle at noon. Qin Shiyue took the two of them to the roof of the Ma residence for a while. They didn't see a single person. Instead, they saw the 3 horses that they rode. Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and said, "Let's go. Let's go to town first and check your injury." After speaking, he led the horse and walked out of the gate of the Ma residence. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Qin Shiyue's back in surprise. She opened her mouth and wanted to ask him why he didn't look for the relics of immortality in the Ma residence. But she thought about it again. Ma Rulong had already prepared for this. Today, he didn't even see half of his nephews. They must have taken advantage of the chaos to run away. How could those precious things still be hidden in the Ma residence? Presumably, Qin Shiyue also thought this through, so he left without hesitation. The 3 of them rode on the horse and went through the main road. At the corner of the tea house, an old man stared at their backs fiercely. It was Qiu Shidao's old housekeeper. "Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 269. The sun was setting in the west, and a round scarlet sun was hanging in the clear sky of the West Mountain. On a secluded path in the wilderness, 3 horses were trotting slowly. The red sun in the west cast a long shadow on them. They were Qin Shiyue, Ing Fei and Zhang Xiaohua. It had been a few days since the massacre in Xinji town. Ing Fei's injury had already recovered. The poisonous arrow pierced through his left arm, but it didn't hurt the bone. The arrow poison was cleaned up in time, but it was thoroughly cleaned by the town's doctor. The medicine used was also from the dragon god's sect. How could there be no improvement? Zhang Xiaohua was still weak, and he followed the two people absent-mindedly. In these days, he had completely abandoned the idea of using lightness skill to escape. Qin Shiyue's decisiveness in killing left a deep impression on him. Before he had full confidence, he would not repeatedly challenge Qin Shiyue's bottom line. Although Qin Shiyue had said that he would take him back to the sect leader in one piece, who knew if he would change his mind? It was better to just practice martial arts. Since Zhang Xiaohua knew the reason for the disappearance of immortality and the rise of martial arts in the Ma family, and also knew the difference between immortality and martial arts, he knew that he was lucky. He accidentally walked on the road of immortality, which no one had walked on for thousands of years. Moreover, after seeing the power of immortality's tactical formation, he was more confident in himself. As long as he had time, he would comprehend the earth-escaping skill. He believed that as long as he could learn the earth-escaping skill, he would be able to escape from Qin Shiyue's evil hands. Zhang Xiaohua also knew that the tripod furnace he took from Shitsui Mountain should be the furnace used for immortality's alchemy. It was something that the sect leader of the Dragon God sect wanted. As for how to use the furnace, he really didn't have time to look at it. Not to mention that there was a lot of content in the elementary alchemy technique, and now he didn't have time to comprehend it. If he took out the furnace, he might alarm Qin Shiyue. It was better to avoid trouble. Why should he be anxious now? Moreover, he felt that it was incredible that using elixirs could improve his power. How could a small elixir improve his cultivation so much? Could it double the qi of heaven and earth in his body? That was simply impossible. She remembered that there was something called the qi-generating pill in the money pouch. It seemed to have been thrown away without any regard. Presumably, it wasn't anything good. Zhang Xiaohua also lacked interest in the idea of trying it out herself. Also, after seeing the power of the immortal Dao formation, Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to make some kind of formation to trap Qin Shiyue and Ning Fei. However, she didn't have any formation flags or incantations. She only had a shallow Jin Qi and a huge primordial stone. It was impossible to make it a reality, so she just threw it aside. From the beginning to the end, Ma Rulong didn't mention how to fight in Taoism. He only said that there was the power to summon wind and rain and move mountains and seas. His words made Zhang Xiaohua's blood boil, but she only painted a pie for him. Although there was a jade ring in the money pouch that should be a magic weapon, she didn't know how to use it. Even if she knew how to use it, could the jade ring still be used after 10,000 years? Everything was unknown. Zhang Xiaohua looked blankly at the red sun in the distance that was about to set behind the mountain. It was about to be engulfed by darkness. Everything in this world was about to fall into darkness. She couldn't see the road ahead clearly. What about her own road? There hadn't been the immortal Dao for 10,000 years. She actually received the inheritance of the immortal Dao and cultivated the immortal Dao cultivation method. There was no one to guide her, no reference, and no one to point out her own way. Everything had to rely on her own strength. Loneliness, powerlessness, and other negative emotions constantly grew in her heart. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua was dispirited, the setting sun finally fell below the cliff. Even when its last ray of sunlight left the world, it was still so brilliant and glorious. The last ray of sunlight reflected in the lonely youth's eyes seemed to soar and ignite the youth's fighting spirit. There are so many living things in the world, but only I have such a situation. Why do I see the immortal Dao as a bumpy road? Since the revival of the immortal Dao chose me, why should I hide? I will do my best, and there will be a new me. Thinking about this, the scenery at the side of the mountain didn't feel dark. She also didn't feel uncomfortable in this captive situation. Zhang Xiaohua understood something in her heart and her cultivation improved again. Since the last time she suffered from qi deviation, Zhang Xiaohua carefully comprehended the Worry-Free Heart Sutra from beginning to end. At the end of the Heart Sutra, it mentioned the cultivation of the state of mind. However, the cultivation of the state of mind shouldn't be a bottleneck in the qi refining stage. It was strange that she encountered it again and again. Moreover, she also knew that every time she encountered an enlightenment in her heart, her cultivation of the state of mind would improve by another level. As long as she had primeval stones in her hands, her cultivation would naturally be able to keep up. She wouldn't have to worry about the risk of qi deviation again. This was a good thing. Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously revealed a smile. At this time, in the distance, the sound of horse hooves gradually faded away. It was very abrupt. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Her divine sense spread out like a net, but there didn't seem to be anything abnormal in the surroundings. Ying Fei also urged her horse forward and asked, "Lord Qin, what's the matter with the people in front? Why don't you let this little one go forward and take a look?" Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "They must be people from the Righteous Tao Alliance. Let's go forward and take a look. If there's fortune, it's not a disaster. If there's a disaster, we can't avoid it. In this vast wilderness, it's the easiest to escape. There's no need to be afraid of them." After traveling for a while, they didn't see any movement. Zhang Xiaohua also didn't understand. The main road was right in front of them. Looking at the lights in front of them, it was already a small village. It wasn't a good opportunity to make a move. Why was this? When Qin Shiyue arrived at the main road, there was another person on the main road who saw them from afar. He also quickly got on his horse and galloped away. The three of them looked at each other. They didn't know why, but although they were already on the main road, if there was an ambush, it would still be troublesome. Thus, they were 120% careful. Unfortunately, even when they entered the small village, they still didn't encounter any ambushes. Instead, just as they entered the village, there were several people waiting there. A white and fat person dressed as a shopkeeper came forward and bowed. "Excuse me, are you Lord Qin and Lord Ying in front?" Ying Fei went forward and said, "It's us." "What's the matter?" The innkeeper said, "This one is the innkeeper of this town's largest inn, the Four Seas Inn. There's an uncle who has already booked a banquet and a room for Uncle Qin and the others. Please follow this one over." Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted. There was actually such a good thing? Although Qin Shiyue was also flabbergasted, he wasn't surprised. When Ying Fei looked at him, he casually waved his hand, indicating that he agreed. The shopkeeper received the message and was very happy. He personally went forward to lead Qin Shiyue's horse and respectfully walked forward. Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua's horses were also led by other people. Zhang Xiaohua had never received this kind of treatment before and enjoyed it very much. As for what the shopkeeper was planning, he didn't care. He was just a captive of the Tenryu sect. Even if there were any schemes and plots, it wouldn't be his turn to do it. Not long after, they came to a large inn. It was brightly lit and there was no one eating in the hall. A few waiters were waiting at the door. When they saw the shopkeeper return, they quickly went to receive him. Qin Shiyue and the others dismounted and walked into the hall. There was a large table in the hall with some dried fruits on it. Qin Shiyue and the others sat down and the waiters immediately poured tea. Ying Fei reached into his clothes to take the tea leaves but was stopped by Qin Shiyue with a look. Qin Shiyue picked up the teacup and carefully looked at it. He smelled it and tasted it. It was really good tea. There wasn't any poison in it and this fragrant tea didn't seem like something that could be found in this town. Not long after the three sat down, they didn't need to order food. The delicacies were served like flowing water. They had been prepared long ago and were just waiting for the three to arrive. Looking at the table full of things that he had never seen or heard of before, Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Who was so generous? However, he had an urge to eat immediately. He raised his eyes and looked at Qin Shiyue who was cooking. Qin Shiyue also frowned. Qin Shiyue wasn't surprised by the rarity of these things. He was a famous person in the Tenryu sect. What good things had he not seen before? It was just that these things couldn't be found in this small town. Thinking about the fragrant tea just now, the reason was self-evident. It must have been prepared long ago from other places. Thinking of this, Qin Shiyue also let down his guard. If the Righteous Alliance wanted to harm him, why would they spend so much effort? They could just directly kill their way to his door. Who would want to curry favor with him? Qin Shiyue gradually had some ideas. Seeing Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua looking at him with eager eyes, Qin Shiyue couldn't help but secretly smile. He said, "Eat. This must be the master's good intentions. Don't let him down." After that, he first picked up a piece of camel hump and put it into his mouth, carefully tasting it. Ying Fei, as the messenger of the Tenryu sect, was served with good wine and good meat everywhere he went. These days, he was injured and had to worry about the attack of the Righteous Alliance. Naturally, he was lacking in food. Seeing such a good meal, he was also happy and kept eating this and that. As for Zhang Xiaohua, there was no need to talk about him in detail. He almost ate his own tongue. Not only that, there was a white porcelain jug on the table. The wine poured out from the jug was amber-colored. The mellow fragrance overflowed. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who had never drunk wine before, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Ying Fei was injured, so Qin Shiyue poured 3 cups for him. As for Zhang Xiaohua, Qin Shiyue used the excuse that he was underage and let him drink half a cup. The rest was left to Qin Shiyue. Even if it was only half a cup, Zhang Xiaohua was still very happy. He was just a prisoner. Qin Shiyue gave him a drink. It was the result of many days of interaction. How could he dare to have extravagant expectations? They ate to their heart's content and ate until the moon rose. Then, they saw the fair and fat shopkeeper walk in with a smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Master Qin, Master Ying, young master, may I ask if the food is to your liking?" You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.